find out which organizations are here. Let's find out. Let's find out which organizations are here. Which organization do you represent? Just type in the name of your organization. Just want to appreciate it.
It's like
just type in, then you submit, and we'll be able to see the different organizations. BCK Kenya Limited. Where's BCK Kenya Limited?
oh,
Where? Thank you so much. Thank you. The Lord to see that give me reviews here. Every city's laugh, instantly.
ni kama inachukua kutoka kwa nini nyingine,
My goodness, I want to find out.
inatoa nini, inatoa kuzima hizi kamera, sound zote za kamera ziko off.
ziko off.
What's it, your name? Tell us just a bit more.
Sound iko aje hapa? Unaona?
Kale kamelala.
Yes. Capture device inatoka. Check nini? Sound kwenye anthem.
And that's how, we are here basically to learn from each other. How can we do it best? And and this is a great platform. I mean, I'm really proud that it is made in India. And that's another reason that I'm so enthusiastic about it. And so that's the big expectation for today, to learn how can we marry this platform with the digital needs of municipalities here. Thank you.
Sunil, right? Yeah. Well, a big round of applause to Sunil. Thank you so much. And I love that. 10 years ago, that's when you started talking about this. My goodness. And now you are in about 15 countries in Africa. The power of planning. Wow. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And by the way, you mentioned about India. There is a story that Mane is here all the way from Djibouti. A big round of applause for her, please. She'll be giving us her presentation as well. Thank you so much for being here, Mane. We celebrate you. But in the meantime, as we prepare to start, this particular video, I've played it in several places, just celebrating the spirit of India, the power of coming together. And it's a simple story. Simple story. A little boy is going to school, caught up in traffic snarl up. Everybody is waiting for somebody to do something about it. As a matter of fact, even the police are waiting for somebody to do something about it. You see, there was a tree that fell and blocked the road. So who's going to remove this particular? Okay, then it starts raining, then people go like, okay, let's wait for the rain to stop. But the little boy decides to get out of the bus. They were supposed to remove it. You know, it's raining, let's wait until it stops raining. But the little boy decides, I'm gonna do something. Little boy, big dream, big vision. But you know what? He starts a movement. Even those in their cars realize, wait a minute, if a little boy can do this, what of you and I? Ladies and gentlemen, if we don't do something, we had something called the Gen Z's uprising. It's about digital, ladies and gentlemen. Those in their cars had to get out to be part of the solution. And when all of them came together, they were able to find the solutions, Adele. And now, a bright day, and they can now celebrate the power of many. But wait, the power of one person who decides to do something. The vision. Ladies and gentlemen, these dialogues must outlive us. They must outlive us, ladies and gentlemen. 100 years ago, I normally say, I wasn't here. And certainly 100 years to come, I will not be here. But there will be people here. But is it possible we can do something that will echo across generations? And this is such a moment. So please engage, let's connect, let's inspire each other. Sunil, thank you so much for that. The power of planning, 10 years, and you can touch countries. Excellent. So, let's find out the different countries, the different organizations rather. Let's see Menti once again. Let's just appreciate the different organizations. Menti, please. Let's have Menti on the screen. But before that, a big round of applause to Her Excellency the Ambassador, Indian High Commissioner. A big round of applause, please. Thank you so much for coming. We celebrate your presence. Many thanks indeed. Thank you for coming. So, just appreciating the different organizations that are represented here. And we do have Tatva Foundation India, BCK Kenya Limited, Beehive Software, Bomet County. Where's Bomet County? Bomet County, fantastic, because we'll be talking about county governments and how do you raise your own source revenue, and Adele spoke about it. Thank you so much indeed. Academics, compliance professionals, Logris here, Ernst & Young Softtech Consultants Limited, Softtech, So thank you so much. One final question, and then we kick off. Let's just move on to, what are your expectations? What are your expectations? It's 20 minutes past 9. What are your expectations? The speakers are here, the panelists are also here, so that they speak to the expectations that you have. Just type it in and then submit. All from your phone. menti.com if you're just joining us. The code is 7620 0513. What are your expectations? James, what is your expectation? What is your expectation? Winston, are you still there? What is your expectation? To learn more about the various eGov initiatives and identify solutions for local problems. Success stories. And by the way, eGov has lots of success stories. And by the way, even during the breaks, come in, you will see some of the success stories. Delivering better services to residents, collaborative success, learn, share and talk. Exchange ideas on solutions and technologies that will shape the future of Africa at large. Welcome our ICT Secretary. A big round of applause for her. Makofita Fadali, a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Welcome. Thank you so much. exploring the different expectations, learn more about applications of GovTech and DPIs in public service. Thank you so much. So dear panelists, dear speakers, these are some of the expectations, more from the tech truck development and deployment. Learn more about eGov, knowledge sharing and innovative ideas for shaping our continent, collaboration, e-governance models, opportunities to scale, and learning. We're ready to start, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your patience and engagement. 23 minutes past 9. And for those who are joining us for the first time in Kenya, we want to celebrate you. And I'd kindly request that we be upstanding for the Kenya national anthem. Let us be upstanding, please. Turn to 5 people and give them a big high five and tell them welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. 5 people, come on. Good to see you, Basu. Thank you so much, Ahara. Thank you so much. Well done. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Catalyzing public service delivery through sectoral DPIs. Thank you so much. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. And a big round of applause for those who made it for the first time in Kenya. Give them a big, warm Kenyan clap. Come on. Fantastic. Well done, well done. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll quickly kick off. Get ready for our first speaker. Ladies and gentlemen.
She is an inspiring career diplomat who has dedicated her life to advancing India's global relationships. She has served with distinction in key postings including Beijing and New York, skillfully managing relations with the United States, Sri Lanka and Myanmar, and later led India's Development Partnership Division. Please welcome Indian High Commissioner to Kenya, Her Excellency Namgya Kampa.
A big round of applause, please. Welcome.
Better? Good morning, Jumbo. And my apologies for running late. The expressway wasn't as express as I would have liked today morning. It's a great pleasure to join you this morning to kickstart what I believe is a full day's dialogue on what DPI, digital public infrastructure, can mean for governance. And I think especially in the context of developing countries, this is a very timely and a very relevant conversation to have based on the Indian experience. So I'm glad that the eGov Foundation is here from Bangalore to tell us in Nairobi what is happening in India and what has happened in India on this front. And I can think of few other places more fertile than Kenya to transfer and replicate the experiences of India in DPI. As the technology hub of East Africa, with abundant qualified manpower, a youth-led population, and a progressive approach, Kenya, to my mind, could be an optimal testing ground for large-scale DPI adoption. And friends, the eGov Foundation that is here today morning, and they will of course speak for themselves, but I think, and I hope that they will relay to you the scale and extent of dynamism and transformation that is taking place in India today and has been so for over a decade now, based on some of the technology interventions that they will touch upon in their subsequent speeches and conversations. And I think even the most casual observer or anybody who's visited India in the recent past, including Indians like us who go back after every few years or every few months, we can feel the pace of that change. You can feel that dynamism. You can feel that the transformation. There's something in the air there now. And it's really breakneck, the pace of change. And today, India is the 5th largest economy in the world. It's the fastest growing major economy. It has the 3rd largest startup ecosystem globally. We have, I think, over 1.2 billion mobile phone users and a rising rate of smartphone penetration in the Indian market. We have over 900 million internet users, the 2nd largest in the world. And we have over 500 million bank accounts added in just the last decade, as well as the 2nd largest working population with a median age of 28 years. And this data, to some extent, captures the kind of transformation that we are seeing unfolding in India. But what we're talking about today is what lies, and one of the main drivers which lies at the base, at the foundation of the kind of change we're seeing in India today. And among the key drivers of the far-reaching domestic transformation in India are the technology-led systemic interventions based on the adoption of digital public infrastructure. A lot of it is today associated with what has come to be known as the India Stack. And such infrastructure, as all of you know, is built on digital platforms that are open source, that are interoperable, that are scalable, and that are designed to foster innovation and inclusion. And I'm sure the eGov team here will tell you that the development and adoption of DPI in India is really the not-so-secret sauce that has reshaped governance, citizen delivery over the last decade or thereabouts in India. And it has also helped to spur economic growth and inject new dynamism in our economy. And as noteworthy as the data is that I've just shared with you, I still believe that it doesn't do full justice in conveying the full extent of the changed reality that is being felt by 1.4 billion Indians that live in sprawling urban clusters or far-flung rural areas or everywhere in between. I think Indians across the board today may not recognize, may not be able to articulate, but feel the impact of these interventions in their lives for the better. And you only need to ask the farmer in rural India who today gets his subsidies directly into his bank account without any fuss, replacing the pillar-to-post bureaucratic maze that was his fate to navigate not so long ago. Or the woman who has been empowered with a bank account for the first time that has unshackled her to sustain her household and to receive government subsidies directly for the first time. Or the pensioner who is able to access healthcare in his neighborhood hospital in a cashless manner based on India's Ayushman Bharat scheme, the world's largest publicly funded health assurance scheme. So remarkably positive has been the impact of these digital solutions that today the government of India as a policy has chosen to embrace and promote international partnerships whereby we can share our experiences in this area, and particularly under the framework of South-South cooperation, we want to see how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with our friends in the global South, because the relevance and the resonance of these ideas in these geographies we feel is remarkably high. Let me briefly turn to three sort of key initiatives and endeavors that India implemented over the last decade or more that, to my mind, lie at the foundational bedrock of the changes we are seeing today. The first is the unique digital biometric identity called Aadhaar that we have given to each and every Indian, frankly, each and every resident of India today. And this provides secure digital authentication, enabling even the most remote citizens to access banking services, government benefits, or loans with just a fingerprint or what we call an OTP verification process. And today, the coverage of Aadhaar is nearly 1.4 billion people, which is equivalent to the entire population of the African continent. The second major initiative that we implemented with great success was the process of financial inclusion and going from being one of the most unbanked countries in the world to adding over 500 million bank accounts under the government of India's Jan Dhan Yojana in the past decade or so. And it has been such a success that today it is being studied internationally across the globe to find ways to replicate this example in other countries and other communities. And the third initiative that I'd like to flag for all of you today morning is the revolution that has taken place in the digital payments landscape in India under what we call the Unified Payments Interface Solution, owned by the NCPI, the National Corporation for Payments of India. And the UPI has become the world's largest digital platform system in just under a decade. It was launched in 2016, and we're now in 2025, and it's the largest digital payment system globally. And as per recent data, UPI processes, I believe, over 15 billion transactions per month. And I think, if I'm not wrong, the goal is to get to 1 billion transactions per day for the UPI, and I have no doubt that we'll get there. The pace of this growth and expansion has been truly remarkable. Based on the success of the UPI, it is also being launched in other geographies and expanding internationally with operations in many countries, including in the Gulf, in the UAE, in Europe, in France, in Southeast Asia, in Singapore, and many other geographies. And I'm just touching upon these three particular initiatives briefly because I believe they have been really instrumental in providing a foundation for catapulting India into this journey of transformation, economically, socially, in terms of the governance transformation that we have undertaken. And I can say so as a civil servant, can feel so today in India in terms of how we deliver services and how we receive those services. There are, of course, many other excellent DPI initiatives that have been undertaken and that continue to be innovated upon today in India. I'm not going to really dwell on them and leave it to the experts, but certainly mention two of them, the first being the DigiLocker that we know we are having a conversation with Kenyan stakeholders around, given its relevance. It is a cloud-based platform for citizens to securely store all government-issued documentation. The second is an innovation in the space of online education, distance education through India's Diksha platform that has, in a sense, transformed distance education, particularly as we went through the COVID phase and saw the immense significance of these solutions in delivering critical and fundamental services to citizens and, in this case, to students across India with QR-coded textbooks, interactive content, and teacher training modules in 33 languages. I thought I was asked to set the tone. I'm not quite sure what that constitutes, but I know that I'm just the warm-up act for today, so I don't intend to hog this mic for much longer. And I thought I'd just flag these DPI initiatives, and from the spectrum of policy framing and policy implementation, really underscore how transformational these technology interventions have been in the context of India, and our belief that these will resonate with developing countries and geographies, and frankly even developed countries across the globe in terms of the innovations we've achieved over primarily over the last decade and more. And therefore, I want to thank the eGov Foundation for coming across to Nairobi, and I know that you'll find a very receptive audience, and you will be able to explain to them what we've done in India, and more pertinently, how it is relevant for Kenya and for the wider continent of Africa. And hopefully it will also turn up a productive exchange of ideas on how India and Kenya and India and Africa can collaborate to harness this digital future together. And before I yield the mic back, I just want to conclude by saying that as a policymaker, as a policy implementer, I can say that India's digital journey or digital revolution is not just about technological advancements, agnostic technological advancements. It is essentially a commitment to innovation, to transparency, and inclusive development that empowers all Indians, all 1.4 billion Indians, that eliminates inefficiencies and supports economic growth. And India's experience shows that the right digital infrastructure can help countries leapfrog traditional barriers and bypass linear progress that has been the predominant historical experience for countries so far. And this is something, therefore, that holds tremendous promise for many of our countries in getting traction on the key goals we've set for ourselves as nations and some of the challenges that face us in the path of realizing those goals. So I wish all of you a very happy and productive conversation, and I thank you for inviting me today to share some of my thoughts, and I'm really excited for what this can yield. So best of luck to all of you. And let's hope there will be, through these conversations, a convergence around disruptive catalysts that can help transform governance and make it inclusive and growth-oriented. Asante, thank you.
Thank you so much, High Commissioner. Before you leave, there is a gift for you, courtesy of eGov Foundation. Thank you so much. And the CEO will deliver the gift to you. It's not just about agnostic technology. It's about commitment to innovation, transparency, and inclusive development. Thank you, Your Excellency. Something to remember the day and the moment. Thank you so much. We celebrate you, High Commissioner. Up next, ladies and gentlemen.
She is a dynamic ICT leader transforming Kenya's digital landscape. With over 25 years of expertise, she has spearheaded national initiatives that enhance public service delivery and drive efficiency. As an African ICT leader, she continues to inspire change and innovation, building on her impressive career that includes developing key government systems, shaping digital policies, and leading landmark projects like Kenya's digital identity. Please welcome Secretary for ICT, e-government and digital economy in Kenya's Ministry of Information, Communications and Digital Economy, Mary Kerema.
Big round of applause, please.
Honorable guests, Your Excellency, distinguished speakers, esteemed colleagues, honored guests, and friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Oh, why do you sound so low? Good morning. Good morning. Yes, it's really a pleasure and a privilege to stand before you. First of all, I want to apologize on behalf of our PS. He was supposed to grace this occasion, but he traveled out of the country, and therefore I'm here to represent him. So when you see me, please see him. So he passes his gratitude and greetings to you, Your Excellency, and we really appreciate the Indian Embassy for the cooperation and the partnerships that we are having. I think I'm a student of the solutions in India. I love them, and I have been advocating for the adoption of the technologies advancements that have been done in India. I was in India recently, I think late last year, and the things that we are talking about are really transformative. We were able to experience what DPI has done, what the UPI has done, and the other, what it has done in India. And we want to really appreciate that we, through your good office, we are now trying to implement a pilot of the DigiLocker in Kenya. So thank you very much. So we find ourselves today here to discuss pertinent topics in technology. Issues to do with digital governance, issues to do with digital public infrastructure, which are really reshaping our world. As digital technologies continue to evolve, we are facing, of course, profits, gains, but there are challenges that we need to face. So therefore, from climate change and public health crisis to social inequality and economic fluctuations, the need for an agile, responsive governance is greater than ever. Digital governance offers the framework and tools to address these challenges, creating pathways for improved citizen engagement, data-driven decision-making, and enhanced service delivery. We acknowledge the landscape of governance has changed dramatically over the past few decades. Digital transformation has disrupted nearly every aspect of our lives, from the way we work, from the way we communicate, to the way we access public services. Most of us who are old enough, we have seen the transition that has happened over the decades. Especially, I give the example of a mobile phone. When we grew up, it was telephone booths. I remember for Kenya, they were red and blue. I don't know who experienced that life. You mean I'm the only one? Am I that old? Yes, I think I have my age mate behind there. So the way we used to communicate, really, it was, and by that time we were like, we are advanced. But you could imagine if you have a friend and you're closing school, so you agree, I'll call you on 24th December this year, this time. So what do? Exactly that time, you are found in front of a telephone booth. And you are not the only one. There are so many. So when the ringtone rings, everybody says, it's mine, it's mine. And everybody is rushing to hold the handle. But you can see how transformative communication has become. You not only hold a mobile, but you even hold 2 or 3 of them. And even your grandmother at home, you can now communicate seamlessly. So really, technology has transformed the entire ecosystem of our life. In the public sector, technology is no longer just a tool for administrative tasks. It has become the backbone of service delivery, the enabler of transparency, and the bridge between government and its citizens. Consider the rise of e-governance, data-driven policy making, and the digital identity systems that Your Excellency has just spoken about, the ADA in India. It is the foundation of every technology, every solution that you put in place. And I like the way India did its implementation, where they first came up with a DPI, the digital public infrastructure, that now guides what kind of technology, what are the layers. And when they found that the foundation is the ADA, and you can see how they have built the financial solution on top of it, which is really transforming the lives of the Indians. So therefore, we really acknowledge what digital governance is doing for us. And therefore, as we raise into the solutions that we are putting in place to improve the service delivery, we would like also to develop solutions that not only bring convenience, but they are powerful dynamics, bring in powerful dynamics, fostering transparency, and making our government more accountable and more accessible. The key things that we need to consider, even as we are coming up with the digital governance, and of course, because from our visit last year, we found that Kenya has a gap. We don't have a DPI. And therefore, I've taken it upon myself that we need to have a DPI as fast as we can. Of course, we are coming up with a government enterprise architecture, but the DPI becomes now the implementation framework. What do you put first before any other thing? And so we are following the footprints of India to make sure that we can catch up with you. So the key things that we'll consider even as we come up with our DPI is inclusivity and accessibility. Because as we embark on this journey, we must remember the digital governance should be accessible to all. Bridging the digital divide is not just an ethical imperative, it is a necessity. So everyone, regardless of their background or circumstances, must have access to the digital tools that empower them to engage with their government and access vital services. The second is data-driven decision-making. The era of big data has arrived. Suitable data analysis can provide critical insights into the needs of our communities. Data-driven decision-making will allow our government to allocate resources more effectively, anticipate challenges, and develop policies that are informed by evidence rather than assumptions. The third is about agility and resilience. The world is evolving at a pace we have never seen. The rapidity of change necessitates governance systems that are agile, resilient, and can adapt to the needs of its citizens. The fourth is collaboration and engagement. Fostering a collaborative environment among our stakeholders, our development partners, and government entities, civil societies, private sector, and the citizen themselves, because we are building solutions for the citizens, not for ourselves. So therefore, they need to be part of the conversation of the solutions that we are trying to put in place. So through inclusive participation and partnerships, we'll create innovative solutions that address the multifaceted challenges that we face today. The fifth is about efficiency. One of the greatest promises of digital governance is its potential to increase the efficiency of government operations and public service delivery. By automating processes, streamlining communication, and utilizing data analytics, our government will provide faster, more accurate services while we reduce the cost. Today, you can ask, we are talking about a reduction of cost, and yet the government is the biggest spender. But we have very ambitious programs that in the next 2 years, the government of Kenya will be a paperless government. That's how ambitious we are. I don't know whether India has reached there, and I said, we are learning from you, and we are running very fast. So therefore, we will bring down the cost, bring efficiency, both inside government and to the citizen. The last is about trust. Trust is the foundation of any successful governance system. In a digital world, trust is built on data security, transparency, and accountability. We will ensure that citizens' personal data is protected, and that's why we have the Data Protection Commissioner. The public resources are managed transparently, and that government are held accountable for their actions. By leveraging technology to enhance transparency, we will build trust, reduce corruption, and create a participatory culture where citizens feel valued and heard. At the heart of the future of digital governance is a vision where technology serves the greater good of the society. We need to ensure that this vision is rooted in values of inclusivity, efficiency, and trust. And that is to sum the 6 points that I have given earlier above. A key component of the digital governance is the development of the digital public infrastructure. This infrastructure spans from the digital identity system, e-participation platforms, open data portals, and e-service delivery systems, which are the backbone of the future of governance. And currently, of course, you've heard about the e-citizen. We are doing very well in bringing the services closer to the people, and they can be able to access the services through the e-citizen portal. But we are not stopping there, because you'll find that the front-facing is we are doing very well, but the back-end processing pretty remains manual. And still that is part of our program, that we endeavor to automate the back-end processes to bring efficiency so that we can serve our citizens within the shortest time possible. Building robust DPI requires more than just technology. It requires collaboration across sectors, a commitment to innovation, and a focus on interoperability. Kenyan government is coming from a situation where we've been building systems, but in silos. But this time, we have a program where we are integrating all the government systems to make sure that we can share information, rather than asking the citizen for the same data several times when they come for services. So therefore, interoperability will solve this issue. As we move forward, we must ensure that our digital infrastructures can adapt to the new technologies, scale to meet growing demands, and integrate seamlessly across national and international systems. While the future of digital governance holds tremendous promises, it is not without its challenges. As we embark on digital governance and the DPI, we need to make sure that we address the following issues: the digital literacy and access. We must ensure that our citizens are educated, are skilled to be able to embrace these solutions, and that we should make sure that nobody is left behind. Issues to do with data privacy and security. And as government, as we collect more and manage vast amounts of personal data, as we become more integrated, we must protect citizens' privacy and ensure that data is used responsibly. Ethical AI and emerging technologies, the use of artificial intelligence and automation in governance offers opportunities for efficiency, but also raises ethical questions about biasness, fairness, and accountability. And therefore, we need to put measures to ensure that as we embrace emerging technologies and AI, we protect our citizens. Lastly, the global collaboration, where digital governance is not confined by national borders. As we build interconnected systems, we must collaborate with international partners to establish standards of data protection, digital rights, and governance frameworks. Global cooperation will be essential to address cross-border challenges such as cyber threats, digital inequality, and the ethical use of emerging technologies. The future of digital governance will require us to balance innovation with the responsibility and to ensure that no one, for sure, should be left behind in the digital innovation and revolution. As we stand on the brink of this digital governance revolution, let us embrace the possibilities that lie ahead. The future is not something we can simply predict. It is something we must create and develop together. What we envision today must be backed by action, commitment, and willingness to learn from both successes and failures. Together, we have the opportunity to redefine governance as we know it. We can establish systems that prioritize citizen engagement and empower local communities, ensuring the benefits of digital governance extend to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, let us remember that our work in digital governance is about far more than technology. It is about people. It's empowering individuals, fostering communities, and building a future where every citizen can participate in shaping their world. As we embark on this journey towards the future of digital governance, I urge all of us to approach this transformation with a sense of responsibility and urgency. Let us be bold in our vision, yet thoughtful in our approach. Let us embrace technology not as a mere tool, but as a means to build a better, fairer society for all. Thank you very much, and I look forward to an insightful discussion and innovative ideas that will emerge from today's forum. Together, we can set the stage for a vibrant and inclusive future, and may God bless you.
Vibrant and inclusive future, a gift for you. ICT Secretary, courtesy of eGov Dialogues. eGov Foundation, a gift from the CEO. A big round of applause once again. Thank you so much. We should ensure nobody is left behind. Thank you so much indeed. Photo with Her Excellency, the Indian High Commissioner to Kenya. Big round of applause for her. She joins the photo session. Thank you so much. There we go. Thank you, Tahara. All right. Wow, thank you. A big round of applause for them. Thank you so much indeed. Many thanks. Many thanks. In the meantime,
he is a visionary leader dedicated to transforming society through digital innovation. He champions digital public good and smart policies to solve complex challenges quickly and at scale. With a rich background as a serial entrepreneur and corporate leader in Europe and India, he has built influential businesses like Net Positive, while also mentoring and investing in emerging ventures. Please welcome the eGov Foundation CEO Viraj Tyagi.
Switch it off? I think it was off. Hello. Is it better now? Good morning. Jumbo, as they say. Last time I was in Kenya, I was an entrepreneur, and I spent about a week here pitching. We used to run a startup called Net Positive, and that's when I learned most of my Kenyan, which I remember. Jambo, I remember. I also remember Polo, which means slowly, slowly. I think a lot of our customers said this to us. So it's great to be here in Nairobi, in Africa. And thank you all for coming out. And thank you, Madam Ambassador and Ms. Karina for kind of giving them opening remarks. I think some of the points you made, where's my notepad? Over there. Over there. I think this is about dialogues. I want to say that clearly, that we're not here to tell how it is done. We'll share our experience, share some of the things that we have done. And it's truly about dialogues about how it can work for Africa, because how the problems evolve, how the problems take shape, and how they can be solved is very dependent on the context. So I think we'll share our experiences, share some of the assets we have, and really have a conversation about how we can have accelerate the development, digital development in Africa. And I think Madam Ambassador spoke about the need for collaboration, the South-South collaboration. I think it's super important, because I think for very long, solutions which have worked in Global North have been trying to not really stuck, but kind of you try to make it work in Global South. And they have a different economics and different kind of footprint. So I think also it's about collaboration and cooperation in my mind, new dialogues and collaboration. Just keep that in mind as we go through the presentation. And again, I'll start with the great man himself, Steve Jobs. Technology is nothing. What is important is that you have faith in people, that they are basically good and smart, and if you give them tools, they'll do wonderful things with them. And it's amazing because I've been in this sector for only for 7 years, 8 years, and like anybody who worked in private sector, you think of government as a monolith, which is inefficient, which is people don't know, people are not as smart. But when I came here, I realized it's the same distribution, that 80% of people want to do a great job. They just don't have the tools. I mean, I've gone to municipalities where I've seen people climbing ladders to retrieve records. Somebody walks in. So I think we really believe that technology is important, but ultimately it's about people who, whether they're in the government, they're in the markets, or they're the citizens who can use them. So there's a lot of conversation on what is a DPI, and it's a evolving definition. In whichever way you look at it, it's a enabler of digital transformation to do public service delivery at scale. Openness is very critical because it's amazing, Madam Ambassador gave the example of Aadhaar, how it was imagined initially as an ID system, so where it is now. Nobody would have thought. Similarly for Digit, when 9 years ago we started, nobody thought it'll be working in 7, 8 sectors, we'll be in Africa. So because it is open, it can travel very easily. More people can build on top of it. So open is super critical. Then second is, you need to have innovative market to participate. So I think a lot of time, we have this dichotomy between government and markets, right? If you can create a shared infrastructure on which they can collaborate and innovation can happen, then that really benefits the society. So again, great example is of Aadhaar, that it is just a simple kind of infrastructure which tells you what is your ID. But on which you have built, digital wallets, on which you have built, banking systems, on which you have built, a lot of banks newer banks have come in India, for essentially using that as their starting point. So I think these three things, that public service delivery, openness, and the market participation are three things that, one of the definitions, the UNDP definition, there are multiple definitions and it'll keep emerging. I don't know how many of you are around when cloud was coming in. It was called 15 different things before. In early 2000, we started calling it cloud. And this is what I was telling you. This is again a slide from Co-Develop. I don't know whether my colleagues from Co-Develop are here or not. If you look at North America, Western Europe, China, mature Asia, and Japan, they spend about $612 billion on technology. There's $252 per capita. If you look at what is spent in the rest of the world, which is where we are, it's about 14 per capita. So I think the basic economics of how digital transformation is going to work is very, very different across global south and global north. And that's why we need a different approach, where it is not super expensive to build new things, where you can share common infra and everybody can build on top of it. I think I'll skip this slide because we're running short on time. Okay, it's not going. So that's the old approach. You have closed systems. Every government department builds their own application, and it's very slow. It's closed. And this is the big tech approach, which is multiple apps, platforms, big tech. But that's like kind of a walled garden kind of approach. Whereas the middle approach is, which is what we have tested in India, where you have a high trust, low cost, inclusive development built for scale. So there's a common, that's the most important thing, common infra, which is interoperable. And that leads to collective action. Okay, so it's an alternative approach, and that's very important when you talk to stakeholders, whether they're in the government, they're in markets, or policymaker. It is not the same approach of let's build a solution for this problem, because that approach has only taken us so far. Okay, it is also not the same approach of let's throw some big tech on it. So I think, Madam Ambassador, you did a very good summary of the Indian landscape, so I'll quickly run through this. There is Aadhaar, you've heard about, UPI. GST is a local tax system that's, again, unlocked a lot of innovation and reduced a lot of burden on small businesses to do the taxes. There are about US dollar 1 trillion tax paid through this system today. Madam Ambassador spoke about Diksha, which is an education system. And Digit is again a similar system where about 420 million citizens are served in various sectors, from getting their water connections, to getting their business licenses, to getting their building permits, to getting sanitation services, and also for municipalities to raise revenue, collecting taxes, property tax, collecting their different revenues. So that's about $2 billion of revenue has been collected on that. And there are multiple examples of this in India. And I think we know achievement of SDGs is underpinned by the ability to drive public goods and services. I mean, that's very clear that unless we accelerate this, the 2030 deadline we have for the achievement of SDGs, we may not reach there. Again, I think while there have been a lot of progress, but if you look at some data on things like access to clean water, access to education, access to health, I think there are still long distance for most of the countries in Global South to go from an inclusion perspective. So I think, and also cities are very important. If you look at Global South, we are still about 30-35% urbanized. I think for us to really become, as a Global South, a kind of engine of growth, a typical number is 60% urbanization. Over next 20 years, 2.5 billion people will move into cities. In India, for example, a person moves to city every 5 seconds. So that's a kind of DPI kind of a journey. I'll also talk about the eGov journey, and that's more in the sense of we have actually gone through the phase of building solutions to building platforms to building ecosystems. So I just want to take you through our journey and where we are and how we may kind of contribute to what's happening in Africa. But I think before, I just want to quickly talk about what is our philosophy. And it's important because we are a non-profit. I don't know how many of you know that. We are a non-profit. We are a trust. We don't work for a profit motive. So we work with the market actors or governments. We don't charge anything. We are funded by people like Mr. Nandan Nilekani, who is the founder of Aadhaar, Mr. Gates, other philanthropists in India. So I think classical thinking is let's build better solutions. And we did that for about 10, 15 years of our lives, where we tried to build solutions in various cities in various parts of India. We realized that we can only go that far. Can we reframe the question and say, can we have a better capacity to solve? Can more people build solutions? And the Aadhaar example is a good example, that government doesn't know build all the solutions, other people can build. So I think the question to ask is better capacity to solve. Even in a country, can you look at whether states can solve that problem better, subnational governments can solve those problems better, or local communities can solve it? Second question is scale what works. A lot of times we do pilots, and we say we did this pilot in X locality, and let's try to scale it. But pilots by definition are not designed for scale. You're basically trying to proof of concept. Issue is when you try to scale what has worked, all the scale barriers come up, right? You go to a new geography, what happens there? For example, you went to Mozambique in 2023. We had assumed everybody will have mobile phone because India had very good mobile phone penetration. I mean, you're smiling because you worked on it, right? No, Mozambique had 53% mobile penetration. So I think designing for scale is super important, and that's why we made some of the decisions around, rather than trying to do everything ourselves, let's get the ecosystem in. And that's with the last thing, my organization, what can I do versus open ecosystems? What can I do? What can a network or an ecosystem do together, whether they are from the markets, whether they're from government, whether they are from the civil society, together to solve. So I think that is the journey we've had over the last 20 years, that you need to look at capacity to solve, what design for scale, and really look at ecosystems. And again, very clearly, when we look at, this is the only client, we have the common people, the ordinary, they call Aam Aadmi in India, but the common person is the only client we have. Ultimately, it's about whether we work through government, whether we work through markets, delivering services to the common people. So this is just some highlights of what we do. I spoke about 2.3 billion public service delivered on the platform, which is across about 3,000 plus cities. And please remember that when I say digital, and that's the other thing I want to say, digital also means that assisted service. People still in India go to the municipality office and get the service. But the digital, what digital does is, when we buy on Amazon, whether you're on your app, whether you're on your computer, the experience is the same, right? So main thing is how observable everything is and how seamless everything is across channels. So digital doesn't mean everybody needs to have mobile phone. It means that you're having a digital backbone to deliver services. About 700 million citizens, 24,000 villages, 2,000 cities and towns. Oops, what happened? Okay, I'm really sorry. Okay, so should I press this only, or? Okay, maybe I long pressed it. Okay, and 40 national programs, and let me tell you, we only run 2 of them, those programs. The rest of them are run by ecosystem actors. Some of them are sitting here, our India partners and partners all over. And other people have built those solutions on top of it. And that's our mission and vision, catalyze achievement of SDGs for all. All is a very critical word for us. It should be inclusive, it should work for everybody. By co-creating is another important word because you cannot do everything yourself, so co-creation is super important. Co-creating sectoral digital public infra and building thriving networks in 30 countries by 2030. So that's our dream. And I spoke about briefly this, we've been around for 2 decades. So our first part of our journey was deploying solutions. We used to build lots of solutions in different cities in India. Then in 2016, we pivoted to Digit. We built a shared digital public infra. And really, I think the main scaling started happening in this phase when we had people from markets coming in and taking to different sectors. And COVID was an important thing for us because that really told us, you spoke about resilience and agility. When COVID lockdown happened in India, in the first 3 days, it was clear that the essential service workers needed a way to travel because police was stopping everybody. So within 3 days, people from Unilever, from Union Ministry of Home, from Telephone Regulatory Authority, some startups, we came together and using Digit's building blocks, we could build a national e-pass that people can move with trust and with security across nation. And that's when we started looking at, the global play in that sense. Yeah, Digit is an open source platform, reusable building blocks, data registries across multiple sectors. I'll be super quick on this, if I can move this. We should have pointed this. Okay. So this is really their data registry. So essentially, a lot of problem you have on data is because the revenue department looks at a building in a different way. The water department looks at the same building in a different way, and another department looks. So I think having a shared registry which says this property is this, different departments can use this. That's the basic concept of registry. So that's the shared data that creates trusted data. And then reusable building block. What happens today in the government is every department builds their own solutions. Okay, you need a payment, every department builds a payment, right? A payment is a payment, whether you're paying for a challan, whether you're paying for your water connection, whether you're paying for your building permit or you're paying a fine, right? So these are all reusable building blocks which can be used. And then you have solution sectoral DPIs built on top of it. So we have built a few: public service delivery, public health, public finance management, sanitation. And there are many more which have been built by built by networks. So e-Justice was a sectoral kind of a collective which built it. That's essentially delivering justice on simple cases without people going to the court, like check bounces and all. Then Water for All, AgriStack, bunch of them, and Varun will talk a bit more about it. And then I think this is the important thing. You just can't build a infra. You need to show how it works. So these are applications. So citizen apps, employee tools, and the data and dashboards. So I think one of the learnings we've had is the employee tools that you give, whether it's an inbox or employees workflow, that has a lot of power because employees today don't have those tools. So typically in our surveys, we have found that on an average, employees are saving about 18 hours a week using these tools. We should appoint this. Yeah, I think these are the unified access of the citizen and the business. You were talking about citizens shouldn't have to give their data again and again. Unified data for administrators, how many times you have administrators just looking for data, right? A robust population scale platform for the markets to build of it, and a unified workspace for the employees. Hello. And we entered mainly Africa over the last kind of 2 years. I think we've been very enthused by the momentum we've had. Again, our philosophy is very clear. We don't enter a country unless there's a partner with us. So we came to Mozambique with Chai. We went to Senegal with CRS, and so on and so forth. So I think we're very clear that the local partners know the domain well. So unless there's a partner who's locally working with us, we don't directly go into talk to the government because local partners are super critical for us. They can be both from the market and from the from the non-profit sector. And then we are doing some work in Trinidad, Tobago, Indonesia, and Brazil also. So again, I think it's very powerful the fact that both the knowledge and the platform is open, how quickly it has traveled. Because somebody spoke about trust. I think the fact that it is open actually creates a lot of trust without saying, right? So just very quickly, as somebody said, technology is not enough. What is a lot of people are from market here. What is the operating model to support markets and countries? Okay, this is the Wi-Fi. So we spoke about the digital public infra, sectoral DPIs. We also do a lot of work in catalyze desire to do digital transformation, to think through how do you design, how do you reimagine digital transformation in your context. So we did work almost like for 6 years with the national government in India on what is called National Urban Digital Mission now, where we actually wrote the policy with them, did the strategy, did the whole planning of what institutionalized structure is needed. Because, see, digital transformation is hard, but harder is having it sustained. Because a lot of times the governments change, the bureaucrats change, and it goes away. So having an institutional structure which kind of makes it sustainable is super critical. So that finally led to the government creating a National Urban Digital Mission, which is now funded for almost $400 million over the next 5 years for the rollout of the platform. And they're also doing advisory and governance with the government. So again, I'm saying digital stack is important, but the resource, so we almost 30 to 40% of our effort is actually on these two, not on technology. And then specifically the markets, we are, we work on both demand and supply side. So unlocking market I spoke about. We have open assets, open code, open APIs, specs, and perform on the base platform, performance assurance. Whatever you build on top of it is your responsibility, but the base platform assurance we give. And then we do, in terms of supply side, capacity to execute, tools and training, advisory, and the academy that we spoke about. So both demand and supply side, we work with the market actors. And there's an example of what has happened over the last, in 2017, we were the only people building solutions. Today, there are multiple partners. They built 54 solutions. Some are sitting in this room. programs. We were running most of the programs ourselves. Today we have 48 programs. We run only 1 or 2 of them. And number of partners are. So this has really been the critical thing here in terms of getting both government and the market partners to kind of come together. I'm on time. Just very quickly, impact. I don't know if you can see it. Citizen service regularly is a slightly dated slide, but I think clearly, as I was saying, this is 2019-20. Initially, when we only did the technology and the platform work, the growth wasn't that great, but you can see the exponential growth once the network kicks in, whether it's the number of citizens or number of habitats live. So I think we use the word exponential a lot in our language. That unless you can create a change, very hard to solve problems because problems are multiplying at a great pace, and unless you get everybody participating and everybody solving, you cannot solve these problems. And what I was saying earlier, on the what is in gray is what is built by eGov, and this is not a complete list, but what has been built by ecosystem is on the left. So the beautiful thing about DPIs, and again I repeat that, sitting here today, you cannot imagine the possibilities in Africa, what DPIs can do, what a DPI digital can do, right? We started here. This was the only thing. Our mission was very simple in 2016. 2,000 cities in India will be on digital platform by 2020. Nothing else. Even we didn't know that we'll do all this, okay? Because the design was such that you build it as a reusable building blocks, and you build your business model around it, all that has become possible. And I have no doubt that if the ecosystem in Africa comes together and we start working together, we'll have 20, 30 of these in Africa in the next 3 years, because now it's a much more mature platform, much more mature. So it is about possibilities and what it can unlock. And a lot of the support and a lot of the doing is actually done by the ecosystem. I think that's all I had. Thank you so much. And I look forward to having a conversation with you later on.
Thank you so much indeed. Up next, ladies and gentlemen.
He is a skilled leader in sales, IT strategy and business development with deep expertise in tech and FMCG. He builds sustainable networks that connect communities, government and markets to promote the adoption of digital public infrastructure. He is an experienced co-founder now dedicated to driving inclusive growth at eGov Foundation. Please welcome the eGov Foundation Vice President Growth and Partnerships, Varun Basu.
Can everyone hear me on the, hello? Working? No? Okay, fantastic. The magic wand seems to have disappeared, so I can't go to my next slide. All right, so first of all, thank you everyone for being here, and I want to thank Viraj for doing the extremely hard job of setting the context of what we do, why we do it. The intent of the next 10-15 minutes really is to explain the philosophy behind using platforms for building large-scale digital infrastructure that governments can leverage for service delivery. And so, platform approach and why Digit, right? So let's give you some context, right? We started out of Bangalore, and Bangalore in 1996 was a sleepy little town with about 4.9 million people. And yes, 4.9 million people in India is a sleepy town. 2024, we're at 14 million, right? Just so that you know, this is about 2.5 times the growth rate of population in cities in India, right? And that's the kind of massive influx that we saw in Bangalore. And the trigger of starting eGov and doing digital transformation for service delivery started with that. The Madam Ambassador talked about the scale at which India operates. We have 1.5 billion people, and we are seeing migration from 650,000 villages into about 4,000 plus cities. And what that's doing is putting incredible, incredible pressure on cities to be able to manage themselves and deliver services. And that's really the context with which we started. And so we said, let's look at what governments do, right? And what's the purpose of governance? And so what a government basically does, and I've kind of simplified this, and the rest of the presentation will work as very simple blocks. A government formulates policies, procedures, and programs. They mobilize revenues, and then they build infrastructure and deliver services and benefits to citizens through a whole set of engagements, whether it's the finance department, health, education, etc. And it needs to do it in the structure of the government, right? So India has a federal structure. We have a national government, we have state governments, and we have local governments. In Kenya, you have the federal government, you have counties, you have the wards eventually, right? So similar structure. And that's the scale at which we need to do it. 50 ministries at the national level, 300 departments. Coming down to states, we're talking about 35 plus states. We're talking about nearly 260,000 local governments. Each of these governments wants to do something slightly differently. Each of them wants a different tax policy. Each of them wants the ability to be able to control how their digital systems work. And that's really what we've tried to solve for with Digit. So like Virat said, we started in 2003 and we built a lot of applications. We built applications for cities to collect property tax. We got them to issue business licenses, water tax, finance systems, etc. And we did this piecemeal till 2012 when Chennai, which is a city of about 12, 13 million in the southeast of India, said that we want all of this, but we want better governance. And the challenge that we had with what we started in Bangalore was, there is a property here where we're collecting tax. Now this property becomes a commercial property with a business license, but neither does the department that's issuing the business license know that it's a commercial property. And when you come to the water department doesn't know that that property needs to be charged commercial rates instead of residential rates. And the reason this is happening is because of data fragmentation. Data sitting in silos, not interacting and talking to each other. We solved that in Chennai by creating what we call an integrated ERP. A single system, a common data repository, all systems are talking to the same backend data. There were two problems there. One, this implementation was dependent on eGov, where in 2025, we still have a team working with the government of Chennai supporting this implementation. We couldn't, and as a philosophy, we want to build local capacity for the government to be self-sustainable. You should be able to run it with your choice of the team, whether it's within the government or in the local ecosystem. You do not want external engagement. And so in 2014, the state of Andhra Pradesh looked at what Chennai did and said, we want to do this, but we want to do this for 125 cities. And so we took this ERP and we fixed it or customized it or enhanced it to support the nuances of 125 cities. And this was done in a period of about 12 to 14 months with support. But here, we had become a little wiser. We were about 11 years old. And we said, we will work with you if you have a local team. So the AP government set up their own team, and we trained them how to do it. And we actually managed to get out of AP. So we are no longer engaged with the state. We only give them advice and guidance. They are running this entire system on their own. And that's capacity building that we're talking about. But so this is what we call the first phase of eGov, is scaling what works. But then we started running into trouble, which was really around the second part. And then we said, let's see what has to be built for scale. Now, the ERP that we deployed in AP was working great, so we said, this looks fantastic. Let's take it to all the other states in the country. And we had a bunch of failures, right? And I think I'd love to, when we take breaks, love to talk about why these failures happened, right? And the reason was it was a monolithic approach. Every state following Andhra Pradesh was said, you need to take this as is where is, we can't do more changes. There were multiple changes, and as you go up to larger cities, larger states, which have more affordability, processes are more complex, and we weren't able to accommodate it given the technical architecture. And the dependence on eGov was increasing. We had not simplified it. And so in 2016 was a pivotal year for us where we essentially did two key things. One was we re-architected the entire platform. And we created what is, system and called it Digit, which is layered. So you have a core set of data services, a core set of registries, and applications that run on top of it. And the foundational principle on this was open source, modular. Everything that was built in Digit is available through APIs, which means you don't need to come to us to say, hey, can I access a property registry that's running on a system built on Digit? There are APIs. If you have authentication, you can access it. And we built the least specifications into this, which allows for people to be able to deploy it regardless of capacity. And we started engaging the markets. And what we have here today is a reflection of the work that we've done over the last 8-9 years. And this is when we started seeing catalysis happening, right? We had to show this working for the first time, and we did this in the state of Punjab. 127 cities, 5 services on Digit went live in 90 days. I'm going to repeat this. 127 cities, 5 services, 90 days. That's the kind of speed impact that you can generate when you actually have the right architecture behind you. And this was done by the state IT team, right? Seeing this, the second one that happened was for a set of 63 cities, which are run by the Ministry of Defense. They're the cantonment board. We have a partner here who's done the implementation. 65 cities, 12 services, 6 months, done by BEL. And the beauty of this was done during COVID, in lockdown, remotely. The enablement for the partner was done remotely. The implementation of this system was done remotely. And that's the kudos of how partners and eGov actually can work together to create transformative work. We then did this in Odisha. Now you're kind of seeing a pattern repeat. This was done by PwC. And what we were able to build up to was actually deploying a national program called the National Urban Governance Platform, where the government of India has committed $350 million to support the digitization of services in 4,500 cities. So that's really the context of why we did this. And what Odisha has been able to do subsequently, and we will have a person from the Odisha state government talk about this journey, is how they took it from services for urban service delivery to fecal sludge management, to an urban livelihood program, and now to slum monitoring. All of this running on the same infrastructure. What that means is you have one team doing all of this and data flowing seamlessly between these different systems. So what are we looking at, right? We're saying, how should digital transformation look like? We have residents. A resident wants to buy a property, and you start creating a resident registry app. They go ahead and buy a property. It is linked to that the resident, and you create a property registry on top of that. So these are linked on the same distributed infrastructure. The next thing that they do is they want to build something on that land that they have bought. And you basically have an application which allows you to do a building plan approval using the same property ID and the registrant ID that's already there in the system. So you're starting to create loose coupling and linkages between data across systems. Now that the building plan's done, you need to start collecting property tax. Again, it's linked. So what you're starting to do is you're starting to reuse data. You're starting to build layers of intelligence within the government for you to be able to monitor and do good governance. And then you're delivering utilities on top of it. Again, it's linked. And what you then give are things like licenses, permits, etc. But from a consumer's perspective, what you can now flip and do is, as a citizen, I get a single integrated bill. The state of Andhra Pradesh that we talked about actually generates a single bill which has the property tax, the water bill collections, everything that the state gives to your property coming in a single bill, which means you need to collect money once, instead of having collectors going out to collect for different services. And that's transformative. we've talked about this. In the interest of time, I'm not going to rerun this, but we've built a small part of it. What the architecture of Digit has unlocked has allowed partners to be able to take it into new use cases that we never thought possible, right? And that's truly the catalytic power of what a platform approach can provide you. Now, we'll talk about a few differences between the different types of systems. We talked about independent applications. We talked about data being in silos, employees having to log in across different systems, right? I'm sure your frontline administrators complain about having to copy-paste data across 3 or 4 systems to run a certain business process. With the ERP or large monolithic systems, what you end up is into vendor lock-ins, because these are extremely complex, robust systems. Multi-million-dollar licensing agreements need to be signed up, and any change that you need to do on the system requires a lot of money and time, right? The modular approach, what that allows for, and the DPI approach is it's open source, data is being reused, the APIs allow you to actually integrate with your legacy systems without having to spend a lot of money. And the architecture using microservices ensures that you can scale from catering to a population of 50,000 to 500 million, right, using the same technology. And that's really what we are trying to solve for. And so what does Digit have? And I know there is a mix of technologists and business people here, so I'm going to try and keep it simple. What you have are core services, which we talked about, and then you have solutions that are built on top of that, and a single unified interface for citizens to be able to access it. So citizens don't need to have 5 applications open to access different services. They can do it through a single window. And through the course of the day, what we would like to do is kind of share with you how this is possible and potentially ignite imagination on how you could do it in your own context. In the context of the conversations you're having with governments, in the context of RFPs that you've got, how can you potentially look at doing this with Digit? As I said, we've talked about data registries. We've talked about domain-specific. This is the other piece that I wanted to kind of talk about very, very quickly. So we've talked about data registries and common shared services. What we've also made available is a common UI framework. What the common UI framework allows you to do is very, very rapidly build new application UIs using standardized components. And why is that important? Because it reduces your time to market and the number of defects that you get in your systems, right? And what that makes also for a citizen is a consistent navigation experience. Nobody has had to teach anyone when Google launches a new product how to use it. It's just intuitive because everyone uses Gmail, and most of the interfaces of Google's products follow the same workflows. And that's the intuit learning that you want to build when citizens access different government services as well. With that, I'd like to thank you. We're going to have an experience booth outside where we're going to demonstrate some of the products. There's a lot of material that we have in terms of programmatic readiness, technical support. Please do reach out to the eGov team, and they'd be happy to walk you through that. And once again, thank you so much for being here today.
Wow, thank you so much. So please, take note of the experience workshops outside. So during the breaks, make sure that you visit the workshops. Ladies and gentlemen, Partner Impact Story. Let's find out what that is all about. All the way from Djibouti.
With expertise in risk management, threat intelligence and security governance, she plays a pivotal role in strengthening her nation's cyber resilience. Her visionary leadership and commitment to excellence inspire a future where digital innovation and security go hand in hand. Please welcome Djibouti's Ministry of Digital Economy and Innovation Head of Cybersecurity, Mane Ismail.
Good morning. Firstly, I would like to thank the eGov Foundation for inviting Djibouti. representative. And in my presentation, before I forget, I want to apologize because my boss, the director of digital transformation in the Ministry of Digital Economy and Innovation, is supposed to be here, but in last minute change, I'm here to present. And I did a quick presentation. I hope you will understand what I will present. Thank you.
Thank you, Ismail, for your patience. For the rest of us, as we sort out the presentation, if you check Menti, the interactive platform, in case you have any questions, we'll be taking them. So go ahead and post those questions. All right, let's get back to the presentation. Ismail, over to you.
In my presentation, I will talk about the digital transformation in Djibouti. Firstly, I would like to introduce the Ministry of Digital Economy and Innovation, MDNI. The Ministry of Digital Economy and Innovation is the central institution responsible of driving digital transformation in Djibouti. The ministry aims to enhance governance, improve service delivery, and promote economic growth through the adoption of technology and digital infrastructure. And that is the vision of the President Ismail of Djibouti. In the recent year, MDNI has been leading key digital initiatives, focusing on e-government services to improve administrative efficiency. And secondly, a smart city solution to enhance urban infrastructure. And third, open source technology adoptions to ensure cost-effective and scalable digital system. Let's talk about the need of digital transformation in Djibouti. Djibouti is a strategic crossroad for digital innovation due to his location as a gateway for Africa and his ambitions to become a regional technology hub. The country has recognized the importance of digital governance to reduce the bureaucracy inefficiencies, enhance transparency and accountability in public services, improve the ease of doing business, particularly in construction, trade, and urban development, and to provide citizen-centric digital service that make interaction with the government more accessible and efficient. The partnership with eGov Foundation and adoption of Digit platform. The collaboration with eGov Foundation in December 2024 last year, MDNI signed as a strategy partnership with eGov Foundation to accelerate the digitization of public service in Djibouti. This collaboration focuses on the implementation of Digit, an open source platform that enables government to provide digital service and efficiently. The partnership aims to deploy a modern e-government solution using Digit, establish a scalable and interoperable platform for services delivery, and support Djibouti smart city and digital economy vision. As you can see in the picture, why Digit? Digit was developed, as we all know, by eGov Foundation. It's an open source, cloud-ready, and module platform designed for government digital service. And Mdeni adopted Digit due to his scalability, interoperability, transparency, and cost efficiency. Scalability can handle large population and multiple services. Interoperability ensures seamless integration across government departments. And transparency improve service efficiency and reduce corruption. And cost efficiency, since it's an open source platform, it reduce licensing costs. The implementation of e-permit construction. One of the most significant digital reform in Djibouti has been the e-permit for construction, powered by Digit platform. The construction sector is vital for Djibouti urban development and economic growth. But traditionally, the permit approval process was slow, inefficient, and vulnerable to corruption. So how e-permit system works? The e-permit system, the entire construction permit process allowing online application submission by architecture, engineers, and businesses. Automate document verification to reduce manual errors. Workflow-based approval, ensuring all relevant departments review the application. Digital payment. Number 4, for permit and related fee. Real-time status tracking, so that the applicant can monitor the request. And 6, automate notification and alert to keep stakeholders informed. The key benefit of e-permit system is a fast approval. The average approval time is significantly reduced. There is transparency. The digital record reduces corruption risk. There is efficiency. No need for multiple physical visits to the government offices. There is accessibility available online, so reducing geographical barrier for applicants, for others, the people who are living in other cities. Economic growth, encourage investment by simplifying the construction process. The foundation of e-government using Digit, which is open source. Beyond the e-permit system, Mdeni is laying the groundwork for comprehensive e-government ecosystem powered by Digit. The initiative include the core feature of Djibouti e-government platform, which is unifying digital services, is a single portal for all government services, citizen-centric approach, which make it easy access to service like properties, tax, utility payment, and business licensing, and is a cloud-based infrastructure, which ensuring scalability and remote access, and is a first mobile-first design, optimize the mobile users to increase accessibility. The future, the future digital services under development. Djibouti e-government vision extends beyond construction permit and has other planned services include online business registration and licensing, digital tax filing and payment, e-health records and digital hospital services, and smart water and electricity billing system. The capacity building and local expertise development. A crucial component of MDNI digital transformation strategy is building capacity, building local capacity. The partnership with eGov Foundation include The partnership with eGov Foundation include training program for government employees to manage and scale digital platform, workshop and hackathons to encourage innovation among local tech community, elaboration with universities to develop local talents in software development and digital governance. By investing in knowledge transfer and skill building, MDNI ensure long-term sustainability of digital solution. The challenge in digital implementation faced in Djibouti is internet connectivity gap. There is a resilience to change from traditional bureaucracy system. There is cybersecurity risk and the need for robust data protection policies. There is adoption barriers among citizens unfamiliar with digital services. And how these challenges has been addressed by MDNI. The future roadmap of MDNI to address these challenges is to expand digital literacy program to educate citizens, strengthening cybersecurity framework to protect sensitivity data, improve internet infrastructure to enhance accessibility, and foster public-private partnership to drive technological innovation. To conclude my presentation, Djibouti, through MDNI leadership, is making significant strides in digital governance by leveraging open source solutions like Digit. The country is setting an example for efficiency, transparency, and scalable digital transformation in Africa. The implementation of e-permit for construction is just at the beginning. With more e-government services on their horizon, with continued commitment, strategic partnership, and capacity building, Djibouti is on the track to become a regional digital leaders, providing citizens and businesses with seamless efficiency and transparent public services. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Continued collaboration and innovation. Why don't we just be upstanding for once as we celebrate all the speakers, and in the meantime we want to celebrate Ismail. We have a gift of appreciation. Okay, let's go. A big round of applause. Aha, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Avik there, thank you so much. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And Isha with the show. Thank you so much. You may kindly take your seats. Thank you so much. Blood flow, very important. We need to keep healthy throughout. All right. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, Partner impact story, the story of transforming urban governance. Let's find out up next.
He has driven groundbreaking initiatives like the world's largest slum upgrading program, clean tap water supply, and inclusive sanitation and urban wage employment schemes, efforts that have earned him global recognition. His visionary work in decentralized governance and urban transformation inspires a future where sustainable, people-centered development is at the heart of progress. Please welcome Senior Indian Administrative Service Officer and Director General, Gopabandhu Academy of Administration, G. Mathivathanan.
Joining us virtually. We're ready to hear from you and learn from you. Go ahead, G. Mathi.
Good morning to all of you. My apologies for my inability to be present there in Nairobi today and make the presentation in person before this wonderful audience. This presentation is about the transformative story of Odisha that happened in the last 4 or 5 years, where Sujog has acted as a catalyst in transforming the urban governance in the state of Odisha. Giving a background of Odisha, Odisha lies in the eastern part of India. It has a population of 46 million roughly, and out of which about 9 million lives in the cities. About 19% of the state's population lives in the cities. There are 30 districts, 115 cities in the state with more than 300 offices providing various urban services. Sujog is an acronym for Sustainable Urban Services in a Jiffy by Odisha government. It's an online platform for providing integrated urban services delivery. And it's provided in all 115 cities in the entire state, not in one city or two cities. Implemented across all the cities, covering the entire urban population of the state. The objective was to provide high quality, tech-enabled and time-bound services and governance to enhance the citizens' lives. Currently, more than 2 million consumers are operating this, and with more than 1.5 million digital transactions happen. Why Sujog? And what is Sujog? How Sujog is done, and what is our experience, and are there any takeaways from our experience for others? The before scenario till 2019, we were using it's not that we were completely manual, we were using an e-municipality. It's a software module, but it was a proprietary software. And we faced several challenges. There's built on a monolithic framework, had conventional tech stack, non-standardized modules, siloed. It was a completely siloed application. And there was still scope for manual intervention and manual updating the entries. The modules operated in isolation, making the tracking very difficult. And it was so rigid that the emerging needs could not be accommodated, the modules could not be changed. And any change in the policy cannot be reflected in the modules. It was such a rigid one. And it used limited technology. And that led to delays in the approval process, affecting the ease of doing business, ease of living in the cities. And the navigation was complicated, and it lacked the real-time tracking. Altogether, the users didn't have good experience, and the interface was bad. So to resolve that, we decided to go for an open source DPI called Digit, which the previous speaker was speaking about. They signed an MOU in December 2024. Whereas we signed the MOU in November 2020. It's a 5 years journey, 5 years of successful journey. And the Sujog has addressed the major challenges which faced in the previous version, previous avatar modules. It works on a platform approach. It is interoperable. It can communicate with the external organization, external modules, external systems. It has automated approval system, automated online tracking that reduce delays, and we can get real-time status update, and it also keeps record of the digital transaction that enhances the accountability. We have property modules, we have the trade license modules that helps in simplifying the process, streamlining the process, and enable time-bound approvals, which helps in promoting investment in the state, ease of doing business, ease of putting up industry in state. And it integrates all urban services under one single platform. And the data available that is shared by several modules, like property tax collected is shared, is used by the accounts module also. It also has analytical tools providing visual, graphical, pictorial presentation of the analysis that helps in database decision making. And it provides for seamless integration, as it provides for seamless integration with the other system being interoperable. Even for construction permission or building plan approval or for layout approval, it can communicate with the fire safety department. It can be connected to the external agency, which is the Airport Authority of India, the Archaeological Survey of India. The federal government organizations also can be onboarded, linked, and seamless NOC approval can be obtained. That ensures speed and scale in the implementation. It uses advanced ICT capable of using future-ready technologies like artificial intelligence and machine language tools. These are some of the modules the Sujog has. It has an online building plan approval system providing end-to-end digitization of the building plan, which has an inbuilt auto scrutiny for scrutiny of the drawings and giving the approvals. It has a layout approval module. It has a land and building regularization for regularizing the unauthorized plots and buildings. Whenever we come up with another regularization scheme, we can use this module. We have a trade license which provides for online application, payment, renewal of trades, which simplifies the process, streamlines the process, and ensures time-bound approvals process. And we also have a public grievances online registration and redressal module, which also provides for public rating of the grievance redressal system. We also have a property tax, finance and accounts module, water and sewerage module, marriage registration, including the fast tracking of the marriage registration process, which is called a Tatkal registration. And we have a module called urban services monitoring, where the basic services to the slums like water supply, street lighting, garbage collection from homes can be tracked on real-time basis, on daily basis, to understand whether the services are provided to the slums in the remote cities, remote towns or not, and the timely escalation of those failure of the services also inbuilt into that. And we have an FSSM module for fecal sludge and septage management, which digitally tracks the desludging process, transportation of the sludge, and the arrival of the sludge in the processing facility and the scientific disposal. It also helps in optimizing the cesspool vehicle operations in the city. And we also have Mukta Soft, which manages the urban wage employment program, ensuring speedy implementation of the program, as well as efficiency in fund utilization and timely delivery of the payments. And as I said, that we have 6 basic data registries, master registries, property registry, employee registry, several registries we have, which are used by various modules for providing various services. We have 12 core services dealing with the collection, billing, location-based, and 12 plus modules are in operation, and 15 plus integrations have been done to provide these services. And through implementation of Sujog, we have achieved several major reforms mandated by the state as well as by the federal government here. And our layout approval system is with auto scrutiny is India's first, one of India's first auto scrutiny, and it has a payment anytime and anywhere through the Bharat billing payment system as well as the WhatsApp payment system. And this system also provides for one house, one fee concept. When you have a house, the house has to pay electricity dues, property tax, water tax, sewerage tax, and a number of other charges. There has to be one fee which consolidates and it can be collected instead of multiple agencies, multiple departments, and multiple transactions happening to simplify, to streamline, and to make living easy for the citizens. And the GIS is integrated to ensure fast approval of the construction permit and layout approval permit. And rating-based public grievances redressal services has been introduced, empowering the citizens to rate the government services as well as the grievance redressal services. And trade license process has been completely streamlined with instant provisional issues. As soon as you apply, you can get the provisional certificate pending field verification. And for water sewerage services, we have deployed women self-help groups, not so educated from the localities, and they are provided with mobile point of sale devices and trained. Now they are the bill general. They are our agents, government's agents, cities agents in the field from the locality to collect to do the water meter reading and raising the bill and collecting the water charges using the platform. So, and we have online NOC for a single platform from multiple authorities. You can get the online for which facilitates the building construction permission. And as I said, we also have the marriage registration Tatkal facility. This fast tracking it. Just in 5 working days, this provides for issue of marriage license. And one digital public infrastructure, which on which we built the Sujog platform, has enabled multiple partners working for the department, working for multiple programs like Sujog with PwC and UI. We have come up with this. And for FSSM also, we worked with the Gates Foundation, we worked with UM's Urban Management Center with the help of UNICEF, Wash Institute, and digital FSSM, that FSSM module has been onboarded. We worked with the MSc, we worked with the Gates Foundation to come up with a module called Mukta Soft to support the urban wage employment program that has been onboarded in 2023. And we have sanitation workers welfare module for that under the Gariba scheme. Again, worked with the Urban Management Center and the Gates Foundation. So you can work on multiple modules, multiple partners, and all those things can be onboarded. And the urban services monitoring system, as I said, to monitor the various urban services in the slum areas like water supply, street lighting, and sanitation. The major impacts: Sujog working in 115 cities with 12 modules with more than 1.5 million transactions impacting 10 million people, helps in improving the quality of public services for the citizens, which helps in achieving SDG 11. FSSM module, again, implemented in 69 cities and 1,749 rural clusters with more than 50,000 successful trips completed, and more than 133,000 kiloliters of sludge transported, scientifically treated, and disposed of, helps in achieving the untreated waste in the cities and towns, and helps in achieving SDG 6 for getting clean water and sanitation. And the Mukta Soft, which is implemented in 25 cities and towns as of now, has helped in catalyzing the frictionless and timely payment delivery, helps in achieving SDG 6, which is towards decent work and economic growth. What are the major success recipes we found in Sujog, in implementing Sujog? One is we need to have a very strong political support. That's the base, that's the foundation on which the reform can be built. We need to have very strong administrative will for reforms, for implementing the reforms. We need to have a very strong appetite for implementing long-term reforms. And we need to stitch a very strong partnership ecosystem. And the partnership ecosystem should be built on mutual respect and dignity. The challenges which we faced in the implementation of this, the external challenges are we need to have the right kind of policies to implement any reform. Say Sujog also, you need to have the act rules and regulations aligned for it, and we should be prepared to amend, change the act rules, regulations whenever required and wherever required. And that should not take, that would delay, any delay in that would also delay in implementing the reform process or implementing Sujog or this kind of DPA program. And next is the behavioral aspect. We need to develop a team working culture. We need to make the software development team and the sectoral team, which is working on the property tax or for the water supply or the municipal official, they should work together with the development team, and together they should be made jointly responsible for this. And we should not have the attitude of blaming, the developer or the vendor. Normally, we don't call them as vendor; we call them as an implementing partner. So on equal footing. So their failure is our failure. Their success is our success. The success has to be achieved jointly. We believe in that. And many a times the quality of information they get, the development team gets, the quality of inputs they get, that decides the quality of output, quality of the program. So the quality depends on the kind of quality of interactions we have with the development team. So we need to have full ownership of the development process. It can't be left to the development team or to the vendor to say. And capacity, we need to have the right kind of capacity. We need to build it. If you don't, normally we don't have this capacity in the urban local bodies or in the state to develop this, to implement this kind of program. We need to build it. It has to be a conscious process, deliberate process, and we need to retain people, train people, and to retain them till the entire journey is over. I am happy to say that in Odisha, the team which is involved in this continues for the past 5 years. Till now, they continue, and we need to have the right infrastructure for creating this kind of thing. And some of the intrinsic challenges are the people and process. We need to actually standardize the workflow. We need to re-engineer the process. We need to understand. We need to revisit the scrutiny levels and the approval levels in the hierarchy. And those things will continue to, as and when there are changes, we need to make changes. And there are challenges in the enhancement and constant enhancement and upgradation of the program. It's not that the module becomes static. So it requires, as and when we also in the government, we also keep changing the process, making changes in the laws, acts, and all with the changing times. And our module should be flexible enough to undergo those changes. So there are challenges in the conceptualization process. There are challenges in the implementation and the operationalization process. We need to be aware of it, and we should be prepared for it. And what are the critical success factors? Proper requirement generation. We need to understand what we need, what kind of module we want to have, what kind of outputs we need, what outcomes we intend to generate. So we need to have clarity on it, and the team should work on it. Otherwise, we should not be giving the requirements in installments. Once we give, then we need to freeze it. So we need to think, foresee, and then give in full. That helps the development team. We need to develop a flexible system. It should be dynamic enough to uh, 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 to, to 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 cope with the changes that is happening. And data migration is a project within the project we have mentioned, because it's a huge challenge we need to be aware of right from the beginning. From when we move from one system to another system, the data migration becomes a major issue. We need to be aware of it, and we need to work on it. And we need to foresee and put in place the right infrastructure for operating this kind of system. And collaboration is the key to success. We need to have collaborative mindset, partnership mindset, and attitude is very, very important. We need to have patience to implement this kind of reform program, and we should not give up midway. And we have to have a strong appetite for creating long-term public good. We need to have strong leadership to drive this. And many a times we may think that we committed a mistake, we regret all those things. And we need to be very, very sure, if you are committed to creating a long-term public good, if you are committed to public reform, then we need to be very sure that you have the right partner, And once we have the right partner, we should decide that divorce is not an option. Midway quitting the journey is not an option. And believe me, there is light at the end of the tunnel, and it's a wonderful journey. And we had a very ordinary team with no background, with no capacity, built it over a period of time. And our strength was the extraordinary commitment we had, and we had the appetite for reform. And our team, an ordinary team, could make this happen. And if we can make it, you can also make it. Technology alone is not enough for a better tomorrow. Visionary leadership and strong policies drive digital public good. I wish all the best. Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity.
G. Mathi, we appreciate. Thank you so much for your time as well. And definitely we'll be taking questions if possible. If there's a question, if you could join us later on, we'll appreciate. But because of time, it's 18 minutes past 11. We want to take a break, 20-minute break. 20-minute break. Let's meet here in 20 minutes. So that will be 11:40. 11:40, let's be here to kick off the next installment of the event. Thank you so much indeed. So remember, we still have the experience workshops outside and a lot to learn. Connect, network. Let's meet 11:40. And ladies and gentlemen, immediately after break, remember we have a technical track, Nyati Room. If you're interested in any technical things, please let's meet also exactly 11:40 at Nyati Room. Thank you so much indeed. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 39 minutes past 11. Kindly make your way to the meeting area so that we can kick off the next installment of our engagement. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We kick off the next installment. And ladies and gentlemen, in case you are a technical software developer, architect, please, you can meet another incredible team in Nyati Room. Just keep right, exit right, then first right to Nyati Room. This is to technical teams, software developers and architects. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. right. (11:44). We still have very key remarks to be made. So welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Welcome. Rex, you're still there? Thank you so much, appreciate it. Winston, I can see you, and I also noted, it was your question, right? It was a question, yeah. Received it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sandeep is still there. Thank you so much. Appreciate. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin. Let's begin because of time. So we're considering some very critical aspects here. We're told we should ensure nobody is left behind. The future should not just be predictable, we must create it. So in case you have any questions, we'll be using the Menti platform. But in the meantime, just to get us warmed up for the session, because this is beyond today. And one clarion call I heard is, it's not just about technology, it's about people, empowering people. And technological advancement is not just about having mobile phones. It's about being able to provide services to people. Creating transparency. That trust, that even if you don't tell people about trust, they see the way you govern yourself. And they can say, we trust this person, we trust this system, we trust this governance system. You have that digital backbone to deliver services. Everybody, let's just be upstanding for a moment. Let's just be upstanding. Let's just be upstanding. Let's just be upstanding. I mean, blood flow is important. If you sit for 30 minutes without moving, you're doing a disservice to your body. So simple actions. Just check. Look at what's on the screen. Let's go, everybody. Come on. And you can give it a dance feel, okay? So it's not just robotic movement. No. Give it a dance. Oh. And by the way, later on, we want to see some Indian dance styles. We'll find out. Okay, let's go. Come on. Give it a groove. Come on. Fantastic. Boom. Let's go. Fantastic. That's it. Okay. Let's go. Anthony, I can see you. Okay. Fantastic. Why don't you give yourselves a big round of applause? Fantastic. Well done. Thank you so much. You may kindly take your seats. And just to encourage you at any given time, after 30 minutes, just stretch your legs a bit. We want you to leave here. Your mind is stable. Everything, you're okay. All right? Just stretch your hands 30 minutes so that you're keeping active. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for our first engagement. If you have questions, the Menti platform is on. It's 11:49. For the next speakers, ladies and gentlemen, we'll give you a timer. Once you hear this sound, that's the sound of a clock ticking. It means you have just 1 minute to close, because right now time is one of our greatest assets. So it's 11:50. So for the next 20 minutes, we are ready to listen. Partner impact story, Digit at the forefront of market innovations, agri e-courts. Please welcome, we have Suresh Gopal Akrishnan, founder and CEO, Beehive Software. Welcome. Welcome, 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 welcome. Joined as well by Prasanna. Ooh, apologies. So 20 minutes, yours. The timer will be guided. Welcome. Once you're ready, the timer will start.
It's off, Suresh. Go ahead.
Hello everyone, can you hear me? Yeah, thanks for being here to listen to us. And so we are the tech partners of eGovernment's Foundation, and we work with them on building the core Digit platform as well as implementations on top of Digit. And today, actually what we're going to do is show you a few implementations of Digit, which are quite innovative in terms of, like, Digit was initially built for public governance, but we have used Digit for few other use cases, such as agriculture, judiciary, renewable energy, and the health that you saw. I mean, initially it was built and then in platform. So we'll go over some of these use cases and show you how Digit has been used so well in building these powerful systems. And actually, one of the things we wanted to highlight here was the reason we are able to build such powerful systems on top of Digit is because of the way Digit has been built. It's actually built for scale. It's very versatile, right? And in the previous discussions, when you saw basically Viraj talk about payment is a payment, I mean, for any system. So Digit offers a lot of these common services which help build very powerful systems. And in our opinion, or not just opinion, but what we have seen is, if you were to build a full-fledged system from scratch, basically, if you use Digit, you would have a lot of savings in terms of time, effort, and basically, and also get the power of the platform. So I think easily around 50 to 60% of your time and effort will be saved if you use Digit to build something, because it has so many such common services already, right? So that is another major advantage of using Digit. So now, basically, I'll hand it over to Prasanna to show you some of the systems we have built. Yeah.
Thank you, Suresh. So yeah, let's head into, so the way we wanted to do this presentation is, we wanted to talk about the solutions that we built and probably a small video to showcase snapshots of the applications themselves, because that will leave a long-lasting impact is what we thought. Let's get started. So the first thing that we wanted to focus on is the solution that we built for agriculture use case. So this is called the Digital Farmer Services. One of the common challenges that farmers face is difficulties in accessing the various schemes that the governments have, right? So governments provide a lot of subsidies. They provide a lot of schemes that farmers can apply to, right? Now, there is no unified registry where all these services are listed. There is no aggregate solution, aggregator service kind of a thing where you can go a single place where you can go in and apply for these schemes and things like that. So to address this problem and also to educate farmers on the various infrastructure that is provided for them or learnings, labs, for all of that, we built a DFS as a DPG. So we built this for, so this is built as a DPG and it is deployed on yeah, so DPG is a digital public good. I think the audience knows what it is. So yeah, so the first implementation is in the state of Bihar. So it is actually used by over 500,000 farmers. It provides them access to over 50 schemes across 3 state and central government departments. Let me quickly step into the actual video itself. This will basically play. This is like a small 1-minute video. I'll walk you through all of these. So this gives you access to government schemes. It enables farmers to discover the various schemes that are there and apply for these various agricultural schemes. This is a streamlined digital application and it helps you track the various schemes, apply for them, and kind of track what is happening with the scheme. Whether if there is some amount of subsidy that they're getting, how soon will that come to their account, or you have a unified passbook through which you can maintain balances for all your schemes and things like that. There is also market linkages where you get real-time access to the financial trends of how much you can sell your crop for. So in a particular market, what is the the price trend for your crop, all of that. There are also agricultural advisory services where we deliver soil health, weather updates, expert farming recommendation, access to soil testing laboratories, access to logistical functions like cold storage, and other agricultural advisory services. So all of that is provided through a single unified mobile application. The other powerful module that is built is the grievance redressal module. This allows the farmers to report and track issues related to scheme applications. So there is an escalation matrix that is built behind it, which automatically escalates it to the various people in the government if the appropriate person is not taking action. So there are, you can build in strict SLAs so that there is a timely delivery of schemes, and if there are any concerns that the farmers have, it gets redressed immediately. So this is the DFS application that we built. It's actually used in Bihar, as I've mentioned. 500,000 farmers use it.
The very large states in India, and yeah, actually we've built it for Bihar, and it's being built as a digital public good, an open source system, so that it can be used everywhere.
Yeah. The next application that we built on top of Digit is for judiciary. So one of the common challenges that is there in India, the judicial system in India, is it is burdened by a massive case backlog and manual processes, resulting in significant delays in delivering justice. So Drishti, which is the dispute resolution system, it was built as a way to leverage technology to solve this problem. The first use case that was tackled as part of this was check bounce cases, because check bounce cases have a more linear, logical, rule-driven workflows. So we automated, we built an application that automated resolutions of check bounce cases. So this is actually deployed in, this is currently deployed in, is actually being tested in a court in a court system in Kerala. So what Drishti aims to do, it aims to significantly reduce the backlogs and accelerate justice delivery. Early pilots indicate about 60% savings in resolution times. So what this application provides is it provides an online e-filing and scrutiny system. It allows for electronic submission of case documents, electronic submission, electronic verification of all the documents, filing the petition. You can onboard a lawyer into the system. A litigant can onboard a lawyer into the system. So all of that can be done as part of the application. So even the verification is done automatically. Then you have rule-based workflows, which automates certain case processing workflows through predefined legal rules. So it is multilingual because, again, this is for a state in Kerala which uses this language called Malayalam. So that the screen showed you the application in Malayalam. Judges can issue summons and warrants directly through the application themselves. It is integrated with the e-post of the Indian government, through which the summons and warrants can directly be sent to the litigants and the petitioners and the defendants and whoever. So this enables timely legal compliance, and the whole application is multi-channel and multilingual. So multi-channel because you have this over the web. You can also use this application over the mobile, and this is also being built as a digital public good so that the presence of Drishti can be expanded to other states in the country and to other caseloads, to tackle other caseloads as well.
One thing I wanted to emphasize is that Digit actually allows a lot of integrations with different systems, because if you want to build something for the government, right, there'll be so many different systems you need to integrate with, and if you see these two use cases that we've shown so far, basically the number of integrations will be a lot, right? So basically, Digit's one of the most powerful features is its interoperability, and it's how it allows you to integrate with other systems. And that's what...
A good use case is for the digital farmer services, right? The 50 schemes that you saw, the schemes are all operated by the various government departments, right? So government departments, they have their own way of, they have their own applications for processing these schemes, right? So it is difficult for the farmer to go into each application and register for a particular service. So what we've built as part of the digital farmer service application is a low-code application through which you can onboard any new government scheme in a matter of days as against weeks and months of testing and integration. So say tomorrow there is a new government scheme that you want to onboard, which is already digitized and it's already available through some other portal. Digit system is so powerful and so interoperable that it enabled us to build a scheme integration platform through which just go ahead, drag, drop certain things, say, hey, these are the information that you require. This is the so this is the application that you need to submit it to, and boom, it goes live. So the application is all well tested. Because Digit is all well tested and the underlying building blocks are all well tested, it enables us to deliver this service fast. It enables us to deliver this integration fast, and it enables us to go live faster.
And one of the things, once it's made into a DPG, so see, like earlier someone was mentioning about, like there are different vendors like who build different software systems, right? And then you have to integrate all of them. Now, with something like this, like if it's already been implemented in a place, and then there are issues that they faced, and we fixed all those issues, so we are making the system more and more robust. And then Digit itself is a very robust system. It's actually been used for so many different things. So ultimately what happens each time there's one more implementation, it becomes even better. So that power of a DPG, I mean, you can leverage by implementing it for your use cases. Yeah.
This is something that we just started building. This is in the renewable energy space. We call it Saura e-Mitra. So a lot of health centers are present in remote locations which do not have access to power, right? So the only way of delivering electricity to these places is through solar power panels or any other sustainable power management system. So the challenge with implementing such systems is that how do you know when something goes wrong at the solar power the solar cells within a particular public health center? How do you send out a technician to such a place? How do you track the resolution of such problems? So in order to handle this particular use case, Saura e-Mitra was launched. We are building this solution. Let me quickly walk you through the workflow that we have. So typically it starts off with someone goes in, assesses the healthcare facilities energy needs. They install the required solar power plants. The whole quality checking process happens. It goes online, right? Then it is connected to a remote monitoring system, which basically detects any issues with the inverter directly, and if there are any issues, it automatically raises a ticket in the grievance redressal system. It also allows the public health centers to raise tickets, to track those tickets, and there is an escalation matrix built in. There is a CRM system built in that on top of it that will allow officials to basically go in and assign a particular ticket to a technician who's there in a particular locality. Then the technician can go in. They can go in and they can diagnose the problem. They can fix it. Hey, in most of the cases, it might not even be a real problem, right? I mean, you go there, they realize that it's not a real problem. It's probably something else. They close the ticket. Then public health centers have mechanisms where they can re-raise the tickets, and then finally the issue gets resolved, and the PHCs and other stakeholders are notified. You can monitor the whole process through strict SLAs, and any violation in SLAs can be basically investigated further, and further action can be taken. So this is something that we're building right now.
So yeah, because we can't show this because we have not yet built it. We have just started building it. So yes, we just thought it's a pretty interesting use case, a different use case where we are using Digit beyond what it was meant for. So we thought we should show this.
So Viraj spoke about Digit for Health, right? This is the health campaign management system. We built this along with eGovernance Foundation. We were one of their technology partners which built this application. Yeah, so it is actually live in about 5 countries in Africa. 10.5 million beneficiaries have been served across for multiple disease management like malaria and other diseases. So here's a quick snapshot of the application. So there is so this provides a comprehensive campaign digitization. You have a it starts right from micro planning till so it goes on to stock management and stock tracing, to service delivery, and then finally to decision making. So all of this is digitized. So there is a mobile application that the field worker can take in to the field to basically go ahead and provide the service. It could be a bed net. It could be indoor residual spray. It could be whatever. It could be any service that you're delivering.
This is being used for malaria.
Yes.
Dealing with malaria. So, yeah, the campaigns to distribute nets and medicines and others across countries. Yeah.
Yes. So Digit has powerful monitoring and reporting capabilities. This provides real-time monitoring to the decision makers and stakeholders so that they can make more data-driven decisions. They can decide, which stock needs to go where, is a campaign being successful, are teams that go, what is the impact of each of the teams that are going and delivering, how are they performing against other teams in various geographical locations. So all of that can be tracked and monitored using this system.
So actually we'll be having a product showcase booth outside, and we can actually show you these applications to you in detail. And we'll also be happy to discuss any requirements that you have. Like, we'll be happy to discuss how Digit could be utilized for solving some of those things. So the purpose of this thing was just we give you a glimpse, and then we're there to discuss with you in detail about it. Because we only had 15 or 20 minutes, so we can do more than that.
Yeah, we'll be happy to, we'll be outside, we'll be happy to show you the applications that we've built. We'll take you through in detail. Yep.
So do you have any questions?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much indeed for that. We do have a gift of appreciation. Big round of applause, please. And in case you have questions, we'll take them at the very end of the presentation. So please take note of the Menti platform. Just go to menti.com, that's menti.com, the code 76200513. A big round of applause. Asante san. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well done, well done. Thank you so much. And a photo session there. Thank you so much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick information here. If you are part of a tech team, you're a software developer, architect, please, we have an incredible team at Nyati Room at the moment. So if you want to join them, you can go straight ahead. Just exit, keep your right, first turn to your right. You will see Nyati Room. That is for the technical teams and software developers and architects. Thank you so much. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, 15 minutes, partner impact story Digit at the forefront of innovations industry. Welcome, Pravimal Abhishek. Welcome, welcome, welcome. 15 minutes. We have our timer set. All right, Pravimal. All right, we'll move on to our next speaker. Partner Deloitte. Pravimal is there. Pravimal joining us online. Thank you, Vibhor, for that. Pravimal is online, joining us shortly. Online already. 15 minutes. Pravimal, over to you.
My gratitude and thanks to eGov Foundation for giving me this opportunity. Today I'm going to present the impact story of how we've used Digit technology stack to improve the governance of industrial estates in India and in particularly in the state of Goa. So my presentation is, I hope, available to everybody and you're able to see my screen. So what was the vision behind this project? The vision was that we were guided by this vision of the United Nations Secretary General's roadmap for digital cooperation, where there was an emphasis laid on promotion of the digital public goods to create a more equitable world, because these are open source technologies, and by leveraging these open source technologies, the developing world can cut the cost and the implementation times and ensure that the public service delivery can be improved by leveraging technology. In our country, our Prime Minister had also set a vision that India's digital public infrastructure should be scalable, secure, and inclusive so that it can be shared with the rest of the globe. So starting with that vision, we have embarked on this journey to improve the governance in industrial estates, because we recognize that the ease of doing business is extremely important for fueling the industrialization. And also that I hear a lot of echo. Yeah. So we recognize that the ease of doing business is extremely important to fuel industrialization in India, to create jobs, and to create opportunities also for young people to start businesses and to be a part of the economy. So when we decided to improve our industry governance, we looked at the existing DPGs which are available, that we could leverage, that we could customize and configure it for the requirement of management of industrial estates. So we got introduced to the Digit team of the eGov Foundation team, and we have decided that we will take an evolutionary approach of taking digit from municipal administration to something completely like a industry governance. So we have used the digit technology stack. We have customized those technology stack for the purpose of the industry governance. We have added some new technologies that are not existing in the digit, and we want this complete package of the industry technology stack to be free of cost, to be open source, to be like a DPG that can be available for anybody to scale it, to use it, and to implement it. Just like Digit, this platform is also completely a microservices architecture. So what were the key steps that we have taken in this journey to improve the industry governance? Of course, the most important step is that the regulatory reforms have to be in place. Many times when we talk about digitization or when we implement e-governance solution, we fail to recognize the importance of the underlying regulatory reforms that are required. And so as a first step, what we have done is to examine all the existing laws pertaining to the Industrial Development Corporation in Goa, identify critical gaps in those regulations, and take steps to simplify those regulations. So in Goa, we had 5 different set of laws that govern how land is given to the industries and how various permissions are granted to these industries. So we have taken this one critical step to consolidate all those 5 regulations into one simple document, to eliminate redundancies, to standardize the procedures, and to make them time-bound and transparent. So this was the first step that we did in order to improve the ease of doing business in Goa. On top of these regulatory reforms, we wanted to ensure that the public service delivery is effective and efficient. So we realized that if we can leverage Digit, which is an open source technology stack, we would be able to deploy these solutions in a much faster way at a very low cost, and we would be able to provide high quality services with highest standards of privacy to our investors who are coming from across the world. So in this implementation of the Digit, we have not just looked at workflow automation, but we have looked at automation of the core services that we are offering to the industries. I will explain to you what this automation of core services is in the coming slides. Secondly, our objective was also to make all the services faceless, time-bound, and transparent. So what does our technology offer to industries? Currently, we have 6 modules which are available for the industries to utilize. These include estate, legal, payments, online building plan approval system, engineering, which is nothing but the civil works module, and the real-time dashboards. Some of these modules existed in the original Digit framework. Some we have customized, some we have added to it. So through the estate module, we showcase to the investors what are the available plots for investments, and we also conduct all the allotment processes completely online through the estate module. Once the allotment process is completed, a lot of industries come to sign the contractual documents with us. Even the contractual documents are prepared on this Digit platform under our legal module. All the payments that the industries make to us are also completely automated under this module. And the most effective and the most interesting feature that we were able to offer to the industries is a full-fledged online building plan approval system that today, even if my investor is situated in UK or Europe or Africa or any other part of the world, they can access this online module. They can have their architects sitting in some other part of the world, and they can ensure that their building plans are getting an approval in Goa for their industry or for their factory. In addition to it, we have also provided dashboards to the industries. These are publicly viewable dashboards which showcase the performance of the corporation on various metrics that Government of India has set for us. So what is the impact of this implementation of this Digit in Industrial Development Corporation? In India, we have something called as a Business Reform Action Plan, which is prepared by the Government of India. In business reform, under the Business Reform Action Plan, we measure the impact of a business reform in terms of the time reduced for a particular service, the number of documents reduced for a particular service, and the number of steps that have been reduced in order to deliver one specific service to an industry. So I want to take this case of allotment of plot to industries. With the regulatory reforms and also the digit implementation, we were able to reduce the time by more than 50%, documents by almost 60%, and steps by more than 55%. The actual impact of the regulatory reforms and the implementation of the digit is as follows. Before 2023, when we did not do our business reforms, it used to take almost 8 to 9 months for an industry to get their allotment done. And after we implemented the regulatory reforms, without having any digital solutions, we were able to reduce the time to 3 months. But when we implemented digit along with our regulatory reforms, the amount of time that we saved for the investors is phenomenal. And today we are able to give allotment to industries in a span of 5 to 6 days. So that is the average time that we currently take to provide the allotment of plot to any industry. So this is the impact that I want to tell all the participants who are attending this today's conference. Similarly, for all the building permits also, with the reforms in the regulations as well as the implementation of the DPG, we were able to significantly reduce the time, document, and steps. Overall, if we look at all the services that the corporation is offering to the industries, we've been able to achieve a reduction in time by 60%, documents by 62%, and steps by 68%. Some of the key innovations that we have incorporated into this digit implementation is that we have provided the pre-scrutiny tool for building plan approvals. The digit technology stack had the online building plan approval system, but we decided that we should provide a pre-scrutiny tool wherein the architect can first check whether their plan is in compliance with the regulations and then only go ahead with the submission. So this pre-scrutiny tool is free of cost. It is like a sandbox, and as an architect, one can submit as many number of plans as possible in the pre-scrutiny tool and get a very clear report as to where there are gaps as far as the plan is concerned. All the orders, all the legal documents and invoices that we generate for the industries are completely system generated, and there is very, very minimal human intervention, and in some cases there is absolutely no human intervention. So all the orders, invoices, typically that we sit and write, sometimes that takes a lot of effort, time, checking, vetting. All this thing is eliminated because of the system generated orders, indentures, and invoices. We also have a real-time application tracker that industries can use. And as I mentioned, the public open dashboards are available for the industries to look at the performance metrics of the corporation. So I would like to showcase some of the screenshots of the real-time application tracker. So if you are an industry, once you submit a plot, you will be able to know what is the submission date and how it is proceeding forward for the approval, and currently it is pending with whom. We have clearly laid out benchmarks at every level, and in case any officer in the hierarchy exceeds the time limit prescribed, that gets flagged as a delay to the superior officer, thereby ensuring accountability and transparency along the entire process flow. So these are some of the scenarios of the real-time tracker, where you can see that there is a delay, where you can see that there could be a case of rejection also. These are some of our performance dashboards. Again, these dashboards have been compiled in compliance with the Business Reform Action Plan requirements of Government of India. So we typically look at 4 metrics. One is the total applications received. How many are the applications approved? What is the percentage time in which the applications, how many applications were approved within the prescribed time, and what is the total fee incurred? Based on these metrics, we give performance scores, and this performance is not given only for the aggregate services, but also for the individual specific services that the corporation provides to the industries. So these are some of our sample dashboards. We have also ensured and recognized, this is a very, very important aspect in e-governance implementation, that ensuring that the stakeholders are trained, ensuring that the stakeholders are familiar is extremely important for the success of the e-governance tool. So we have prepared user manuals for all stakeholders. We have conducted several training programs for our internal staff, for the industries, and also orientation workshops for the architects on how they can prepare plan and get approval on the digital technology stack. Currently, we are looking at certain ongoing developments. In addition to the existing modules, we are creating a GIS-based industrial land bank information system so that the industries can exactly locate their plot on a GIS-based platform, calculate the distance of their plot from certain amenities like the nearest fire station, nearest railway station, fort, highway, etc., so that they can plan their investments with a much more clarity than what is currently happening. We are also incorporating a finance and accounting module so that all the accounting of the corporation, the internal financial management is completely digitized, automated, and there is zero human interference. So these are some of the key achievements that we have been able to achieve, through implementation of Digit. And I think Digit is an excellent tool for accelerating adoption of technology, adoption of e-governance solutions, and we have been able to do it successfully. Whereas Digit was originally meant for municipal administration, we could take that technology stack and we could use it for industry purpose. And I think this is a wonderful example of how flexible Digit is. And I'm very confident this workshop will open up more opportunities and more learnings and insights for the people in Kenya. And then I'm more than happy to be connected in future if any of these solutions can be shared with participants in the workshop. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Prof. Imal, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much indeed. Okay, up next, ladies and gentlemen, 15 minutes. Please welcome partner Deloitte, Digit at the forefront of market innovations, public works, Abiray. Big round of applause. For him, please. Thank you.
Am I audible? Audible? Thank you. So, good afternoon, and thanks to Mr. Parimal for giving me such a good start, because we were the implementing agency and the partner for this great open platform which we have done in last 1 year or so. To start with, I'd like to thank eGov Foundation for arranging such an insightful event today, and also I'm really honored to be present over here on this stage and take you through with our journey in Digit, how we have actually unbundled Digit solution and rebundled it again and take it to the different markets. Okay. So in next 10 to 15 minutes time, what I would do is I'll take a step back. We have discussed a lot about the Digit platform, how it works, what are the components. Some of my friends from other partnership firms, they have also talked about how they have taken to, or how they are using it in different areas, like in agriculture, in some other areas, environment, etc. So 2 years back, when we actually started this journey, taking Digit in different places, okay, the first biggest hurdle or the concept or the idea which the clients or the government had, they used to say that Digit, it is made only for to provide the services towards the municipal corporations to the citizen. Why do you want to use Digit in some other areas? Yes, that was to some extent true. So you can see that this part of this, on the left side or the right side of it, the base Digit has almost 16, 17 modules, okay, which are mainly covering the services that are being provided for different urban local bodies to cater to their citizen needs. If you talk about the license system, if you talk about the tax module, you talk about the water and sewerage, you talk about any permissions, certificates, solid waste management, the other other areas, the internal services like the finance and accounts, the HR module of the employees, those were mostly to cater to the urban local body related services, be it G2G, be it G2C, be it G2B. But Digit has the best, thing that this has a modular architecture. Apart from this, it is cloud agnostic, it is open source, there is no licensing cost. My previous speakers have already talked about this. I'm not getting into that. But this modular architecture, I'd like to highlight on that. This modular architecture actually has helped us taking out different modules, from the entire platform and take it to the different other domains which are non-urban. So we have taken it to the beyond the boundaries of non-urban areas. So what we did, we basically did is we identified the major modules, okay? The tax module, the licensing, the permissions, the finance, the accounts, all those stuff, okay? And then we discussed with different, the clients, okay? And we tried to understand what are the requirements. So if you think, so there are some other features also which can actually be used horizontally for all the modules, okay? Like identity and access management system, the document management system, the content management system, so on and so forth. So we created those additional modules which can actually work, throughout all the service specific modules. So that's what have been done by us. But that was not enough to take it to the different other, non-urban specific service areas. So what we have done is, again, we have taken all the Digit modules separated. Registration, assessment, whatever. You can think of all 14, 15 main module along with 20, 30 sub-modules. We have actually splitted all the modules separately and added our additional modules which we had created, like the IDAM, like the document management system, and so on and so forth. And then we did the rebundling of the entire stuff. So we did a industry governance, which Mr. Pravimal has already talked about, where we have taken this registration, application management, automated payment, building plan approval of all those already existing modules of Digit, as well as the additional modules we have created, that IDAM, DMS, etc. So that success story has already been talked about, and in fact I would say that already Mr. Pravimal has told, but overall in many cases we have got almost 90% efficiency. Okay, so some building plans, they should take around 3 months to get approved for an industry. But right now, it's been taken maximum 10 minutes, if not less. So my colleague Obed is there, and we have a booth outside. He can actually demo all these, these impact stories, the industry governance, the education, work management, and so on and so forth there, and showcase all the individual areas where actually we have worked on. So without wasting more of time, what I'll do is I'll take you to the next slide that is on the education, what we have done. The public works management. So in public works management, that was another area where we got a lot of queries from different clients that yes, government's main agenda, especially the countries like India, they are developing countries. So there are a lot of infrastructural activities, projects are going on. Okay, so the government needs a kind of comprehensive system which can actually take care of end-to-end management of all their infrastructure projects, be it a bridge project, bridge building roof, bridge project, road project, or any small building projects. They have to do a full-fledged project management thing over there. So we can actually think of taking it into 4 areas. One, the conceptualization part, the project conceptualization, where actually you do the detailed project report, where you talk about the budget, what is required. Okay, you get a lot of administrative approvals to run a project. So that part has got actually completely automated through this new module which we have created. The second one is the procurement part. Now you need to get someone onboarded to actually do the development work. So the vendors will come, they are full-fledged, their selection, their contract management, their other financial evaluations, technical evaluation, the work orders, whatever is there, you think of for a contractor management point of view, that has been covered end to end over here. The third part is the time and cost management, which is most important, project scheduling, project management. Also, the project contract management, contractual management, including the details, standard terms, conditions, the virtual library, if you want to fall back to your previous projects and see that what actually you have done on the similar kind of projects. So everything has been actually taken care of here. Then the final is the quality. So we have added the quality module also here, which actually talk about the project quality, the financial quality, as well as the qualitative part of the material used and so on and so forth. So that part is also has been taken care of. So you can think of the entire end-to-end coverage which has been made through this particular module. And as I said, we created a lot of horizontal modules which will give you the other stuff like the document management. So you have all the contractors, the LOAs, the agreements, their schedulings, everything. So that is getting covered through this document management. You have a proper dashboard and reporting from where you will get the idea that whether the project is running on time, whether there is some other delays, whether you need to pump in more budget, so on and so forth. The contractor management I have already talked about. The GIS integration, the similar thing which Mr. Pravimal has mentioned in his speech. So this GIS integration where there are many remote areas where you cannot go and do the inspection. So through GIS, through satellite images, you can actually sit on your desk and see that whether there is a pothole on the road or not, whether that has been properly handled by the contractor or not. So that kind of automation which we have done, and of course different notifications that has been also covered in this. The next one is the completely different section now. It's the education sector. So we have taken it to the education sector and used different modules of Digit to create the education management system. This education management system actually takes care of the three major parts. One, the student management, their entire life cycle. Once a student actually gets admitted to a school, their admissions test being taken care of, and from there, once he passes out actually, from the school, the entire school, student life cycle management, their results, their progress reports, their attendance, their learning, everything has been taken care of by this. Second, the teachers management. So that is another thing, whether the teacher needs any kind of support, in terms of their teaching towards the students. Also, they need any kind of learning material for their teaching purpose towards the student, their own leave request, their own HRMS part. All the things are being covered through this teachers management part, their attendance, etc. Also, it covers the non-teaching stuff as well. So there are a lot of non-teaching staffs who are there in the in the school or in the education system or in the department. So their part is also getting covered. And third is the infrastructure. Whether the schools have proper libraries, they have the proper classrooms, they have all other audiovisual aids, they get the books on time, or there are a lot of schemes which are being actually run upon. So to attract more and more students, especially the girl children, they should actually come to the school. For those schemes, whether those are running properly, they need an extra budget or not, everything is being covered. So this module actually gives you the entire coverage of the overall end-to-end school management system. So lastly, this is a slide where we can showcase that where actually Deloitte has taken Digit in different areas. It's focused on in India only as of now. 3 live examples which we have actually talked about. One has been talked by Mr. Pravimal, that is the open system, that is industry sector. The other 2 I have already talked, the education sector and the public works management sector. You can see how it varies from one domain to another domain. There are only 2 projects which we are doing on the urban sector. Rest all are from the non-urban sector. You can see the social sector. There are scheme managements, the women and child empowerment. That part also we have created one module for that. It's going to be go live maybe in next couple of months' time. We have a transport sector, completely different thing. The entire transport sector is being actually getting automated by us. Okay, and it's not the road transport only; it is the water transport as well. So that's being taken cover. Also, there are Ministry of External Affairs. There also we are actually implementing this for some specific reasons. So you can see there are almost 6 areas where we have taken separately, and I would say that this is only the tip of the iceberg. Digit has way more capability than this, and we will get a lot of areas to explore the way Digit as a whole has actually evolved over time. So that's all from my side. I have Obed, who is my colleague. Hi, Obed. So he has set up a booth outside, actually, and I'll be very happy to showcase you all these, whatever we have talked about, and various features on that booth. Whenever you get time, please go and visit that. It will be really impactful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much indeed. So get ready for the experiences that will be happening, the showcase of the experiences. In the meantime, we have a gift of appreciation. Thank you so much. There's a question?
Yes, one is digital.
Has it been made into a DPG?
Yes, one has been made into a DPG. That is the open, which Mr. Pravimal has talked. We are in the process of making it. We have applied for that, and that process is going on actually. The other ones are not yet done. Okay, it is the client's property right now. As of now, they are using that. But yes, we can take that thing if it need be. We can use it separately as well.
All right, thank you so much. Let's appreciate Ray. Thank you so much. Make sure you meet him during breaks, especially after lunch. We'll have a whole time engage. Thank you so much. All right, in the meantime, enabling partners for success, how does that really happen? Well, there is a model that delivers that. We're talking about the eGov Partner Engagement Model. To take us through that, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Associate Director, Growth and Partnerships Africa, Equity, Steve Odhiambo. Welcome. A big round of applause for him, please.
Great. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I have the luxury or the honor of going before lunch, so I know the energy is like this. But we'll do my best. My name is Steve Odhiambo. I am the Associate Director for Growth and Partnerships at eGov, Equity. And Equity is our Africa outfit. In case you see the names Equity and eGov Foundation interchangeably, Equity is our Africa team. Now, in the next 18 minutes, I hope to take you through Digit in Africa. I'll take you through our partner network. I'll take you through partner impact, and then finally I'll walk you through our engagement model, our partner engagement model. to start us off, there was a session by Mane Ismail from Djibouti, and she walked you through what we're doing in Djibouti. Djibouti is very close to my heart, so I have the slide on there with the journey, because digital transformation is a journey. It's a marathon. Do we have anyone from Home of Champions? I'm pretty sure we have someone. Yes, yes. So Kenya, we're known for our marathon runners, and that's really the story here. This is a journey, right? So it takes a couple of months to a couple of years to implement, to co-design, to co-create, and then implement digital government solutions. So this story from Djibouti that you all heard, I was part of it from the very beginning. That's why I say it's very close to my heart. I've been in Djibouti for the last 2-3 years now. My passport is almost full of Djibouti visas. I have like 10 or 13 of those. And really, we started out engaging the country, the government counterparts. We started out engaging the local ecosystem, right? So already you start to build this picture of government on one hand, you have private sector on the other hand, and you have the donor community. eGov, we're a non-profit, right? So you have the donor community on the other hand. And this tripartite, I call it the tripartite model, that's essentially how it happens. That's where the magic happens. That's where the journey starts. And I'm very intentional about this Djibouti story, because it doesn't work if one partner is not involved. You need to collaborate, you need to involve all three of these partners. So really, that's one thing I'd like to impress upon you today, as far as the journey. We have folks here from different countries across Africa. It's a journey, right? And we've been able to do that, co-creating and collaborating with our partners. So this is a bit of a footprint across Africa, right? So you have countries where we have MOUs signed, deployed. We have Djibouti there, which is one of our biggest success stories. Nonetheless, we have Mozambique, Liberia, Nigeria, MOUs signed, Burundi, Senegal, Ethiopia, and we have active engagements in Kenya, where we all are today, our host country. We have Togo, Gabon, Congo, Brazzaville, Sao Tome and Principe. Like you see how far across the continent this spreads. And then we have interested countries or ongoing conversations. Uganda, Tanzania, Malawi, we have Madagascar, Burkina Faso, right? So a lot is happening across the continent. Now, this is the A team, and A for Africa, in this sense. If you're in the room, kindly stand up, and I'm looking right at you. Kindly stand up if you're with the eGov Africa team, as I quickly go through these introductions. Round of applause, tafadhali. Sante sana. Unfortunately, some of our team members weren't able to make it. So that's me over there when I was younger and better looking. Then we have Hervé Muneza. If you're in the room, just wave, smile. We have Sandra Akura, all the way from Nigeria. We have James Debra. We have Marius Nakadja and Tranquilin. These are part of our success team in Africa. Thank you so much. Asante sana. And welcome to Nairobi. Karibu. Now, here I'd like to take you through partner impact. Right, so what do we hope to achieve for our partners? What kind of impact? And ecosystem, building sustainable ecosystem is really the crux of what we do. And then as well as scalable, right? So we're looking at speed and scale, where you can, or rather we support, and our partners in reverse, can enable rapid deployment of systems at national or subnational level. And then, of course, in the interest of all of our efforts, is accessible, citizen-centric services or systems. So this is the impact. And how do we do that? How do we build capacity? We do that in 4 distinct ways. Of course, capacity building is at the core, is at the center of our partner engagement model. Reimagination, you can call this service design, you can call this co-creation, right? So we do that through immersive experiences on DPI. We do that through design thinking workshops, right? So very closely with our partners. We have platform assurance, right? So L4 supports technical design and review. And then we have program design. So this is where the magic happens. This is one of the more important and critical, mission critical activities. Where you have program design, you have governance, right? How do we set up steering structures or steering committees, governance committees, and such. Then, of course, you have the technical enablement where we go about training, knowledge exchange, knowledge transfer, playbooks, etc., etc. Let's see here. Yes. Now, I'll walk you through the journey to the National Urban Digital Mission. So this is a success story from India. And in 2018, that's where the reimagination phase started. And you see here we had reimagination workshops, co-design, service design, with key stakeholders across the nation, and really to co-create and publish a national digital strategy. So that's 2018. Remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And in 2019, 2020, we set up a special purpose entity under the Urban Ministry, right? So this is governance, steering structure, steering committee, 4-member unit, supported ministry in setting up this national mission. And in 2021, so ongoing, right? Again, marathon, it's a journey. We went into the acceleration, the implementation phase. So you have MOUs, technical assistance provision, bootstrapped. So again, you see the journey. It's a marathon, it's not a sprint. It's a journey. So what we do as eGov is we provide advisory, right? So hand-holding support, program design, what I just mentioned briefly in the other slide, phasing, right? We've done this over so many years. eGov is 20 years old. We have a lot of experience on that. I talked about the governance advisory bit, setting up a steering committee, PMU, and that's really where the magic happens. Flow of information, stakeholder management, expectation management, and I kind of highlight expectation management because really that's very important for the success. You need to manage expectations very early on, ensure that you're communicating the right thing. So we hold hands and walk our partners through this process. Then, of course, goal setting for adoption, help set implementation plans, roadmaps, timelines, etc., etc. So these are some of the tools within the Digit ecosystem, right? So as far as infrastructure, we have over 170 open APIs, training tools, 500 plus resources, 17,000 hours of training, ecosystem of solvers, innovators, market innovators, we like to call them, 42 solutions built, over $700 million as far as market on Digit. The eGov Academy, this is one of the platforms or tools that we have, support that we offer. So we have a whole bunch of courses here that our partners can learn. In some instances and cases, we invite partners to our office in Bangalore. In other instances, we travel down to the respective country. But then again, capacity development and capacity building, eGov Academy. And this is our playbook. in as far as how we go about building capacity for our tech partners. Again, think of this as a journey. Keep repeating that today. The first month will go about the pre-training work. We have digit certification programs. But the outcome here is that the team will be fit for technical training. In month 2 is where the actual training happens, right? Again, the outcome is the team is fit to set up the development environment. And from month 6 onward, we have the post-training enablement. So again, here the team should be ready to configure and customize the digit instance or the digit system or solution that is being built. And then post year 1, the team making the innovations and building these solutions should be able to contribute, right? And that's about it from me. I see I have about 7.5 minutes left. Thank you very much for your attention. I really appreciate it. Asante sana. I'm happy to take any questions, if there are any. Yes, please. Okay.
How do you get, for example, governments who are interested, teams in government who are interested, how do you enroll them into the academy?
Thank you, Madam Mary. That's a very good question. I'll give a long answer. There's a short answer, but I'll give the long one. So what we would do in such a scenario, specifically for governments, is we go back to the reimagination phase. So we want to understand from the government, what are your requirements? Every government's requirements are unique. Every government's requirements are different, national, sub-national level. So we will have a very detailed conversation and map those requirements out. So the short answer is it will be tailor-made to your needs and your requirements, right? So it's a bit of a journey, and we will engage. And again, based on our experience in the past, we have found, right, so capacity building, change management, those have been very critical areas where you go about a project 2-3 years and then you find out, whoa, the training program or the change management program is misaligned, right? Because of lack of inclusion of the key stakeholder, which is the government. Any other question? Yes, sir.
Thanks, Steve. Sorry, I missed part of your presentation, so my apologies. But just from the beginning and since morning, I think we've been hearing such great things about digital, and I think it does so many different things as being a decentralized architecture. And I think that's really exciting. You can already see so much impact that it's making. So a bit of a devil's advocate question and maybe a skeptical question on my side of things, right, is that I know that there is no software that's perfect. There's always something that there is a gap or there is something that it's missing, right? So if you had to speak about Digit's gaps, what would those gaps be, and in terms of its implementation on a local level in different contexts? I guess just a bit of background on my context is because every city and every country is different. You almost have them having their own needs, right?
Yes.
And so what are those gaps that just someone should be wary of or aware of before implementing such a great tool? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much for the very detailed question, and I love that, and I love the perspective of the critical question. Now, the gaps, there's a ton of them. It's a marathon, it's not a sprint. There's a lot of gaps. And I think the reimagination phase, the very beginning, anyone in this room looking to start out on this journey, that's where you put a lot of your focus. Because you define service requirements, system requirements, user requirements. You understand from the municipality, county, national government, understand their problem, right? The gap here, number one, is don't build something thinking they're going to use it because it's fantastic and it's worked elsewhere, right? So the gap is really understand the problem, I mean, we have a powerful platform, we have a powerful product, right? Then that's where the customization comes, because we understand what needs to be solved. Then we go into customization to create a solution for that. Now, my favorite, our team, I keep repeating this a lot in our meetings, is stakeholder management / expectation management. Because, number one, it's 54 countries in Africa. There's a bunch of different ecosystems and environments, the socio-cultural nuances that you need to take into account when you build the relationship with the stakeholders. That's a gap. It might not appear in the timeline. It's one of those soft, it's not going to be in your timeline, it's not going to be a hard metric that you can track, but it could make or break a project. Absolutely.
So some of the things, now that we are operating in multiple markets, the platform is being used by local ecosystem, is the tooling on Digit. Okay, specifically what we were working on Digit as a next thing is actually giving tools for ease of customization and configuring it locally. So rather than writing your own UI, can we give you a UI framework? We just built an admin console, which is saying it should work like a console. When you open a product, you say, okay, this is my master data, I load it up, rather than writing some code to call the data. So a lot of the focus is actually on tooling for the local ecosystem markets, even developer communities, building a sandbox so people can experience it without us being in the room. So I think when we're designing a model for the next level of scale, that if there are multiple actors in multiple countries building on top of or deploying Digit, what kind of tooling is needed? Rather than building new products, our focus is shifting from building new tools on Digit to make it easy for people who are deploying it in a local context to configure, customize, and sustain it. And the other thing is also simplifying a few things. Because if you're a country of 1 million population, you don't need a platform which can work for 1.4 billion people. So what we're calling Digit Lite, actually a lighter version of Digit for a lower population scale. So those are two main things we're kind of working on Digit. Sorry, Steve.
No, thank you, Viraj. Yes, please.
Yeah.
Because it's open. That's the beauty of Digit actually, because if there are gaps, when we identify a gap, we have the means to fill the gap. So I think that's right.
Okay, can I?
Yes.
All right,
please,
thank you
ahead.
very much. Well, I think my name is Ifweko Karo, Nigeria, compliance professionals. This has really been a very enlightening program. And I'm listening to you in terms of partnership implementation. And I'd like you to please share that capacity where you talked about co-creation and so on. There's a chart that you had there. And I see that, in a sense, tied to what the minister talked about in terms of engaging government. I'm wondering, the academy seems to be focused on the technology partners. Now, the experience we've had is that before we even get to the technology partner level, there's the engagement level.
Absolutely.
There's the political will level. I think, again, one of the presenters' use case experiences talked about, without political will, all this won't happen. What I'm not clear on is how do we partner with you in getting into that reimagination stage? Because I'm just hearing Equity, for example, for the first time at this program. So how do we work with you in Nigeria, for example? We've identified the clients, but how do we work to actually make this happen and translate an idea or an interest to a reality? Thank you.
Thank you for that brilliant question. So, two things, and I like that you pointed out this engagement, right? This reimagination, because that's where the magic happens. If you have no buy-in, you have no implementation, you have no use case. What
we do as eGov is we're a non-profit, right? So we're funded by philanthropic organizations in very specific situations or instances. And I'll take that case in point. We're happy to have the conversation around a POC, a proof of concept. How can we get the proof of concept off the ground, right? And again, I mentioned the tripartite model in the very beginning, right? It's a funding conversation. So we're happy to engage some of our funding partners as well to figure out how do we get this proof of concept off the ground. And for the government partners in this case, funding is a problem. Funding is an issue. So who's going to fund the POC? We're happy to have those conversations. And then once you have traction, you have a product that's actually shown or demonstrated to be working, I think it's an easier conversation going forward.
But before funding, okay.
So with Artha Global and Omidyar network, we also have a academy called DPI Academy, which is basically targeted to policymakers to actually talk about, so it's led by a very distinguished bureaucrat from India who is to run the Aadhaar program. So actually from a policymaker point of view, how they should look at digital transformation. So that is actually, Apolitical is our partner in that from a distribution perspective. So we can share more details with you. So there's Academy which keeps doing sessions and everything. And the other thing I'm saying is if there's a cohesion or convergence that you can create in the local markets, we are happy to come and run a workshop. So there's no, I think, of course, products and everything come later on. I think, and as the question before, I guess, while you can look at what is true in the country, there's a different approach here that we're trying to, adopt. And that's where a lot of the work initially is actually understanding that approach. Not in the context of how should I solve my water problem, but really how do I use technology for development and goals and public service delivery. So we can share more details on the DPI Academy. And the idea is over a period of time, the content from DPI Academy will be available on the eGov Academy also.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. And I guess from a Equity, eGov is the same organization. There's no difference. Equity just does a programmatic work for eGov in Africa.
All right. I see one more here from.
So I think I appreciate the aspects of Digit. My question would come in, where do you integrate or where do you look at the policies, the laws and regulations? Because the digital transformation, over time we've seen that there comes an impediment on the laws and policies. And in the digital transformation era, you do review of your laws and regulations and enactment of new policies and all that together as you go the journey of transformation. So can you explain to us your experience as you enter into collaboration and a partnership? Where does policies and review of regulatory framework come in?
So I think, again, sorry, Steve.
Go for it, yeah.
I think experience in India and in African countries is absolutely on day one. There are two things. One is what is on the platform, what is available on the platform. Then what is a local law, right? Let's say data privacy. How can you share the data? What are the policies around that? So Digit has all the building blocks for you to configure your policy, right? And eGov will help and work with you to decide based on the policy interpretation. But the policy interpretation has to be done locally. It cannot be done by eGov or Digit. I think, again, I keep saying, we only work in countries when there's a local partner. I can't come in and tell government of Kenya what their policy should be and on how it should apply technology. So I guess two things. One is there are some default features on policy, especially on privacy and security that come out of box. And then what you need for local policies that can be configured. And also, we saw in one of the states, they changed the whole policy around how they will assess property tax. They went from a rent-based to a value-based, capital value-based, right? But because, again, I keep saying it's a reusable building blocks that you can rearrange They only had to change a very small part of it to actually make it fit for it. So it's a great, I always say DPI is a great way to accelerate policy implementation because you can quickly reconfigure, repurpose them to, implement a policy. I hope that answers the question, Mary.
Mary, just adding on to what Viraj was talking about, right? So one of the things that we want to do is be part of coalition buildings, right? And I think we talk about how do we come in as partners of a larger coalition where there are government stakeholders, there are people who have vested interests, which is civic society organizations, which is tech organizations locally, who understand the nuances of how that policy will impact the citizens in the country. We come in from the technology angle and say, what is there in Digit today? What will need to change in Digit to be able to implement your policies effectively? But the change on the policy front is driven predominantly locally by the people who are actually going to get impacted by that. And we only layer in a very thin piece on how technology needs to support that.
But I believe the review of policies and regulatory framework is dependent on understanding the Digit framework and architectural design.
Absolutely.
Because it's from what Digit offers where I will ask myself, what are these laws and what are these policies that are not going to support the implementation? So therefore, I believe, as you rightfully said, as you start the incubation, the journey, thinking about where is the country and where do we want to go, then from there you are able to look again, what are the supporting tools, what are the supporting policies that you need to put in place in order to jump frog in the digital transformation.
Absolutely, absolutely. And probably in the breaks we can share some of the work that we've done on the policy work in India around the National Urban Digital Mission, how that was a multi-year journey, how did we do it in stages, what we did. There's a blueprint, we'll be happy to share that with you as well on our learnings from there as well. Thank you.
So I had one question. My name is Derek Lungaho. I work with Medic. We support a DPG in community health. And I'm curious to learn about how you've built your partner network, because we also see that as a single organization, it's impossible to scale it everywhere. And you need to partner and to ensure that others can help you amplify that scale. And then secondly is, it seems there are so many modules in Digit. Is the goal to fill all those verticals, or is there potential to collaborate with others to fill in those gaps, or is the goal to be one self-sufficient, quote-unquote, system? Thank you.
So the short answer, and I'll keep it really short because I'm currently standing between everyone and lunch. So literally, the short answer is we are 100% wanting to work with partners to get those missing pieces, the missing blocks, built in the context of your respective countries. How we do the partnerships and how we build partner networks is something I'm happy to take offline and share with you. We can connect over lunch, and I will talk you through the journey that we've done over the last 8-9 years on building an ecosystem. And a lot of it is a repeated process of showing, doing, validating. It's an iterative process, so you need to show it's done, which is what we call exemplification, and then you bring in people to show them the opportunity of collaborating. And absolutely, I think openness and trust is really what we work on, and saying that we will be there to support you. It's your system, we will capacitize you, and I'm happy to do that more in detail. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much indeed. A big round of applause to Odhiambo there and the eGov Foundation team. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, 13 minutes past 1 p.m. As you exit for lunch, please take note of these. Number 1, get to the registration desk, get a voucher. Very important. Number 2, lunch served, same floor, far right at the terrace. Let's meet here at exactly 2 p.m. to kick off the final installment. Remember, the experience workshops are still on, and more opportunity to learn more. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch served now. 2 p.m. Let's meet here. Thank you so much.
2. Check 2 1 1. Check. Check. Check 2 2. Check. Check. Sound check. 1 2 1 2. Iko sawa. Iko sawa. Sound check. 1 2 1 2.
Wow, it's exactly 2 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. Boom. It's 2 p.m., 2 p.m., 2 p.m. Welcome back, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
Welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, welcome back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 11 minutes past 2 p.m. Say thank you so much for being part of the dialogue so far. I wonder, what's standing out for you? Something memorable? So ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, what do we have? Let's find out. First presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Punjab impact story coming up. After that, first panel discussion. Get ready. Then after that, of course, second panel discussion. Then we close. But before that, a fireside chat. Reflections, insights, the way forward. Then of course we'll have the experience workshops, a moment to connect, to grow together. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, 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 welcome. First timers in Kenya. First time in Kenya? Sandeep, thank you so much. James, okay. Any other person? I'm bringing the microphone to the two of you so that we can hear from you so far. Your quick take-home notes. And this is where you become real. Okay? Just tell us your first impression when you landed. Boom. First impression.
Hi. So my first impression when I landed Kenya. Well, I landed Kenya 1:25 a.m. this morning, so I really don't have a first impression to give. Well, but one thing was when we were driving in to come to the hotel, the city is beautiful at night, for sure. So that was my first experience. Thank you. Sandra.
So we arrived at the same time. But I like it. It's quiet. It's green. It's quiet. I love quiet. I like that you can see the greenery, you can appreciate nature, you can breathe in beautiful, clean, fresh air.
All right. Mr. James, a big round of applause to Mr. James. Thank you. Green, quiet. Okay. So Sandra, James. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Marius. I think
Marius.
Yes. I can say I have maybe the same expression with Sandra because yes, I come yesterday 10 p.m. and I don't have opportunity to go around to see how the city is, but I like you look at it in the night when I'm driving to come in hotel.
All right.
Yes.
Big round of applause to Marius. Oh, is also okay?
Okay. So me too, I arrived yesterday.
Your name?
I arrived yesterday.
Your name?
My name? Okay, Tranquille. Tranquille, yes. It's French.
Tranquille.
Yes. You can say Tranquille in English. So actually, I think the first thing I noticed here is in my country, people drive at the right side. But here, you have to drive at the left side. So it was quite strange for me. So, but I think I will need some time before to be able to drive a car here.
Wow. All right, thank you so much. Why don't we appreciate Sandra, Tranquille, Marius, James, thank you so much. We appreciate all of you for coming. You know, there's something that Odhiambo kept on saying, it's a journey, it's a journey, it's a journey, it's a journey. And we have learned that. As Kenyans, we know it's a journey, it's a journey, it's a journey. And I'll show you just one of Kenya's daughters who started it's a journey until the world knew of her. And we celebrate such people who are so excellent. They are walking billboards of human excellence. And yes, you say, Rex, I'm excellent, but at the same time, Rex, if I've never been to Nigeria, you are that picture of Nigeria. Absolutely. So this particular lady,
0.07 of the times you need. There's a big screen at the top of the back.
training on herself, or training by herself, when nobody's looking, but now on the global stage, she's running, she's doing, focusing on excellence, working on herself every single moment. But you see, the beauty is, one beauty, when she breaks that record, world record, she lifts a flag up. This is one of our daughters, and we celebrate the resilience, the commitment. So there is just something special about each one of you that goes beyond just us. Whatever we do, we have the ability to touch thousands, millions of people. And we're not just talking about those we can see now. One day there will be a generation that will watch us on, is it YouTube? Long after we're gone. Long after we're gone. It's about service to humanity. That's why we're here, ladies and gentlemen. And I loved what eGov started. They said, this is our only client. And I saw those little girls, those mothers, those are our only clients. And if we come out of here with that sense, our only client, the people. So ladies and gentlemen, as we enter into this other realm, get ready to learn, get ready to engage. Where are the Kenyans? Where are the Kenyans? Where are the Kenyans? Very quickly, 22 minutes past the hour. Where are the Kenyans? Let me see the Kenyans. Let me see the Kenyans. Kenyans? Okay. Okay. I'm going to challenge the Kenyans. Just stand up wherever you are. Just stand up. Just stand up. We want to see you. Want to see you. I know ICT Secretary, you're here. And you'll be part of it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. I'm going to give you a challenge. Please come. Please come. Come very quickly. Just come. Some of you come. We just want you to line up. A big round of applause for them. Come on. Oh yeah. We have Marius. We have Tranquille. We have Sandra. We have James. Sandeep. Equefo? Did I get it right? We'll learn it right here. First, not your first time, right? Okay. So we're just going to first 10 seconds, see what they're going to do. Don't let me down. Then all of us are going to be upstanding. And then the whole team will join us. ICT Secretary, I'm going to challenge you on this. I'm going to challenge you on this. Give me volume, give me volume. 3, 2, 1. Hiya, your dancing style. Come on, okay? Let's go. Okay. Okay, everybody stand up. Come on. Simple dance style. Okay, so we're going, ICT Secretary, fantastic. Come on, let's go, everybody. That's it. Okay, come on. Okay. Yeah. Okay, there's another one here. Let's go. Come on, everybody. Right, left, right, left, right, left. Another style, left, right, A big round of applause. Well done. You may kindly take your seats. Well done. Well done. Thank you so much. So if it's for the first time, it's a place of celebration. Kenya is home, so please feel at home. Thank you so much. So we're ready to start? Absolutely. Thank you so much. Okay. "15 minutes. Get ready to learn. Get ready to ask your questions. We're looking at the Punjab experience. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Tejveer Singh. 15 minutes. Virtually.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be interacting with all of you as part of the eGov Dialogues 2025 First of all, my apologies at not being able to join you in person and to share my experience and be a part of this lovely, gathering of people in Nairobi.
Low. I thought it's
However,
just check, are you audible?
am I audible?
yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. Thank you for a very animated start to the post-lunch deliberations, and I'm glad to be a part of this. In the next 15 minutes, I would be sharing a few snippets from the partnership that the government of Punjab has had with eGov Foundation. Punjab, ladies and gentlemen, as you may be aware, is a small state in India, northwest of Delhi. We share a border with Pakistan, and we are traditionally regarded as an agricultural, one of the leading states in the country, and one of the traditional leaders in the country in the 20th century. So with that...
recording in progress.
With those little preface, just to set the context, I'm here to talk about this partnership that we've had as part of an e-governance program called M-Seva. It's really about mobile platforms being used for a variety of citizen services in the world of local administration. So the whole purpose of this partnership was to look at, can we simplify the processes? Can we do anytime, anywhere delivery of citizen services? Improve the collection of revenue for urban local bodies, which is, in simple words, municipalities, and improve the efficiency and effectiveness in terms of what the local bodies do. So the applications that were developed as part of this partnership with eGov Foundation related to collection of property tax, collection of sewerage charges, in which you both apply for a new connection and pay your user charges. Same thing for water, trade license, and no objection certificates for fire, then public grievances, creating a dashboard, as well as other sundry collections that the various local bodies were doing as from citizens. This partnership, as you may see on the screen, its genesis goes back to almost 7 years. That's February 2018, when an MOU was signed between the eGov Foundation and the Department of Local Government. And the whole idea was to set in place an in-house IT team which would work almost embedded within the department and look at trying to solve the various problems in the larger gamut of the interface between citizens and the urban local body. So as you can see, various applications were developed over this along the various timelines in the past 6-7 years, and since April 22, that's almost now close to 3 years, the whole thing has been pretty much rolled out, and it is integrated with some of the larger platforms, digital platforms, which the State Department of Finance runs. So there is also a seamless integration in terms of collection of revenue by local bodies as well as by the State Department. So this is a quick a pictorial depiction of the journey. As you can see, we've had over 4 million citizens that are registered on this and have availed of services. There are 8 G2B and G2C services. The revenue collections that have happened are in excess of $300 million US. It is live in all ULBs. We have 166 municipal entities in the state of Punjab. So these applications are live everywhere. There is a 98% resolution rate of complaints received, and we've trained almost 6,500 employees as part of this. We are also in the process of onboarding and rolling out Another 7-8 applications like which are given on the screen, no objection certificates of various kinds, rent, lease applications, generating indents for making various kinds of payments, so that it's an authorized payment which is to be done, creating a citizen scorecard application, working on advertising revenues, putting up hoardings in town. So is the municipality able to get its value for money or not, and other things, including booking a municipality-owned community center or getting a license for keeping a pet. Ease of use, this just kind of tells you that citizens can avail of services through multiple platforms, through a web portal, a mobile application, a WhatsApp bot. You can just register with your mobile number, name, city. An OTP login kind of eliminates the need for remembering, various user IDs and making it cumbersome. So you can be living in any part of the state, but you can apply for services in any other city. So sometimes, let's say, parents are old, or parents are not very IT literate, so their children living in some other part of the city could also of the state could also help kind of discharge their services. And this is like a single window for all various municipal services in the state. Now to come to property tax, as you can see, we have had a fairly impressive increase in collection, notwithstanding that the 2 years which were COVID affected, where sometimes even concessions were given by almost all states and countries to their people on account of economic problems suffered. And we are very confident, though you see the bar of the present year, 24-25, a little low, but this is as on 1st January, and our tax collections, our property tax collections are due until 31st of March, and we are very, very sanguine that we will be certainly exceeding last year's collections, and by definitely achieve about 10 to 12% increase over last year. Similarly, in terms of improved property tax collection, the important thing is that we are able to widen the tax base. We can generate notifications to all the citizens who live in who are registered with us, who live in the city. You don't need to have cumbersome people chasing them and getting after tax collectors. You can generate defaulter lists very quickly. People can know their outstanding amounts. We have the application comes along with a unified helpline for following up and enhancing recovery. And of course, there is a integration with GIS platforms also to ensure that you can, let's say, a building which may be listing itself as a residential building, but is running commercial operations, therefore deserves to pay a higher property tax. So with good GIS applications integrated with the platform, you can have a more accurate tax collection. Similarly, in trade licenses which are issued for various activities by the municipalities, so as you can see, even the collections are growing. The number of trade licenses being issued, that remains roughly constant, but the whole idea is that people are migrating to this platform. Then there are other non-tax collections which are, you could just classify them in miscellaneous. These could be for multiple things: external development charges, certain fees that wherever you stay, your locality or colony, that may be getting charged, outdoor media displays, some labor cess, something for economically weaker sections, some project fee. So these also are being collected through this, and I'm happy to share that they've collected $185 million as part of the revenue. Similarly, fire NOC collections, which is basically for fire safety. That's an important service that municipalities provide almost all over the world. So these also, as you can see, there's a fairly steep rise in the graph that you see, and the current year also, by the time we are through, by the end of the month, this number will be significantly higher. And that I'm happy to share this is live in all municipalities of the state, and 99% collection is being done online only, which again really shows that citizens do take to simpler and easier ways of paying their dues. Public grievances, this just tells you that we are using this platform for also resolving grievances that citizens have, even sometimes children writing about some, let's say, stagnant or leakage in water supply or sewerage in some part of the city where their parents stay. So all that gets logged, and there is a 98% complaint resolution. The important point is not just the resolution of it, it is about ability to track complaints, because sometimes people complain, but eventually their complaints get lost in the larger labyrinth of various papers that keep floating around. So when you are doing it in a platform, you can track these complaints and ensure that things are resolved to reasonable satisfaction of the citizens. This is a quick snapshot of the real-time monitoring dashboard. So this tells you what is, where are we on different things, how many properties have been assessed, how many licenses for trade, how many complaints have been redressed or received, what are we doing on other things. So this just kind of gives you a broad framework. Now the last part of my presentation in this little short time that I've been allocated is really about how this partnership has helped undertake some systemic improvements by way of government business re-engineering. So there have been improvements in workflows. So let's say, for instance, there were multiple processes through which people had to go. Now through the M-Seva platform, things have become much simpler. So assuming, let's say, if you want to, if you have to make some payment, you initiate, you make the payment, it gets verified. That, let's say, for a new connection of sewerage, it is inspected, it is approved. Otherwise, papers would keep floating from one side to the other, as people may expect would happen in a bureaucratic system. People not really with kind of a diffused accountability sometimes. So there have been workflow improvements. There is multi-channel access. I think that's very, very important, because I think there should be no monopoly. Citizens must have the freedom to choose to apply through any kind of version of the application. It could be through the web, it could be through a mobile app, it could be through WhatsApp, chatbots, wallets. We also have common facility centers, or even single window places where citizens can go and make payments or get various kind of jobs done, given your papers and collect your certificates after a designated 7 days or 15 days, as whatever our Right to Service Act mandates. Then we also have options of door-to-door collection POS machines, and now government has also initiated doorstep delivery of services in case if people are very old and it is not possible for them to come, or they are not very IT friendly. So an agent can go to their home for a small charge, just to cover their travel costs and frankly nothing else. And people can give in their documents, and then the certificates or the desired documents would be sent by post, or even sometimes if they need it, be returned physically to them. So that option is also there. And of course, final part of this partnership has been technological innovation. I think this has helped the department take a big leap forward in terms of improving or bringing in technology into very small, almost mufassil ULBs, very, very small towns, maybe with a population of 15,000-20,000 only, where the IT penetration is not very high. So in those also, there is, the citizens of even those small towns are at par with what the services are citizens in larger towns access. So that's the great thing about this partnership. And concluding thoughts that e-governance as what we see thanks to this partnership is not really translating manual processes, but really, or just making them technologically enabled, but it's really transforming the processes to suit the needs of citizens. You know, it's really about what the citizens expect from us, what they need from us. Can we do that in a nice, simple manner? So I would like to end here, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share in very brief what this partnership has meant to us. We are very, very optimistic of deepening this partnership with eGov. eGov is not only working with the Department of Local Government, but they have been working with the Department of Water Supply and Sanitation in the state, with the Department of Finance, with the Department of IT. So we have a very a strong, robust, and hopefully an enduring partnership, and we look forward to only deepening this. So with these thoughts, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and in case if there is a question or two, and if time permitting, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you so much indeed. Just before you go, any questions from the audience? All right. Thank you so much indeed. Saying many thanks for sharing your experiences, the Punjab experience. Thank you so much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, we'll now move on to a conversation that will require all of us to be part of. It's the first panel discussion. We will have the Menti platform on the screen, on your phones as well. You can actually link up. Any questions, comments, please make sure that you post so that once the moderator is done asking the questions to the panelists, we can take your questions. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the place we are looking at own source revenue. How have governments taken a DPG, digital public good approach, to digitize own source revenue? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the panelists. Big round of applause to Adil Sumat. He's here. Thank you so much. Efweko. Big round of applause. Stella Rotich, George Okomo, welcome. And the moderator, Luke Mate. 30 minutes to engage the panelists, 15 minutes for questions from the audience. We'll take a set of questions from menti.com and the others from the floor. Once you start the introduction, the timer will be on. 30 minutes.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Is it that time of the day? The graveyard session. All right. Thank you so much for your participation, and we look forward to dialogue with you. My panel here, I think we take this discussion as not really one which is about the panel here, but it's an in-house discussion for all of us, because we believe what is going to be discussed here is something that actually touches all of us, or in one or another we interface with this, and therefore we also want to hear some of your experiences. The master of ceremony saying you raise the questions. I would actually urge you to raise your comments, your input, in terms of improving what we are going to be able to discuss in this time. So without any further ado, my name is Luke Mate. I come from Zambia, from the Electronic Government Division, which is part of the Office of the Presidency, responsible for public sector eGov implementation in the country. And I will let my panel just give a brief introduction about where they're coming from, the role which they play in their institutions. I'll start from my far left. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is George Okongo. I come from the county government of Kisumu in Western Kenya. I work there as the County Executive Committee member for Finance, Economic Planning and ICT.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ifweko Amoigwe Okaru. I'm the Group Chief Executive Officer of the CPP Group. CPP stands for Compliance Professionals PLC. Within that group, we have compliance professionals that is a partner to eGov. My proud job before running the group was as the past chairman, former chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service. So I bring to the table a consulting experience, but beyond that, a government role of driving revenue within the federal government and driving tax reforms generally, but also working with state governments on transforming and mobilizing revenue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Adele. I'm the project officer for LOGRI, so Local Government Revenue Initiatives, where basically LOGRI and our team support governments in local revenue raising, and we try to support them in raising local revenues more fairly and more effectively. So we have multiple engagement, mostly in Africa, but also in Asia. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to discuss more about this. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Stella Rotich. I'm the Chief Officer in charge of ICT at the County Government of Bomet. And previously, I also worked in digitization of revenue for counties in Kenya. So I'm happy to be part of this discussion on how we can use digital transformation to enhance revenue collection. Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. So now that you have an idea about who's who, here we go into our deep dive session now. So we know that revenues are one of those key components in almost all the institutions of governance we're talking about. Our discussion today is centered around revenues for either government as well as at subnational level implementations. And revenues being something which is a bit sometimes spoken about in a negative connotation when it comes to us paying the taxes, would like to ask maybe at this point, learn some lessons from Ifweko. How then should governments be looking at policies that foster digitization in terms of on-source revenue processes, and in this case taxes and other revenues that the local authorities or the counties are going to be able to draw upon and use this to drive digitization and improve service delivery, from your experience?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for that question, which is how government should put in place policy. My experience, though, has shown that before we talk about policy, we really should talk about the leadership of the process that will actually develop the policy. Yeah. I think one of the presentations we've listened to earlier today in terms of experience of using Digit has demonstrated the importance of political will. And I know that when I was in government, what really helped in driving reforms was the political will of not just the president, but basically the entire leadership cabinet. And you see that since then in different respects, but clearly there's a direct relationship between the driver of government or an entity or organization or what have you, yes, and putting in place those right policies that need to be put in place. And I think in talking about Digit, which is honestly quite a very interesting platform and will really bring results, the real issue I find in putting in place policy perhaps is not so much the policy itself, but in ensuring that we actually execute what we say we want to do and we make the impact that we want to make. I think the first presentation, or the first slide of today's presentation, I think it was done by the CEO of eGov, was that it's really not just about technology, it's about making impact. So in putting in place policy, to go back to your question, it's really about thinking about what is that impact and what policy would drive that impact even if, for example, the reality of a number of our situations is that there's a lot of self-interest or interest in doing what needs to be done, how do you align that self-interest to the larger good of moving government forward and making the desired impact that is required? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So, maybe just to push it a bit further, so in your past experience with that background, are there certain policies which you think can actually hinder, or you would actually be advocating for them, for the different people in leadership positions to be able to adopt, to foster the digitization of the revenue processes?
One that I know clearly is no cash.
Perfect.
A policy that says no cash. But you know, it's easier said than done. I mean, if I look at our experience, and this is experience of 2-3 years ago, where the CBN actually tried to implement a no cash policy, the manner in which it was done has continued to reverberate even up till now. You know, and we can go into all the details on that. You know, so even if you put in place such a policy, which is extremely important to drive, you know, digitization of the revenue process, we also need to be very practical about it. How we, and the timing of execution. I don't know who it was that said that, I think it was Steve Odiambo, that talked about it. It's a journey.
Yes.
It's not a journey that will happen overnight. But to have it as a no cash is extremely important. To put in place the necessary regulations is very important.
Yes.
And I can give examples where indeed it started right, but once the person on the seat had left, it now went back to square one. So there are those issues. So it's not just policy, it's the sustainability of policy, it's the succession of leadership. It's how you go along that journey to constantly, because it's a constant process, because that's going to happen. People are going to change patterns. But how do we constantly recreate that, co-create, so to speak, that journey? Let the person coming after understand what needs to be done, align it to what is needed, find a way somehow to ensure that not just are we digitizing, we're not digitizing for today, but it's digitizing for all time.
Perfect. So I get the issues of policies that are sustainable. So sustainability, even as we craft these policies, should be something which we look at, and this is beyond the technology, but it is institutional kind of setup. All right, thanks so much, Madam Ifweko. With that, maybe then we swing over to Adele. What then is the potential of this digitization bringing to the table, especially looking at your institution, Logri? You are dealing with subnational revenue collection initiatives and possibly some difficulties which you may have experienced in your implementations. Could you at least share with us how some of those implementations have gone?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so I think we all know that IT systems hold enormous potential to reinforce administration, including better data sharing across departments where systems are interoperable. But in practice, that potential is rarely achieved. And so based on our experience, we found that some systems are sometimes inadequate. So they are sometimes poorly designed, owing to bugs or lack of key functions.
Okay.
We also learned that sometimes they are too complex or poorly aligned. So system can be difficult to use, do not fit local workflows, and sometimes they're just too complex to manage or too costly over time as well. This is, I think, one of the challenge we all agree. Another challenge we saw with IT systems is that they function adequately quite well, but then support, training, and updating proven to be problematic, including risk of vendor lock-in. So basically, they're not sustainable over time because of these issues as well. And then there's also, so I think it links with your answers, that sometimes good IT systems are adopted, but their potential is undermined by administrative weaknesses. For example, not adoption, sabotage, corruption, and lack of data sharing across departments. So this is basically challenges we were able to see in many African countries where we work.
Okay.
And we try to think based on our experience about like basically how we could improve the outcomes and try to improve and to overpass these challenges. Do you want me to continue or do you want me to pause there?
So, yeah, I want to make sure that we don't lose our panel, or our audience in this case, because lest they think this IT is very difficult.
Yeah.
What are some of those positives that actually institutions then should be looking forward to digitizing? I'm glad that you ably highlighted the potential challenges which we can encounter as we digitize. But then I want to believe there must be, what will be the drive for the various counties then to look at this? Stella, you want to pick up that the potential that the digitization itself would actually be giving us. Otherwise then, if we have all these red flags, why venture into such a field?
Look, I think some of the things, and I'm happy that we just had a success story presentation just before this, that's happening in India, that is it Punjab? I don't know whether I know how to pronounce that.
Yes.
Yeah, so the same things in our counties are actually happening, only that it's still a work in progress in terms of at what stage are we in terms of digitization. Some of the things that we have been able to do at the county government of Bomet is, of course, to say we are cashless. I think if we go to one of the brands in all the counties in Kenya now, they are just saying cashless. But we still have those two problems of some people still paying cash. But some of the things in terms of digitization that we have done is, number one, to bring in the siloed processes that was there before. We used to have systems that's covering the properties and land rates for Kenya, business permits somewhere else, and other things. So we worked with systems that now incorporate all of them into one place. We also have, I know Kenya, if you are in Kenya, for the people who are first time in Kenya, we have our mobile payments. We most of the time use our mobile payments more than cash or bank. And we've also tried to ensure that we've integrated. So one of the key innovations that we've done is integrating with these mobile services and also integrating with the bank so that you pay on the go. You are able to pay the revenue on the go. We've also used the location services, that is the GIS, even though most of them are still also a work in progress. Using this system, also being able to use the data to inform which revenue, which wards, which areas are we doing well and which areas are we not doing well. So I think digitization is still, I think one thing that maybe I can put across is that one thing that is really important, and it's still coming, it's still, I can say it's still baby steps in most of the time. I think most of the counties maybe did this 3 years or 5 years back. They've not been in this industry of digitized revenue collection for so long, is the issue of the budget. When it comes to ICT, is still below. Unlike the other key sectors, you'll find that other sectors in the economy are really, we are looking into that, and more partners are in that sector. Then this brings into this discussion today, how do other partners like Digit come in so that we are able to sustain such systems, because they're expensive.
I can see you're really campaigning for the ICT. The guys, if they're here, they're clapping for you, I believe. No, that's very well noted. And really, you're saying these are things which are in the pipeline, but from what I'm hearing, it's like there is a success story in there already. So, but then the issue is how do we then maybe showcase some of these success stories? Because the picture which is out there sometimes is that the counties are usually at the back end of the technology, as opposed to what is happening. You almost convinced me to come to Kisumu. But then maybe we go to Bomet to hear what the county of Bomet are actually
step in
doing.
on what she talked about? I don't know.
Please, Madam
Okay.
Feko, go ahead.
In terms of no budget, just to give an example of what happened in the Federal Inland Revenue Service, because I don't think it's just the counties that have these issues. I remember in 2004, when we started the tax reforms, the budget for the Federal Inland Revenue Service was horrible. People, when they see the revenue service today, can't imagine what it was then. The budget was not even enough to pay salaries.
Okay.
You had a minister that at the time had tried to improve on that and put in place a performance bonus system, but even that was still not enough.
Okay.
So one challenge that we faced in continuing the reforms from my predecessor in 2004 was where we're going to get the funding. And so to do that, we had to convince government.
Okay.
We had to go around, because then it wasn't a priority. So we had to put in place a tax reform plan. We had to put in place, but again, the caution is that the political will was there. But we put in place and then they approved, a cost of collection which subsists till today.
Yeah.
Okay, and then in determining how to use the funds, we decided to start with payments from a digitization point of view, which has just continued to increase over time. So I just want to encourage you that even though you may not have, it's expensive, you're right, building that use case will help, and also piloting it, but getting champions within government that understand what it requires, because truly, money will be there if they feel it's a priority. Thank you.
Wow, nice. We've gotten some lessons there. The issues of incentivizing, I think you mentioned that, so those go into the reforms, administrative reforms. Beyond the policies we are talking about, administrative reforms are very key as we do this. George, you want to chip in on the administrative aspects in terms of revenue collection?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You see, I'm speaking after 4 very able presentations. I could as well say they have covered most of the things. In Kisumu, one of the things that we have had to deal with in digitizing revenue collections, on-source revenue enhancement, is first of all, getting very clear in our minds about what you wanted to achieve. And it might sound very simple, but sometimes if you set out with not a very clear objective, then the rest of things may not just work. So we got quite conscious that we want to open up the tax base, bring more people to the tax net, as they say, without necessarily increasing the charges and levies that we place on people, on households and individuals. But at the same time, we wanted to minimize pilferage and loss, because in many places, and especially in the county governments, when people talk about digitalization or digital solutions, the first thing that comes to mind is that those manual systems that are in place must be susceptible to abuse. So you want to minimize losses. And then you go into the practical solutions that my colleague Stella has talked about. On the payment side, we have used quite a lot the mobile payment platforms. Of course, in eliminating cash. But we have also, worked with banks to ensure that there is an integrated relationship between the banking of the revenue itself and the county, revenue fund, which is the national government banking system for county governments. And Stella has also spoken about the GIS, which has been extremely important in locating revenue streams and sources in their geographical positions, whether they are businesses, whether they are properties that are meant to pay revenues to the county. So we have leveraged most of that to be able to maximize revenue. But I think the point that I could want to add is also to say that context matters. And for subnational governments, again, you realize that, by the way, given the manner in which the division of responsibility is done in this country between the national government and the subnational government, it is in such a way that subnational governments can only collect revenues from the services that they offer. We do not actually levy tax. So if you go into digitalization of revenue collection systems without accompanying that process with improvement generally in service delivery at revenue collection points, then you could have fairly well advanced digital revenue collection systems, but no services for which to charge those revenues. So it's a holistic thing, and sometimes when you subnational governments that have overemphasized digitalization and left the service delivery points behind have not necessarily maximized their revenues, because they too go hand in hand. And finally, on the possibly the negative side, what could also happen, not that it has happened to us in Kisumu County, but it could also happen, again, depending on the objective and the goals of digitalization of revenue collection. Because there are also very many instances where projects for digitalization of revenue collection have actually been projects of theft in themselves ab initio, from the beginning. I mean, it's very fashionable to say we have converted this to the other, now you can pay cashless and all of that. But in many instances, those are in themselves projects of pilferage of public resources. So it could go either way, depending on what you want to do. And that's why I agree with my colleague here that political will, political intention matters. Otherwise, digitalization is very fashionable, but could do many things, including a few bad ones.
Okay, wow. Thank you. I guess from there we are getting the fact that it's not the single bullet we are talking about. It can actually be used for good and for pilferage. So we need to manage that and have a clear definition of the problem statement we are trying to fix in this case. So thanks so much. Then with that, then maybe allow me in this case then to ask Adele here to give us then, what were the experiences? We know that you have been working with the government of Sierra Leone. So at the national level, let's have a flavor of national implementations. How are these happening? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So actually we worked with the subnational, and so we basically in 2018, we partnered with the city of Freetown in Sierra Leone to design and implement a comprehensive property tax reform program, including the digitalization of mapping, valuation, billing, and payments. And in this context, we tried to build a system that had to be low cost, flexible, and aligned with local processes and workflow in Sierra Leone, and in particularly in Freetown. And also extremely easy to deploy and use in a low IT capacity environment. So to support this initial development, and deployment, we worked with a private company to build a simple open source prototype called MobTax 1.0, which was launched in 2020. And this phase was about basically delivery and learning, so understanding what worked and what needed improvement. And based on these insights, we continued working with the same firm to develop a more scalable and robust solution, MobTax 2.0, which was recently deployed. I think we've learned some quite a things in developing this kind of systems. Basically, we learned that a system needs to be simple. Creating a system with a straightforward user experience and workflows. It also had to be lightweight, meaning it works in low bandwidth environment by focusing on core functions with a strategic approach to GIS functions. We discussed also as well, and GIS function integrations. We discussed also this morning about configurability, modular structure to enable future upgrades and integration, and of course interoperability. It's a difficult word.
It's a difficult word for everyone.
I heard some people this morning also had struggle with this one, so sorry. So it was another priority as well, ensuring extensive API connections and simple data structures for easy linking.
Okay.
And for hosting, I know it's a different approach with open source, but I think it's interesting to share also this perspective and this experience. So for hosting, we designed it to work both in the cloud and on local servers, allowing flexibility. And finally, it's open platform, so no license fees, with the ability to transition to local management. And administration, so avoiding vendor lock-in.
Okay, is that product a digital public good? Your solution?
Yeah.
It's a DPG?
Yeah, it's a DPG basically.
Yeah.
And so it also, this experience basically allow us to learn some key lessons that can inform the DPG as well. But I will stop there for now. Thank you.
So maybe keeping it on my right, then the aspect, we know that institutions, today we are talking about DPI, but I want to believe this is, as was said, it's a new term, it's a new phenomenon, but we know that overall there has been digitization which has been happening previously. So we are now moving from the era of talking about just digitization in silos or individual systems to actually DPI being an approach in terms of how we implement technology. So with that, and one of the things which you mentioned is the issues of integration and interoperability. I want to hear from you, Stella. How is the county of Bomet dealing with some of your already existing systems in terms of providing for this data exchange and interoperability? How has that been for you?
Thank you for that question, and I think my friend from Kisumu talked about where systems don't move beyond a certain government. So I think it's also beyond which systems where you're not able to migrate to new systems. Mm-hmm. So we had challenges in the past where some systems were legacy. So moving data and migrating to our new systems is so challenging to the point of starting to call on the citizens again to start registering them. So how we have done that is the past, is to just look at what data can we bring it from the old system to the new system, and how can we enrich it in the new system and continue on that place. Another key thing that also has been so important for us is being able to integrate with national government. National government are our validators, especially for registrar of persons, of businesses, of cars. So integrating with them so that when I want to validate data, I'm just able to move from an old system and validate on that. Other than that, I think we've been able to pass through that process, and it's been really helpful in terms of enhancing our own source revenue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then, in the interest of time, we swing to George, just to get then, we know, and I think the Secretary did make mention of it earlier in the morning, the issues of trust. We want these citizens to use these e-services. How is your county dealing with issues of trust? How are we enhancing that? So that even when I come to transact on your digital platforms, I'm assured that what I'm doing there will not be something which will be used against me or disenfranchise me, if that word can be used. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's not very easy gaining public confidence on some of these digital solutions in the short run. And a lot depends on the level of public education that a government will do, or a promoter of certain technologies would do. So we do a lot of public education in groups, in the sub-counties, in the villages, and we try to explain to people how the system works, to the extent that they can understand, because you're not going to run an ICT class in the village. But you try to really make people understand that if they pay cashless, there is no other hand taking it. Because again, you could be doing this in an environment of resistance. If digital interventions are resisted by sections of your population, then you also have to deal with propaganda. And in the sub-national governments, we deal a lot with that. You introduce a digital solution, and then somebody comes up and says, oh, please don't pay. This is the most efficient way that your money is being stolen. You put it on the payment platform, and then there is somebody who takes it from behind there. And you have to even sometimes, ensure that the faces that is interacting with the communities are as local as possible. So you better train local people.
Perfect.
Otherwise, if the solution is also seen to come with faces that are unknown, they say, no, these are the guys who have come for your money.
Perfect.
And it is worse. Kenya is a very interesting society. So if the people driving digital solution in county X are from county Y, that already is a problem.
Okay.
You see, why are our own people doing this? So you have to find a blend between your digital solution, but also the political context that you're operating in.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I have to ask, we are going to the audience now?
Now questions from the audience, yes.
We'll give it, or open it. Is it using Menti?
We don't have questions via Menti, but we'll take from the floor. So if you have a question, just put up your hand and we'll get you a microphone. All right.
There's a hand there.
There you go. Any other? Because we'll just take all the questions and then now hand it back to you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Titilola Akindende. I'm Executive Director for the Local Government Revenue Initiative, where Adele, my colleague, works. My question really is about the political will side of things. There's been a lot of experience across countries where IT comes to Africa, but in the end it's like a graveyard of IT solutions, because in the end it doesn't solve the problem. So where's the intersection there? Do our politicians who have the will to do this understand enough about the fact that IT is actually an enabler but can't solve all the problems? Where's that sort of worked out so that this will no longer be the graveyard for IT and solutions can be more appropriate to the local context? Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other question? We have one question from Menti. Okay. 2 questions from the floor. Let's have those 2 questions. One question from Menti. Let's just have it. If you have the microphone, go ahead and ask the question.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ravi. I'm a partner in Deloitte. Pardon my ignorance here, but what I wanted to really ask is, in the urban services, right, you're typically looking to charge something for a service. So is there an opportunity to also distinguish what is a tax and what is a service charge, right? Because the word tax has a lot of negative connotation to it. Because essentially, if you're giving a permit or if you're giving a water connection, it's a service. So it might just help with the mindset to what Adele said and what Ifeoko said. So is there an opportunity to kind of revisit it? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. 2 questions from Menti, and then we have the final question. How do we ensure that these systems are not politicized
to win
public confidence? The second one? Hello, Adele. Can you talk about the services on the DPG product you mentioned? And then a final question there. Let's just have it full on the screen. How can we revolutionize taxation using technology?
Okay.
So if you can kindly take 1 question or 2, we'll appreciate it. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's see who. So Adele, you've been singled out. You can answer those while we decide who takes the other questions. So how can you talk about the product on the DPG product you mentioned? The services on the DPG product?
So I answer now, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So I think if I understand well the question, we're talking about the software and the IT system I mentioned previously. And so basically what this system is able to provide. So basically this system has been built in the context of the property tax reform program that we launched with the government in Sierra Leone, so first in Freetown and then in other cities. And so we built this system in partnership with the mayor of Freetown to really try to solve their challenge. So it was very context specific by this time, and basically having a software that are enabled to manage the property tax cycle from integrating the integration and the identification of the properties to increase the coverage, with also the valuation of the property. So basically the system is able to value the properties using coefficients that we previously set up with a simple regression and a simple formula. And then the system is able to manage the tax cycle from billing, so generating the bills basically, until the payment, and also the enforcement. So it was very context specific. And then we learned, and this is why we launched Mob Tax 2.0, that is able to fit more context. But each time where we're trying to implement the system in different cities and in different countries, we worked closely with the government to build the system in a more broader environment of reforming the property tax cycle.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
I hope it answered the question.
All right, thank you. So, political will. Let's stop Africa from being the graveyard of ICT products. Right? That's your question. Any takers?
I can try.
You want to try? Start, then I'll pick it up.
You know, having gone through reforms, and I must say it was largely successful for 8 years. The word reform is just a word. There's a lot that goes behind it. And for us to, and I answered other questions as well, to revolutionize, tax in Africa, for us to prevent IT to be graveyards, we have to roll up our sleeves and realize that we're at war. We can't give up. We have to stay focused on the end outcome, what we want. Do we believe that this is really going to benefit us? So you have to just keep changing tactic to get to that end. And where you stop, hand over the baton to somebody else to continue, because it's actually a marathon. All right? And I think it's also important to realize that the context, like has been said, actually is different. Even in Nigeria, for example, in one state it's different from another state. If we use one pen to strike at everything, it's not going to work. If we think because the leader had the best education, he's the best fit to drive that, as opposed to somebody who isn't, it's not going to work either. So we need to be flexible. We need to ultimately keep being agile. All the things that we talk about, keep being agile, stay focused on the end, market and keep marketing, build relationships that will be enduring, pass on the baton to others, market the product. And I think one of the things that I've also learned is that we assume certain things. We assume that, for example, that we talk about digit being free, or certain parts being free is necessarily good to the person that is listening. Not necessarily. Okay? So there's also, we need to have a deeper understanding of the terrain we're operating in and how to succeed in that terrain. And we're going to find out how.
Yeah.
All right? The other thing I want to mention is that in thinking about, for example, how do you avoid the politicization, I don't know whether we have an answer to that. Because the truth about it is that in certain cases, it will be politicized. And in certain cases, it won't be politicized. So we just have to not assume things are going to be perfect, meander around what it is, but please, please, stay focused on the end. So if an IT project didn't work in the past, it's not an excuse to give up. It's tough. In fact, one of my former bosses used to say that for us to succeed, and that was when I was then, a long time ago in Afro Anderson, it was like, we'll have to have a missionary zeal. So imagine yourself as a missionary, and you want to convert people. Do you give up? Don't you have people saying, no, I don't agree? And even up to now, have people been converted? No. But you keep at it, and you keep at it, and don't lose the belief that this is important for us.
Thank you. So maybe just to add on also, one of the things that we need to look at, especially when it comes to these systems, I think it's the issues of localization. I think it's also high time, and it's good that even at the AU, you hear the leaders now talking about Africa needs to find its own solutions to its problems. And interesting enough, Donald Trump is actually pointing at all of us and telling us, I'll fix my America, you fix your own situations. So there is the need to also start valuing our own ecosystems. I think within the different countries, we have different solutions, which are actually things which we can actually enable and further on. I think when you hear even the success of the India stack, you hear they leveraged on their technology prowess. The startups which are there, I think we're being told India is the third or the fifth country in terms of startups. So that aspect also is something that can actually help us. So there is, countries have to have their own initiatives, such as even strategies, national strategies on how they want to digitize certain systems or processes. And then there are those regional bodies also. Is EAC, East African Community. We have all these bodies, African Union, we have COMESA, we have SADC. They have digital strategies even in there, which we can actually also leverage on. So if we get all those, put them together, and not just have them as documents on the shelves, we actually have something which we can use to leverage and make sure that solutions that are coming into Africa, which are being implemented in Africa, are actually resonating with the challenges that we have.
Could I just add something to just what you said? Because when you talked about using reports and not making it work, it cuts across Africa. And I think one of the things we also underrate in our system is our educational system. The skill sets. Sometimes we assume certain people have skills. A lot of us, in a lot of the issues, we don't even have execution skills. How do we execute? So there's a behavioral part of, so we've talked about policy, we've talked about the digitization, but we haven't talked about how do we change behavior? How do we build skills? How do we build in project execution skills? Because honestly, sometimes people hide under the fact that they think they know, but they really don't know. Thank you.
So then, George, maybe you can just speak to the issues of tax versus service charge.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's important to make that distinction between taxes and services. And like I said, in our country, that job is made a little lighter in terms of the way the constitutional framework. So the constitution is quite clear in terms of jurisdiction of the national government and the subnational government. So in the Constitution of Kenya, you will find a schedule at the end of the Constitution that lists the sort of functions that have been given to the county. But to sort of answer that even at the subnational level, there is a way that you can do that by backing some of the charges that you're levying on people by legislation. First of all, policies and legislation, because it is the policy that is going to be developmental. It is the policy that is going to outline the development objectives and the strategies and so on. And then you go to the assembly or the legislature at that level to again pass more explanatory legislation. So before you get to the point of the Finance Act, because the Finance Act is the instrument that we use, at least across counties in Kenya, to levy the charges. Before you get to the Finance Act, make sure that your policy discussions and your legislative agenda is cleared. Both of those, by the way, will involve a deep level of public participation. So by the time you're listing something in the Finance Act as a charge, there is an understanding that is coming from the policy process and the legislative process.
Thank you. You are just on point. So we are done. I was being shown the counter there. So for any other interactions, I think the panelists are available. And please, I would ask you to give us one round of applause.
Well, thank you so much indeed. And we do have a gift of appreciation, courtesy of eGov Foundation. And the moderator, you'll have the honor of giving these gifts of appreciation. Thank you so much, dear panelists for sharing your experiences, your thoughts. Thank you so much. And just before you leave the stage, I love this. Not just digitizing for today, but for all time. Absolutely. And I'm going to give you a challenge. From Nigeria, we want just to see one dance style. Ifweko, get ready. Okay. So everybody, let's just be upstanding. Let the blood move, blood flow, okay. Okay, so Ifweko, we're waiting for you, your dancing style. Come on, show us your... Okay. Okay, after the photo. Okay. If we're okay, show us your dance style. I'm on your case. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Everybody, okay, yeah. Come on. Everybody, come on. This is from Nigeria. Come on. Whoa. Wow. Oh, that's it. Everybody, move. Wow. Big round of applause for them. Mate, I see you as well. Adele, thank you so much. We celebrate you. Thank you so much. You may kindly take your seats. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Next panel discussion. Designing unified experiences of public service delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready as well. David Lemayan, the moderator, Karibu Sana, founder and principal Tannery Research. The panelists, please take the stage. Madam Mary Kerema, Sriram, Melissa, Jan Mohammed, please take to the stage. 30 minutes to engage the panelists and 15 minutes to engage the audience. Thank you so much. Hello.
Can you hear me fine? Okay, it's coming on and off.
Microphone, please.
On. You can hear me. Perfect. Karibuni. There was one recommendation for us to do a dance, but it has been done. So we're going to skip that little session. Before you is an excellent panel. Could not be more, sort of excited to have them and to even learn from them. Now, my name is David Lemayan. I have a question for the audience. When was the eGov Foundation founded? According to your website, it's 2003. Is that correct? I don't know. Do you know what technologies were available in 2003? What technology were you using in 2003? For context, Facebook was founded in 2004. So meaning the eGov Foundation was ahead of Facebook. The eGov Foundation has been trying and working to get our governments to get digitized. So we have a panel today that is continuing that dialogue. So Karibuni, I'm going to do introductions from my right to my left. So we're going to start with Alyaska. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thanks everyone for being here, and thanks eGov for the invitation to be here. My name is Ali Asghar. As David has mentioned, I am a senior product manager at Open Cities Lab, but I'm also wearing so many different hats. I'm an urban planner, I'm a digital governance specialist, and currently I work with lots of cities in South Africa and Africa and helping them with doing their digital transformation, especially on the strategic side of things. So we help lots of cities with developing their data strategies and also developing use cases that can actually help implement those data strategies. I work for Open Cities Lab. We are a non-profit corporation like eGov. We are there for 10 years now. And we believe tech and data are enablers to help build better cities. And really, really excited to be here. I live in Kenya currently, but mimi naweza kuongea Swahili na naweza kuongea Kiingereza. Whether I can talk very well on those two languages, I'm not sure. So I was just saying I speak English and I speak Swahili. Have a very diverse background, having born in Tanzania and now living in South Africa. And I'm an engineer by background, so excited to be here and sharing this space with such exciting people. And really thanks again for being here to listen to us. Thanks.
Thank you. Madam Kirima.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think I was introduced in the morning, but I would like to still introduce myself. I'm Mary Kerema. Pretty been a government officer for the last 27 years. I'm more of a system designer, a system engineer. And in government for the last 27 years, I've been an influential part of the designing of all the government systems. So whichever system you see in the government of Kenya, the hand of Mary is there. And I'm currently now serving as the secretary in charge of e-government and digital economy. I think on my way out, I believe that in the few years that I remain in government, I will transform, or I will leave a legacy that brings in a unified government ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And perhaps if it wasn't mentioned in the morning, she has been awarded the Order of the Grand Warrior. That's OGW, meaning that she has contributed significantly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sriram. I'm a consultant at heart. I feel that it's a privilege for me to make a societal impact and serve the citizens of my country and other countries by delivering services to government, mainly on technology. I also focus a lot on emerging technology, and that keeps my brain cells ticking. I cut my teeth on emerging tech with smart cities, then later on blockchain, then to metaverse, now on space tech, all with the perspective of how one can make a life of citizens better, how one can make government service delivery more efficient and effective. My official role is that I'm a partner with Deloitte, and I lead a technology government technology practice for Deloitte in South Asia. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for having me, David and eGov. My name is Josephine Kaniru. I'm a lawyer by profession, and I also have some background in technology. And so I have found my niche in tech policy research, so I'm a researcher. And I'm here on behalf of Dr. Melissa Omino. You can see her name on the board. She's our director at CPIT, which is the Center for Intellectual Property and Information Technology Law. So basically we do research on data governance issues, data protection, We track how Kenya is also adapting to the data protection ecosystem and data governance concerns, and we also do research on AI policy. It's my pleasure to be here today, especially for this conversation, because we've done quite a bit of research on digital public goods and digital ID and the concerns around that. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine. Thank you, Josephine. Thank you, Thank you, Josephine. I'm going to try and project in case it is not working very well. So yes, so that is perfect. So a researcher, a consultant, a government officer, and a grassroots mobilizer walked into a bar. It is not the beginning of a joke, but instead of what we consider this panel. Thank you. Oh, there we go. Likes this. So one, okay, I guess they will turn this one off and make sure I'm using this. So we're going to jump in very well. We're talking about unified approaches. So instead of making a bad joke, I'm just going to do a very quick ChatGPT ask. What is a unified approach? And what it told me, or unified experiences. And what it told me is unified experiences refer to creating a seamless and consistent interaction across various platforms and touch points. So this approach ensures that whether a user interacts in a website, mobile app, or in-store, the overall experience is integrated, intuitive, and maintains a consistent look and feel throughout, right? So that's a unified experience. So Madam Kirema, turning to you, you have done the system designs. I have been a beneficiary of the systems that you have designed. What would you say systems designs or the unified experience in government or with this looks like, and what are the benefits?
Thank you so much, David. I think for me, when I listen and I hear about a unified experience, the first thing that comes to my mind is about a shared vision. Having a one way of looking at your organization, at government, and at the country at large. Because that single vision gives you the impetus or give you a chance to think about how can you bring the organization together, how can you bring the country together and the government. And therefore, for me, that is the starting point. Another thing that comes into mind when you think about a unified experience, it's about integration. It's about interoperability. It's about removing redundancies. It's about agencies coming together and speaking the same language. What I have, you don't need to recreate it. Can we share? Because that way you are able to have a single source of truth. And that becomes the foundation of a unified experience. Again, from the definition that you've just read, it's also about a single access to these unified services, to these interoperable services. It's about having a consistent user experience, whereby you bring in, if it is integrated services, can you give a single point of entry, a single sign-on? Because countries are coming from an era where you have to keep logging in into various portals for you to get services. So unified experience is that you make it easier for your customers to access the unified services. And again, it's all about, as I've said, removing redundancies, sharing data. So it's about data interoperability. It's about sharing what you have. It's about using that data to really have informed decision making. It is using that data to have a futuristic look in terms of enhancing even that service that you have given the customer today. Because systems are never static. They keep improving, so therefore you need to use this data to enable you to have that improvement. For me, again, unified experience is where I look at a customer, and this customer has a single place where they can get redress, where they can get feedback. They give feedback and somebody corresponds and answers back. Because we are coming from an era where a customer can complain, but nobody attends to his queries or her queries. So for me, those are the key things that I look at when I think about unified experience.
So essentially the same David that got a D in university is the same David who is applying for a national ID card. Now that's very good. Being able to have that one stop, meaning that I don't have to enter my data again and again and again and again in systems that should be talking to each other. So sort of that unified experience, that shared vision. Sriram, I want to come to you. We have these shared vision. Where does the private sector play? How do they work together with the public sector to make this happen?
Well, that's what we call a googly from our cricketing language. Before I answer, allow me to add on to what Madam Karima said. Unified experience is all about providing service to that one single person who's the protagonist, right? Everything revolves around the citizen. And she did talk about breaking silos and all of that. I'm completely in agreement. I would like to add one more facet. In countries like India, where there are multiple modes of communication, multiple levels of digital literacy, multiple languages being used, a unified experience would mean that the system would be able to democratize the ability of the citizen to talk to the system. Meaning if I have 20 plus scheduled languages, my not knowing English should not be an impediment. My not having a smartphone should not be an impediment, right? My not being digitally literate should not be an impediment. So yes, breaking down the silos, interoperable, bringing the data together, APIs, as she said, user experience, completely in agreement. Perhaps we can add one more layer on top of this. Now, what can the private sector do? Now, again, unified experience has to be seen from the angle of an end-to-end citizen experience, not just what the government provides. So, for example, if I have a unified experience portal, if I can do every single government services on that particular portal, that is unified experience 1.0. What is 2.0? 2.0 would be if I can get my private sector experiences also on top of it, meaning my paying my mobile bills should be on top of it. My paying the rent to my landlord should be on top of it. Now, can government and private sector work in tandem to create this ecosystem where the government services and private sector services can coexist with least friction to the citizen? That is 2.0. Now you may ask, what is 3.0, right? 3.0, in my opinion, would be all of this. What happens is typically now citizens have to go to some place, have to key in through a particular media. Now what if we remove the barriers? What if services come to me, doorstep delivery? What if I can perhaps remove the barrier of typing in onto a keyboard? What if I can talk to the system, which means speech to text, artificial intelligence? That would be 3.0. Don't ask me what is 4.0 yet. I don't know.
Well, you were the one who was saying we need to go to space, so maybe if I get a plot of land in space, I should be able to use the same system. And it's such a good connection with the last session. You know, how do you then get the taxes done? That's a unified experience. So that's really well done. Josephine, I want to come to you. We've been talking about this wonderful thing, unified experiences, left, right, and center.
Yeah.
What are the risks?
Thank you so much for that question. And just to borrow from what Mr. Sriram, I hope I got your name right, sorry. So just to borrow from what you said, or to continue from there, in terms of the risks, the digital divide or any divides that occur one of the things that we have to consider, because even if I talk about the other risks, privacy, privacy concerns and human rights, people experience them in different ways. So for example, allow me to use your name, David, here in Nairobi, will have a very different experience using eCitizen than my auntie Mary in the village, yeah? And her privacy concerns are not the same concerns that you will face. So David, here in Nairobi, you have easy access to internet. Maybe your concerns will just be cost, the cost of getting internet or accessing these platforms. Right, so maybe at that level, your concerns will be, maybe in case of a breach, then your data is at risk of being shared with people who should not have it, or issues like that. Right, so data breaches, we have seen that in Kenya, we have seen that with our system. The eCitizen platform has faced cyber attacks. I think in 2023, there was one very significant attack which rendered the platform, it wasn't working for a couple of days. Recently, there was another attack on the business registration services, and data that should not have been in the hands of the people who did was released to the public or to people who should not have had that data. So that's a concern that you, David, will have, yeah? Your data being accessed and maybe from the system and then exposed to people who don't have it, who should not have it. Mary in the village, who is my auntie, will have different challenges. Mary is in her 70s and she relies on social support. If Mary doesn't have a smartphone, obviously, she's older, she did not go to secondary school, she cannot speak English, she cannot speak even Kiswahili, right? So she has to go to a cyber cafe, which is a shop with computers and an attendant, for her to access her social support. She has to give that person her name, her password, all her details. That's a privacy concern that she has, yeah? So I think just to continue from there, we have to also consider different people and the different risks that they face. Continuing from there, I will talk about people with disabilities, because I liked actually the definition that Madam Kerem and yourself have for the unified user experiences. When we are developing, and I think someone else mentioned this, sorry, I can't remember who, but when we are, I think it was actually Mr. Shriram, when we are developing a system, instead of, I'm going to butcher this, but instead of building it and then scaling, build to scale, something like that. And I think when I think about accessibility and people with disabilities, I like to think about that. Instead of developing a system and then, now let's add accessibility measures, develop a system that is accessible to everyone from the beginning. The techies and people with the technical knowledge can maybe expound on that, but I really like to think about that because we, at CPIT, we did some research about accessibility for people with disabilities and the role that artificial intelligence maybe can play in that regard in terms of developing assistive tech, assistive platforms and assistive methodologies in platforms. And we realized that the issue is not that people are not aware. There are blind people. There's a blind woman who needs to access eCitizen. There's a deaf woman who needs to access the same system. The issue is not they are not aware of PWDs or people with disabilities. The issue is we develop a system for normal people and then we say, oh, now let's add accessibility measures. So I like to think about that. The other concern around a digital divide that I like to think about, I'll go back to the rural communities. I grew up in a village, and in 2019, I think that's the first time Kenyans were really aware of digital ID and Huduma number, and there was this requirement to go and give your data to the government, and there was a lot of conversations around that. And I remember I was still a law student. I was not a lawyer yet, but in Kenya, if you're a lawyer or even a law student, everyone comes to you with all the questions and says wakili, which is lawyer. So people said, wakili, is this 666? They thought it's the mark of the beast, because why are these people asking for all this information? Why are they taking our fingerprints? And there was a lot of data being collected. And it was a real concern, actually, because I talked to literally a few people, 3 people that I can think of, who told me in church, we were told, it's the devil, it's the mark of the beast. And I think this just points to something that the gentleman from Kisumu mentioned, which is Are people aware so that they can be able to endorse these systems? Are they aware of what it is? Why are you developing this system? Don't just say, oh, digitization and it's amazing and we need to digitize. No, tell people we are creating this system to solve this problem for you. If you are having a challenge going to the Huduma Center, maybe it's a bit far from you, we want to bring this system to your smartphone so that you can access these services. So I think user education is also a big part of that, bridging that divide. Thank you.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. That unified systems or unified experiences are not single people experiences. You need to be comprehensive. I like that. I'm going to come to you, Aliaska. National initiatives really build out these unified systems. Then local, want to adopt these and make them happen. How is OCL going about it? What are you learning and seeing at the local level as you're working with these different counties or cities that you're working with?
Yeah, thanks so much. Just a funny note. When vaccines were being released in South Africa, many people were scared that they had the devil's 666 that were important. So it's nice to hear everyone in Africa is scared of the devil's 666. So regarding your question, so there are two problems, I think, and they're worth defining, right? So the first challenge that exists, and it's an exciting challenge, is that many people currently live in cities. So 50% of populations live in cities right now. And it's predicted by 2050 we'll have about 70% of people living in cities. So local government is going to be strained significantly if it's not already strained, right? The second challenge, I think, is with regards to departments and how service departments deliver services, because that's what it is about. It's about services, right? So departments in South Africa, I'll give an example. What we found when we were working in municipalities is that every department procured their own software. They procured their own software to solve their own problem, right? And if that already isn't a challenge, I'll give an example. So let's say you're in housing department and you're delivering services to a slum, right? For you to deliver services, you need to depend on the water and electricity department. But if you guys are using different, well, you guys, but everyone in that department is using different data sets, and those systems don't speak to each other, then you're going to be delivering something different to everyone. The housing department knows where the priority is, but they can't tell the water department and the electricity department where to prioritize services, right? So strain on resources, and this is ineffective, actually. It's actually ineffective because what you're doing is you're going to be delivering services that don't meet anyone's needs. You're going to create frustrations. And from what I'm hearing, actually, in the Kenyan context, but at least in South Africa, I know, citizens see the government as one entity. They don't care whether they're in a local government or they're national. They consider it's the president's problem that I have a pothole in my street. It's the president's problem. It's nobody's problem. It is the president. It's not a local councillor. It's the president's problem. Right? So what we are seeing in South Africa, I think, is two parts. On the one part, we are seeing low-level maturities in certain municipalities that are using this separate softwares that don't speak to each other. But then there is high-level maturity as well, where there are different departments and they use the same system, and what that does is that allows them to speak to each other. Right? I just want to make a point. I see why departments do this. So the reason departments do this is because, first, they have their own KPIs. They have their own KPIs, so the water department has its KPIs to meet its goals, right? And that KPI does not speak about how can I collaborate better with the electricity department. That's problem number one. Problem number two is speaking to Mary's question, actually, in an earlier session, where she said that, what is the policy here, right? And so there is nobody at a leadership level or a data governance level that is putting all of this together and saying, listen, actually you, water department, you will need to work with this electricity department by hook or crook, right? And I think that those missing pieces need to be covered, and then it's very important that we have interoperable systems that speak to each other, that correct this, while also ensuring that different individualistic needs of departments are met. And I just want to, just my final point, if I may, I think it's about user needs at a certain point, really, right? And I think we are really bad at that. I think at legacy systems, what often people used to do was they would engage users at the end of the journey. So they would bring a product, they would develop it, and they would say, we have built it, now come. So imagine you give me this water bottle, and I don't want this water bottle. Will I actually use it? No. So that's the problem that we realize in technology as well. And recently I was speaking to someone from an IT team, and he told me that, we are developing so many systems, but nobody is using it. And I told him, you never asked anyone if they needed those systems in the first place, And just my last point, I guess, is that I think citizens are very smart these days. They have lots of platforms, I think, and they're going to tell you when they don't meet service delivery. When you're not meeting service delivery, they will tell you. And that's when you know you need to ask questions about many different things, including the technology that you're using.
Thank you. And speaking of water bottles, I don't know if you remember the gods must be crazy when the Coca-Cola bottle fell and it destroyed a whole community. If you haven't watched that, go and watch it. It's fantastic. Madam Kirema, not water bottles, not Coca-Cola bottles, but the future. Right? We've heard that we might go to space. I don't know. But what is the future of these unified experiences within government? What do you see? What do you think we should be doing?
I think we are already in it, and of course, what is guiding us is the demand. It's the demand from the citizen that they want better services, they want unified services. They don't want this. You go to every organization, you're being asked for the same documents, asked for the same data, and yet that data exists in government. In fact, not only in government agencies who should be talking to each other. So therefore, from that demand, we have put a lot of projects and initiatives in place to move the country to a unified experience. I would say that we already have a digital master plan, 2022-2032, that is really articulating the issues that we need to put in place for the country to be digitally transformed. And from there, we have embarked on a project on putting up the government enterprise architecture, the interoperability framework, and of course the DPI, that recently we are partnering with ITU and GIZ. And I think these are the foundational policies and frameworks that need to be put in place to propel us to the digital transformation. We have, as I said in the morning, ambitious projects on taking government to paperless, because it's part of efficiency. Because if you are too full of papers, you're taking 30 days to serve a customer, we want to take a day or even hours to serve our citizens. Of course, we've done well on the eCitizen platform, but we are still enhancing it, perfecting it, making sure that there are no loopholes in the system. We are also advancing the Huduma centers, and this is where we want to safeguard the Mama Mboga. Your Auntie Mary, who is 70 years, can we have stations that are manned by government officers that can ensure that this Mama Mboga is taken care of? Her security concerns are taken care of. And we are also advancing the Huduma centers to even be self-service centers, that for those who don't have internet connectivity, they can come here and have services. Government, we have the ambitious project about connectivity, where we also want to take connectivity to homes. Not only to public offices, not only to Huduma centers, we want to bring your internet to your home, affordable internet, so that we can bring services at your doorstep. Of course, the foundational numbers, already we have our foundational ID number, but we wanted to move it a notch higher. We currently are running the 3rd generation ID, but intertwined with that, we want to come up with a digital ID that will really move us to online transactions, that we can be able to track a customer or a citizen from birth to death within the integrated system. We are also doing a lot of capacity building, both for citizenry and the public service. officers, where we want to make sure that our citizens are well equipped to use the technologies that we are bringing to their doorstep more securely, and that they can be responsible for their interaction with the internet. Because, of course, we can put all the safeguards in the system, but security starts with you. But if you don't know, you'll go missing. And that's why we are training our citizenry on access to these online services, cybersecurity issues, so that there is awareness. The other thing we are doing is around policy frameworks. We are putting in a lot of policies. If you've seen, currently we are doing the strategy on AI. We are soon doing the policy on AI. We are doing governance policies and many more, because we have realized that we need these policies for us to digitally transform. Because if you run very quickly to put up systems, the lawyers there will be the first ones to take you to court. That the law says you need to submit this thing physically. I remember when we went ahead and digitized BRS, we were told that the law says that document has to be signed by a lawyer and you pay 500 or 1,000. So of course, they were seeing the food has been taken out of their tables. That was the big reason why we went to court, but later we had to review the laws so that it is acceptable. So we are saying we don't want to walk so fast, we want to walk together with the legal frameworks, with the policies, so that even as we put solutions in place, nobody takes that to court. And ultimately is about really feedback mechanism and monitoring and evaluation, because you can always, there is no way you will always say that I have now reached, that my systems are perfect. You have to continue reviewing, you have to continue perfecting, because there are new challenges that can come in each and every day. So therefore, really, government has very, very ambitious projects. And I would call upon partners in this room, because I think you are the majority, come to Kenya, partner with us. I've already had conversations with Gov Foundation that can we have even an MOU, because we don't want to be left behind. And one thing, my policy is, I don't have to reinvent the wheel. If India has done it, I can do it better. By relying on them, I cannot walk alone. We can only walk together and go far in the collaboration that we will establish. And think ultimately it's about us working together as a unified country, as a unified government, so that we think together, we co-create with the citizens, that we bring services that really serve the country and our citizens at large. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And now my boss there is telling me that we should open this dialogue to the floor. You've heard it. You have such an excellent panel here. I can already see one hand here. So let's get some microphones roving, and we'll see if there's something on Menti, and we'll close it out. Okay. There is something on Menti behind me. Even in front of me as well. Go ahead.
Thanks. So I just would like to comment on the...
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Oh, okay. My name is Harish Bhatt. I'm the Managing Director of Softech Consultants, and in the field of systems implementation for 37 years. One of the problems I have, and we have discussed this extensively in government, is the entire procurement procedure. Procurement procedures are at the heart of a lot of issues, primarily because when a tender goes out or an RFP goes out, it is specified in a level of detail, and they will very clearly tell you alternative proposals are not welcome. You will be held non-compliant. The people who specify, I have absolutely no idea. I believe they largely look at the web, pick something from here, pick something from there, there is a big dump of requirements, 70 pages, and you can see that if this system goes in, it's going to take 15 years for it to be implemented, because the existing infrastructure, the capabilities, the skills, no, it takes time. It's a journey. And yet you are supposed to deliver that system in that period of 12 months. Everything should be functional. Of course, it never is. And then you get into long arguments and problems. So if you really want solutions that are going to be used by people, the procurement procedures of necessity will need to change. And because there is no provision for agility, we all keep talking about we'll be agile. Which RFP talks about agility? None. There is nothing like, time and material-based development. Who gives you the proposal? No one. Everyone wants you to deliver a fixed price proposal, and then you comply with this or you don't comply with this, and then so many contracts end up in a lot of issues. So this whole idea of journey, procurement procedures don't understand journey. They understand a project which is extremely over-specified. It is to the dot. That is what you deliver. You have a time frame. Now, as a supplier, if you tell me that system is not going to be used, what am I supposed to do? Somebody sat down somewhere in some room and wrote those 80 pages of what the system needs to do. So yeah, you end up having, so unless this entire thing changes, you're likely to find it very difficult to go on a journey. So the question of complexity, again, comes from there. When people are buying systems, they think that I'm going to buy a system that I'm going to use for another 15 years. So let's make sure everything under the sun is built in there, whether it's used today or not. So obviously, out of the box, the systems are so complex and set up, and to learn, and to understand, and to comprehend, that instead of an incremental growth, you have everything delivered on day one. Thanks.
Thank you. Unified experiences in procurement. Could I get the questions in here? I'll take the questions and then have the panels respond. I can already see Alyaska has his hand up almost for that answer. Yes, good. So we're going to do this 2 questions. So I kindly advise the real benefits of the public and government after implementing, the public and the government after implementing omni-channel, kind of all services in one platform. So I'm guessing that is directed to Madam Kirima. How do we integrate what the citizens have with what we have to ensure that we develop is acceptable by the citizens for use? Josephine, what is the progress on AI policy so far, especially in the global south? I'm gonna take our emerging tech guru here. How do we ensure that we get the confidence of citizens on digitization, especially when there's a lack of trust due to data breaches? So I'm going to talk to, you had a very good session actually recently on just that. So Alyaska. So we're going to start with the procurement question. I can see you want to answer. I want also Sriram to talk about procurement as well. But yes.
I'm so excited about procurement. I can talk about daily about procurement. Okay, so I think you're right. Procurement is broken, and I just want to say that in African countries, many people think that we are the only ones who have the problem. Procurement is broken globally. There's a paper that I can share on the fact that procurement is broken in Canada as well, and there's a whole piece of paper that talks about how that should change and shift. And my view is that, and I'll give an example, I think, because that's very useful, is that currently I feel like a lot of governments work like a vending machine, right? So if you want your product inside there are only a few people that are allowed to put their product inside there. And if you want that product is very expensive to get. So it's very difficult to get in, and to consume it, it's very expensive because there are very few people that can put there. What we need to do is government needs to be a bazaar. It needs to be a bazaar where there are different vendors and there are different people that are providing services. And essentially what that means is government creates that base platform, that decentralized platform, and then microservices can be attached to it. And that's what a bazaar actually means. The second point really is that software is never done. And I think that's the challenge we have with this procurement documents. They assume that software is done. So you will list all of this down, and that's it. It's over. Software is different. It's continuously built. It changes so significantly. In fact, if you tell me you want a dashboard right now, I'll create that same dashboard, and when I show it to you, you'll be like, I don't want this. Can you do something else for me? That's software. But when you developed an 80-page document, you have assumed that software is done in one go, right? And three more points really attaching to this is one, is that I feel that procurement is really based on technical needs. So it will talk about, oh, this software that we develop and procure should work on Windows 10 and Windows 11, which is great, and I agree with that, but it needs to be based on user needs. What do users actually need so that that software is used? The second one is that I think procurement should allow different vendors. I have a problem with the fact that procurement allows one vendor. I was speaking to someone in the break room and they were saying that, you know, I cannot bid for the big, large bids. And I'm like, why not? You know? Right now, if you speak to anyone in the NPO sector, they'll tell you, if you are submitting a funding application to any big funding organization, they'll tell you, you need to bring together different organizations to be able to apply for it. So why shouldn't that be the case when we're applying for government applications? And my last one is that I believe that the vendor, that already cities and governments already have software that is there. And I think it should be the onus on the vendor to show how the system that they are suggesting is interoperable with the system that currently exists. And there should be a solution to that. Genuinely, there should be. Thank you.
I'll ask you very quickly, because I have less than 2 minutes.
I will try to answer this in a slightly abstract manner. As a consultant who has written RFPs for 200 million worth procurements and been successful at it, and also as an implementer who have struggled to respond to procurement needs of 50 million, 100 million deals. The truth is somewhere in the middle. You know, I wouldn't paint a doomsday picture like that procurement is killing government. I wouldn't paint that. However, I would say procurement is a clash between two kinds of personalities. The procurement officer who wants 100% certainty so that tomorrow his or her job is not on the line, whereas a user who wants agility at every single step. Now, when these two clash, there has to be a mid-path. Mid-path could be found in different ways. It need not be a low-cost tender. It could be a quality cost-based tender, 80, 20, 90, 10, 70, 30, whatever you want to do. It could be done through user requirements at a broad level, could be elicited through focus group discussions, user interviews. The RFP itself, before it gets published, could be run through an industry consultation to avoid all kinds of single vendor lock-in, etc., etc. Terms and conditions could be open for debate and then discussed and agreed upon. We have tried a lot of this, but it's never perfect. It's never perfect, but it's never imperfect to the hilt as well. So the path is somewhere in the middle. I wouldn't write off that procurement as a single big thing. Perhaps government also has to wake up to the needs of change requests. People on this side who are system integrators also have to start thinking that responding to tender in government is very different from responding to an RFP in private sector. And you need different kind of mentalities and different kinds of people to do that. And perhaps it's a journey, like Madam said, all of us have to walk together in that particular journey. And there is no right answer. Future is bright because all these countries have developed fantastic systems and systems that are working. And yes, there's a lot of pain in that. I don't deny the pain, but the proof is in the pudding that the systems are currently working and people are still responding to that. Thank you.
So, Madam Kirima, I'll allow you to respond to that very quickly and respond to our online audience, and then I'll just have like a last round.
I think the one you told me to answer is about what is it in for the citizen.
Yes.
On this, on the unified experience. For me, I see so many benefits to the citizen. One is about efficiency. Two is about avoidance of redundancy. Currently, you ask me, you go for your passport. Of course, the Kenyans in the hall. What are you asked for? When you go for your passport, you are applying for your passport.
Birth certificate.
You have to carry a physical birth certificate,
my parents' birth
your
certificate.
parents' ID and birth certificate, so many documents, and yet the birth certificate was given by who?
By the
The
chief.
same government. The ID, the same government, and they have a database. So for me, the biggest benefit is about having to only give your data once and get services thereafter. Nobody should ask for that data that exists within our databases. The second one is about empowering the citizens. You know, information is power. And when government services have been centralized, have been integrated, you have feasibility, and you can easily question. You can easily air your views on the same. So for me, transparency is coming to the citizens. It's about inclusivity. It's about holding the government accountable. With the issues of open data and availability of this data to the public, you are able to question government and get answers on what you're asking. And for me, it's about also personalization of the services. Because as we get feedback, as we get your queries, we are currently adopting the open data, yes, the chat what? You call it chatbots, so that the system and AI can learn what kind of questions are our citizens asking. So tomorrow, what you're querying today, I'll go at the back end, input that, integrate it in the solution, so that tomorrow you have a better experience. So for me, those are the benefits that I'm seeing on the citizen. Just to speak on the procurement, I think I agree. The procurement laws are a bit rigid in terms of technology. And we've had these fights back and forth. And because, of course, government is not very agile in terms of changing these laws, what we've done is that we ensure in our requirements, we inculcate the issue of implementation in phases. We are able to define exactly what we want. For example, in our ICT policy, we've said it's open source first. So of course, the procurement law says you cannot dictate. Like you cannot say the brand, you cannot say what you want, but I always tell them it is in the policy. And we've tried to put this in the terms of reference to ensure that we can have flexibility, that we can have agility, that we can grow in stacks, rather than building Rome in one day, so that we keep growing, we keep advancing in modular basis. So we are trying to do it a bit smarter, thinking without the box, but not breaking the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you so much. A round of applause for the team. Thank you so much. Please grab them while they're here. So asanteni sana.
Wow, wow. Wow, big round of applause. Thank you so much. Well done. A gift of appreciation. A gift of appreciation. Let's get the gifts ready. It's 24 minutes past the hour. We need to close by exactly 5 p.m. And then we have the networking session. But in the meantime, Sriram, please be ready. We just want to get one of those styles from India, dance styles. Yeah, we've got something here from Big B. All right. A big round of applause for them. Thank you so much. And let's all be upstanding for a moment. Blood flow, blood flow. Just stand a bit and Sri Ram will show us. And Lamayan as well, you can join in. Absolutely, okay. It's an Indian. Okay, okay. This is from Big B. Okay. Volume please. So simple. So follow this, Sri Ram. We're checking whether you can follow Big B's. Fantastic. Let's go. Everybody, come on, everybody. Let's follow Sri Ram. Fantastic. Okay. And Big B is showing you something. Okay. And after this, we have the fireside chat. Everybody, let's go. Come on, come on. Let's clap it. Come on. Fantastic. Where are the shoulders? Well done. Give yourselves a big round of applause. Thank you so much. You may kindly take your seats. Thank you so much, Lamian. Thank you. You may kindly take your seats. Thank you so much. The next 20 minutes or so. 20 minutes or so. Please, big round of applause to Steve Odhiambo once again. Fireside chat, public-private partnerships to enable digital public infrastructure development. 20 minutes, 20 minutes. Welcome back, Steve. Take it away, take it away.
Wow, that was a powerful session. Another round of applause to David Lemayan and the panelists. That was awesome. All right, for the next session, we are going to have a conversation. I see the time. We're going to have a conversation. And this fireside chat will specifically focus on public-private partnerships and how can we use private-public partnerships to enable digital public infrastructure development, implementation, co-design, insert word, right? And with me on stage, I'll let the gentleman introduce himself from Konza Technopolis. Over to you, sir.
Okay, good afternoon or good evening, everyone. My name is Alex Kamunyu from Konza Technopolis, Africa's Silicon Savannah, and it's my pleasure to be here for the fireside chat. Thank you.
A round of applause for Alexander. Now, before, Alexander, before I go into the questions, I would like to set the tone, or rather provide some context. Konza Technopolis is really an amazing initiative by the Kenyan government. It's a smart city. It's the ministry's innovation arm, ecosystem, insert word, right? I have been to Konza myself, severally. Konza is also home to the country's only drone zone or a drone corridor. I'm a drone pilot, FYI, by the way. So that's something I do in my spare time a lot. And as far as innovation in this country, pushing for regulation, pushing for innovation, that's Konza for you. Now, I would like you to talk a bit about Konza and how Konza enables vendors, right? So private sector, how do you support innovation? How do you enable vendors? I know you have an accreditation system where you approve vendors or you put them on a panel to kind of fast track engagement with government. And I think that's what we all want to hear about. Alexander.
Thank you, Steve. That's a good question. But just for a little bit of background for those who do not know about Konza Technopolis. Konza Technopolis is a Vision 2030 flagship project by the government of Kenya. It started way back in 2008 with the former president, His Excellency, the late Mwai Kibaki, when he crafted this vision with the then government to actually see how do we move Kenya from being low middle income to a middle income economy? How do we move forward as a country? How do we improve and increase our industrialization? And so this idea came about of creating a smart city. And a smart city, in essence, is a city that leverages on the use of technology to do basically three things. It's to enhance the quality of life of the citizens. It's to increase equity and prosperity for residents and business. And it is to improve the city service delivery. And that's the essence of what a smart city would be. And then also a smart city has got those essential elements of a smart city would be data, you collect data, and then there's connectivity, and then there is government involvement. So government has been very key and passionate about this project. We've been privileged to have successive governments from 2008 really running with this project so that we could achieve the long-term goal, which is the Vision 2030. Also aligning ourselves with SDGs from the UN, the Africa 2063, East Africa 2050 vision, and just ensuring that we create a world-class, sustainable, smart city. We work a lot with partners, as you've mentioned. So we've got, in terms of public-private partnerships, the project, as you mentioned earlier in your presentation, it's been a journey. From 2008 to 2012, it was the conceptualization and planning phase. From 2012 to 2016 was the master plan development. So it's a fully master planned city on a 5,000-acre piece of land, and it's well planned. And then from 2016, we started to do the horizontal infrastructure, which is your outward infrastructure, putting in place the streetscapes, putting in place the utilities, the integrated networks within the city. Phase one, which is just 400 acres, has got more than 74 kilometers of fiber optic cable. Because being a smart city, you have got smart poles, which are basically utility poles that, gather and capture information. Now, it is really capital intensive. You can imagine building a city from scratch, a greenfields project. It's anticipated that it would have a population of 240,000 people, residents, and contribute 2% of the country's GDP. So ideally, it is meant to move the country from being, contribute significantly. Now, we could not have achieved all this on our own as government. So that we have leveraged a lot on partnerships. We're looking at G2G, for example. Konza has the Konza National Data Center, which is a Tier 3, uptime Tier 3 data center, and it is certified with a platinum certification, which is the highest level of certification in leadership in environmental energy design. I think it's the only data center in Africa to have that. We also have research organizations based in Konza Technopolis. A part of Konza is about, it's a hub. Our vision is to be a hub for innovation. So we've got Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. It's a graduate-only university, which we could not have done on our own. We have partnered with the Korea government, and it offers master's and PhD programs. We did the data center where we partnered with the Chinese government, and we got to do a very state-of-the-art data center. And in terms of the horizontal infrastructure, which is more than 40 kilometers of road network, we've partnered with the Italian government. And government has really walked this journey with those partners. And even with the data center, for example, we do a lot of co-location. We partner with other service providers who would want to leverage on the data center at the city. So it's been a journey, but we've realized we cannot do it on our own, and we've worked very hard to forge relationships with other partners. Yeah.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you so much for that overview and level of detail about Konza. technopolis and the smart city. So I'm picking two things, two keywords from Alexander. And those words are infrastructure and partnerships. Of course, in the traditional sense, roads, bridges, railways, but here we are talking about digital public infrastructure. So it's still up your alley. My first thematic area, my first question for Alexander is, what synergies is with regards, so this is a thematic, right? So synergies and collaborative frameworks for effective partnerships. So keep those two keywords in mind, infrastructure and partnerships. So Konza Technopolis is a key player in Kenya's vision for a smart city. From your experience, Alexander, how can PPPs be structured? Right, so now we're getting to the juicy stuff. This is the interesting stuff. So how can they be structured to bridge government goals with private sector innovations? And could you share some examples where clear governance structures and inclusive stakeholder engagement have contributed to successful digital public infrastructure projects like the smart city?
Okay, thank you for the question. One that comes to mind is just recently, last year, we had the privilege of His Excellency, the Head of State, President Dr. William Ruto, came to Konza in December to launch the Timbuktu Green Tech Hub. So the Timbuktu Green Tech Hub is a partnership with the UNDP, and it looks to have startups that are focusing in green tech, climate change, green tech technology. And they brought about 43 innovators from across the continent, and they are domiciled now at Konza Technopolis. So from all over Africa, individuals and innovators were selected. And the idea is that the Green Tech Hub is funded to the tune of $1 billion US. So that's already a partnership together with the UNDP, and considering that the goal for Konza Technopolis, the vision is to be a global technopolis and hub for innovation. So already domiciled within Konza Technopolis, we have got 43 innovators from across the continent, and they have access to funding, which is intended now, it's an incubation period for 6 months, and thereafter they will now have the companies unfolding and becoming, we believe some will even end up being unicorns. That's just one example. We already have a number of investors for purposes of non-disclosure. I can't pronounce their names, but very advanced tech industries who are planning to put up innovative components within the smart city. We have already made submissions to the National Treasury. It takes about 18 months, but already we have tapped into that, public-private partnerships, to ensure that we leverage on that. The idea with the public-private partnerships is to transfer the risk to the party that is best able to manage that risk in terms of ensuring a quality product that is brought in at the end of the day within time and within quality, and they're able to build, to own, to operate it, and we just become the legal owners once it's transferred back to us. So that synergy is there. We are receiving proposals. I know very soon we'll be also advertising, because we want to leverage on meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions. We'll be advertising to do a hotel block through the PPP approach, also considering the fiscal space that we have, which is very limited from government. So this is something that we realize we can't walk this journey alone, but there's so much great potential. One thing I also want to point out is, just with the presentations we've seen today, considering that this is a city which will have 240,000 residents, there was one presentation that showed how an investor comes and buys property and he's captured in the system. Then a few years later or 1 year later he wants to build up a property, he builds, how he submits the building plans and so on. So you look at this entire city and that kind of network that would be needed to harness all these potentials. The potential is so great, and what we have seen today is very exciting in terms of how we can tap into that. And just lastly, where we see synergy is government has seen the potential of Kwanza Technopolis, and there's currently a Technopolis bill that is going to be ratified soon, which means that we'll have multiple smart cities across the country, so not just Kwanza Technopolis. So that's an area as well where the systems that has been integrated in this city can be replicated throughout the other cities, and we tap into that synergy.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you so much. And I'm picking again on two things from your statement there. One of which is of course funding or financing. The other of which is scale. But the key words here still remain infrastructure and partnerships. And so now the thematic area for my next question is innovative finance and resource leveraging. You know, as part of the digital platform, we have Digit Urban that handles property tax, revenue collection for urban scenarios or municipalities. Kwanza, as such, I'm aware of some of the programs where you would work with vendors, you know, go through the innovation cycle, and come up with a rev share model or an operation model or a maintenance model. I think that is something worth mentioning in as far as G2G relationships, which you've also mentioned. Now, my question here is, how do you see strategic alignment of resources and expertise between donors, right? So hashtag funding, the government, and private sector leaders or innovation sector. What innovative financing models have you found effective in ensuring equitable access to digital services while maximizing the long-term impact of digital ecosystems?
Okay, thank you for that question. So in terms of the innovative financing models, majorly we've been exploring the private-public partnerships and also tapping into the Green Climate Fund. As indicated, Kwanza Technopolis is a sustainable, world-class smart city designed to be climate resilient. So we also tapping into that to see how do we get these partners on board. There's some great things we want to do. One of our goals, for example, is to plant 10 million trees, 1 million trees within Kwanza Technopolis, but 10 million trees within the buffer zone, which is the area surrounding Technopolis, which is about 150,000 acres. Now, how do you get funding for that? How do we partner with the community? Because the community is also greatly involved to ensure that this place that we are doing, this beautiful project, is a sustainable place. So we're looking at green climate financing, PPP. We have approached a few entities. We are leveraging so much on G2G partnerships. And that's the way to go, because our goal at the end of the day is to contribute 2% of the country's GDP back into the economy. And so we have to wean ourselves off government funding and really stimulate private sector funding, investors like yourself coming on board to plug in and to build this smart city. And areas of partnership, I see a number of areas, especially concerning the discussions we've had today, where we can partner. For example, one is the automation of the investor onboarding process. You as an investor want to come in, you want to put up composites or a mixed-use building. How do we take you through the process? How do we make it smart? How do you make easy for you? The automation of a building approval process. By the way, at Konza Technopolis, all buildings are green certified because we are very passionate about sustainability. So how do you get your architect, and once he produces the plans, they are checked. How do we get that? The other one is utility billing. We've got a very sophisticated utility network system, e-metering for water and so on. How do we bring that all together into one system that can be able to use that? And then the access control. When you come into the city in terms of security, it's safe, your details are recorded, you live in a very safe environment. And then lastly, how do we monetize the data? You've got 240,000 people in this city, and there's a lot of data that's being generated, but of course, ensuring you comply with the Data Protection Act. But that's an area where we can work with the other partners to see how do we monetize this so that we create value. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Smack on time, right? Smack on the dot. That was excellent. Thank you so much, Alexander. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please, for Alexander. And now we're going to Q&A, right? Or do we have time for that? Okay, I just got a stern warning.
So of course, during the networking, the cocktail.
Let's do that. Thank you so much.
Many thanks. Big round of applause to Steve, and thank you so much indeed. I really appreciate. We have a gift of appreciation. Alexander, thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, immediately after this, we'll have a moment to connect, to learn. Makofi tafadhali. A big round of applause once again. So, what's the way forward? Possibly the last time I speak so passionately. Eyes on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. First time in Kenya. This is the spirit of Kenya. And I hope we'll pick it up as well. You see, in any race, when somebody overtakes you, this might happen. Or when you overtake somebody, this is what happens. Sometimes it's not enough to just run, sometimes you've got to fly to win. Oh yeah. And sometimes you're prepared, but you fall down, you hit your head on the floor. That's what happened to a Kenyan athlete. But she picked herself up, And she kept on running, ladies and gentlemen. She kept on running, and guess what? She won that race. But the reason why we normally share this story is because of this. You see, the Kenyan was close to the finish line, but he couldn't make it. Other people were passing him. You see, other people wanted titles and fame and money. But look at his other Kenyan brother. Close to the finish line, but decides to say, no, I'm going to pick you up. We're going to finish together. See, that's the spirit. And I'm glad India is saying, hey, let's do it together. Big round of applause to eGov Foundation. Thank you so much. That's the spirit. And to close for us, ladies and gentlemen, in the next 10 minutes, a big round of applause to Robert Karanja, Senior Director, Africa, Codec. Welcome. Reflections, insights. The way forward. Karibu sana, 10 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Robert Karanja, and I think I've been given the lightest task of the day by Steve Odhiambo. Steve, I'll get you back. Really just to give some closing reflections, some insights, tell you a bit about ourselves, who we are and what we do, and our relationship to the eGov Foundation. So Co-Develop is a philanthropic funder that is working towards supporting countries to adopt digital public infrastructure at population scale. And our large goal really is looking at having 50 countries over the next 5 years globally adopt digital public infrastructure at population scale. And so in doing that, we are a philanthropic funder. We make investments in the form of grants. eGov is one of our grantees, and we have funded several other institutions, including governments. I'm very happy to see my dear brother, Luke Mate from Zambia, which is probably one of the most progressive governments we've had an opportunity to work with on the continent via Smart Zambia Institute. And so we essentially make investments in 4 buckets. One, digital public goods, so eGov and Digit would fall within that category. We also make investments in technical assistance. So the support to Smart Zambia was via TA, providing Smart Zambia with TA as the government of Zambia was working towards the adoption of digital public infrastructure. The third type of investment we make is what we call supporting the ecosystem. And the ecosystem could include organizations such as civil society organizations, journalists, to give them or build their capacity in terms of their knowledge, skills, and experience around digital public infrastructure. And fourthly, we also fund research. So research and research institutions that are undertaking research around digital public infrastructure. So when Steve asked me to make some insights, some reflections, one of the things that I thought I could speak about is our focus on the continent in terms of what we are seeing, the different governments that we're working with, and institutions. A key message that keeps coming back to us is very many countries are showing an appetite to adopt digital public infrastructure. And at the same time, they're also showing a huge appetite to localize these systems within their specific frameworks. And I'll explain what I mean in the next few minutes. So there are some excellent digital public goods that we can all learn from in Kenya and in other countries around the region. And we can adopt these digital public goods to be able to implement certain layers of digital public infrastructure to increase efficiency in our countries and also promote economic growth as we adopt these digital public goods. What is going to be very important for us is that even as these digital public goods come in, there needs to be a certain level of customization and of course building skills from system integrators and tech companies in the countries to be able to customize those digital public goods to our unique ecosystem that we are facing. There's a question on procurement and whether procurement does accommodate for open source products or digital public goods. And interestingly, when you look at a lot of procurement documents, regardless of which country you're looking at, you'll often find that those procurement documents are written, designed, and structured for vendor or proprietary systems. And that's traditionally the way we've operated. If you go next door to Rwanda, Rwanda made a very daring decision a few years ago to transition its national switch, or certain use cases on its national switch, from their proprietary switch. They had one of these expensive. Does anyone know which national switch Kenya is using at the moment? Anybody from Nigeria? We do have some Nigerians in the room. right? And Nigeria, I think, has built its own switch, right? NIBS, which is a partnership between the central bank and the banks, and I think, JV of sorts, right? And currently in Kenya, we're actually discussing what will be the next iteration or the next version of our national switch. And what we are saying is, there's been a lot of commentary back and forth, is we have a lot of already existing good systems in place. We can't ignore the fact that M-Pesa constitutes a large percentage of the day-to-day transactions that happen in this country. So they need to be incorporated somehow. And so do we then build a system or a switch from scratch to facilitate instant payment systems, or do we incorporate something that already exists? And that's a conversation that we're happening. But just to go back to what I was saying about Rwanda. So Rwanda has transitioned P2M, person to merchant use case, on their national switch from their current vendor-locked system to an open source instant payment system called Moja Loop. And they just launched it last week at IFF in Kigali, and they have started running transactions on that national switch. And I think it presents a very interesting perspective, even for us as Kenya and for many other countries in the region, when we are seeing countries deciding to transition from vendor-locked systems to open source systems on such important instances, such as the national payment switch. And so that's just something I wanted to share in terms of where I see some opportunities. Digit provides excellent opportunities for both the national and subnational levels, and various modules that subnational and national governments can take in terms of increasing efficiencies in their systems. The key, though, is can we customize and can we have enough local resources to support those systems when we roll them out? Right, so I think that's where we need to move to next. I know I have 2 minutes, and I wanted to give you some time back so that I don't take too much time. So unless there are any open questions, I do not mind closing, just to say thank you to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robert Karanja, and definitely you'll be around to engage in case. Absolutely. A gift of appreciation from the CEO, eGov, Foundation Viraj. Big round of applause to Robert. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen. Aha. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. 1 minute to the top of the hour, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, we have cocktail. We have the experience workshops happening outside. And by the way, as you leave, there is a gift bag for you, so please make sure that you check with the registration desk. Ladies and gentlemen, it was awesome being with you. Let's go out there, learn, connect, and make it big for Kenya, Nigeria, Djibouti, Africa, and beyond. Asanteni sana, merci beaucoup. Group photo, ladies and gentlemen, just before we leave. Let's all come at the front. Let's come, all of us, to the front, Okay, vote of thanks.
All right. As you make your way to the stage, right? Kindly make your way to the stage. Please, tafadhali. As you make your way to the stage, I would like to give a heartfelt vote of thanks to our MC for the day, Mr. Johnson Mwakazi. Those of you who watch TV, you remember this face. He's a leading personality in this country, and the royal voice, if I may quote the name that you go by in your company.
Sure.
We are truly very grateful. I think Johnson has made today's event a great success. Asante sana. Of course, the production team, the team from SMGE, the eGov team, asante sana. Thank you everyone who made it here today. Hand clap, please clap for yourselves.
Whoa.
Ladies and gentlemen, claps for yourselves. I hand over back to you, sir.
All right. Come up here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take that photo celebrating eGov Dialogues 2025. Come. Oh, whoa. Thank you so much. It's an honor. Many thanks. Appreciate it. Very well. Thank you. Please come this way. We're taking a photo. Okay. Come. Please come. Thank you so much. Many thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you so much. Welcome. Others can be here as well. Okay. Well done. Appreciate it. Good. Well done. Thank you. And the final one, best pose after you're done with the first one. Okay, this is a serious one. Okay, the official one. Okay. Okay, yeah. DP, okay. And your best pose, okay. 3, let's go. 3, 2, 1, okay. Well done. Thank you so much. Let's connect, let's learn, let's grow. Cocktail is also on after this. Many thanks.